You fucking allow him to get shit, he gonna fucking Dan Hurley might
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jayden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total
What up,
package.
everybody?
Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We
Columbia,
can feel it in the air, something big is about to happen.
Steve Finley, he's an NFL legend. Dan Hurley might be going to the Lakers. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
That would be a better move for him.
Yeah, sure.
I think you need to do that's just crazy enough that will tell LeBron, look, I know you're a great player, but your time is limited.
Well, and they're saying
I got a long time coming.
they're saying it would be a long-term deal, which it would have to be, because what does LeBron have left? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think he's 39, 38. He's damn near my age.
Maybe 40 at this point.
That's not where I want to start. Jeff just said something to me this morning and was kind and texted me last night. Last night was scary in the DMV, man. You had this tornado working its way from like Leesburg all the way to Gaithersburg, crossing a really wide, latitude, and a lot of people, like people we know, places we know. It was wild. I think everybody had the alerts going on their phone. That I imagine you're too far south, right, B? Were you guys ever in the path of it, or
We weren't in the path,
zone?
but it they had like some weather stuff going on. I was actually over in Waldorf when all that stuff was going on.
And they had another couple patches down there, right?
Yeah. It was like all over different little areas around here. But the whole thing about it, Gaithersburg, if it just makes a turn, all of a sudden it's in Loudoun Dam County.
Well, it came from Loudon to Gaithersburg.
Yeah, you got to always be concerned around here. Like I grew up with that stuff in Louisiana.
Yeah.
So it's up here. You can go in your basement. In Louisiana, there were no basement.
Right. Sure.
So,
Leadville and Sterling, did you get alerts at all? Nothing. Okay.
We did not.
Okay.
Leadville probably was asleep.
Leadville, were you asleep?
I was not asleep.
You weren't asleep this time?
I was not.
That's that your phone starts beeping, ain't nobody sleeping.
Yeah.
That thing is loud, man. So this thing, if you actually know it because your bike ride goes right over it. Route 28, Darnestown Road in like northwestern Montgomery County, whatever that would be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that road literally goes right by my in-laws to my wife's two sisters' homes, like out in that Kentlands, Darnestown area for people that are familiar.
Mm-hmm.
That's right where this damn thing was going. And I got to give credit to Doug Kammerer, man. NBC4 stayed live, I think, to almost till like 8:30.
Mm-hmm.
And Doug was just on air by himself for at least 2 hours, just going back and forth, getting new alerts. And it was for my wife, especially, and me too. I mean, knowing that that's like the exact path where a lot of our family lives, it was really scary. And I think Doug and the control room, all those people involved did a hell of a job keeping you up to date and making you feel like you have the information. But B, then you start seeing the videos on social media and stuff.
Yep.
I mean, I remember I was in college. I don't know if you remember this. Remember there was a tornado in College Park, and I think 2 or 3 kids were killed because they were in a car that got picked up and slammed into a building. I remember
they were saying last night, do not try to drive through this.
Dude, totally.
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, and I pray that I'm accurate on this, I don't believe anybody was killed last night. I know there was one serious injury in Gaithersburg where a tree fell on a home, I believe. But it was just a scary reminder that, like, we got all the apps in the world, and we got devices to measure how much we sleep and how much we exercise, and we try to watch what we eat or eat too much, or we care about football, or we care about the library, art, whatever it is you're into. Nothing's stopping Mother Nature.
No.
Like, no matter what, dude.
And that is why when you have severe weather like that, they can interrupt any TV show out there.
Anything.
And no one gives a damn.
It was funny you say that, specifically that, because my girls, this thing was happening basically like once 6:45 hits, it's kind of wind down time at our house to try to get the girls into bed around 7:30. And Shelby stays up a little later, but whatever. She reads in her room. And I also, I'd been in Ashburn. I had a TV package. The usual sports hit is 6:55 in the 6 o'clock. So it's like the last thing in the 6 o'clock news.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of wanted to see that. So I like went out to my porch, sat in my chair, may or may not have had a cocktail, and was watching the news. And I see Doug, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is serious. Like, this is, and I texted Heather. I was like, what do you think is going to happen here? She's like, if there's tornadoes, we're probably getting bumped. And I was like, well, that's the right call, obviously. I had no idea he was going to be live for 2 hours.
Hey, you never know. See, that's the thing about it. It's unpredictable. So you have to be able to be prepared. And sometimes you go 2 hours not knowing you went 2 hours.
Well, think about, it made me think about the night the Alex Smith trade broke. And we were in line at the roller coaster in Minnesota. And then next thing you know, we were live for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
And that at least was reacting to, you realize in moments of extreme weather and legitimate danger that when we had to do the Alex Smith trade talk, how insignificant that is in the grand scheme of things. It's very significant to our audience.
Hell, to be honest with you, we make sports more than what sports is compared to what people deal with on a daily basis.
Agreed.
But I think people understand that when that weather comes around and one tornado can spur off others. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And once you start getting 100 miles per hour and debris is flying, it can affect anybody.
Well, so it was a real moment of clarity watching the coverage and understanding how significant this all was. You know who doesn't quite get the importance of it all quite yet?
Kids.
A 5-year-old.
Yeah.
That 5-year-old.
That's your job to make sure that happens.
Well, eventually I had her sit on my lap and we just talked through it. But that 5-year-old was watching How to Train Your Dragon. Okay. And when the weather alert came through and How to Train Your Dragon went off, we had to work through some big emotions, is what we call it at our house. And then we said, well, look, this is Gigi's house. We explained a lot of things. Then we hit some putting mats out to get me locked in for tomorrow, B. But seriously, I hope everybody that was impacted is okay.
Tell you, in the Mitchell household, when I was young, when the weather started, you knew based off of the tone of Blanche Mitchell Sr. that I don't care if you were 5 or 25, chill out.
Well, the difference for us is, and Jeff, I appreciate your sincerity, bro. I really do. Like, that was probably 15 miles north of my house. Like, my house was never, yes, I live in Montgomery County, but I'm probably closer to your house than I was to where that tornado hit.
It could have come to you, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we were watching. That's why everybody was watching, because you don't know where it's going. At one point, that thing was headed towards downtown Baltimore. I mean, how terrifying is that? Like, just these massive population centers with high-rise buildings and stuff. It was wild, man. And credit to Doug, man. He killed it. And, we're like friends with Doug and hang out and bust his chops. But, man, when he's locked in like that, it's pretty damn impressive. I want to switch gears now. Hope everybody's all right. I walked in here this morning, 8:45, whatever time I get in here. And I usually I've made a habit because I'm usually coming up right around 10 that I try to be set up for when I sit down. And so I was getting my computer out, my headphones out, whatever. And Valdez comes and taps on the glass, and he's in there doing the junk stuff. And I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "Come in, come in." You know how Valdez gets like when he like really wants to talk to you. And he poses a question to me that I feel like I was able to answer quickly. But I want to go around the horn with this question, and I want to end on B Mitch. So, Landfill, I'll start with you because you usually are a very succinct fella. Valdez asked me if it felt like at this stage, June 6, 2024, there was more hype surrounding Jayden Daniels than at the same stage, which would have been June 6th, 2012, with RG3. So, Landfill, I posed that question to you first.
No.
That's one vote no. Do you care to expand?
I mean, RG3 was in national TV commercials, and we all absolutely lost our minds when they made the trade for the second overall pick. It's not comparable. It's not even close.
Okay. Jeffrey?
I have to agree with Landfill. RG3 was everywhere, and even the fan base was like, we just knew he was the second coming of Jesus Christ when he got when he got drafted. This one seems more like, it seems like our fan base matured a little bit as in the process of thinking like, okay, let's see how this is about to go, but we are ready to unleash the Ashburn syndrome. I'm telling you, it's not happening now, but week 1, week 2, he go off. I think
I
the
kind of
city
look at it a
gonna
little
explode.
differently.
All right,
I
Brian.
think that all the stuff that we were tripping, like Landfill say, RG3 was everywhere. We weren't talking about the football per se. We were talking about all the commercials and everything else he was doing. Everything about Jayden Daniels has been what he's doing on the football field. So when you focus on what's vitally important, I think that the people, like you said, they're matured. They are hyped about his true athletic capabilities, not about all the commercials and all that other stuff. So it's probably as exciting as it is for Robert, but we're talking about what can make a difference and not necessarily all the commercials and all the hype and all the little sayings. This dude is more about, I'm handling my job. So I hear fans talking about his play, his maturity level. I think they're tuned into something different than it was with Robert. And then the whole thing with Robert too, the trade, as you said, got us hyped. But then when you start hearing who wanted the trade and who didn't want the trade, you started to get concerned at that point, right?
So I think this is damn near Haley's comment, where we're all four of us, and we're all four very different people, kind of in agreement here. I think there was far significant hype with Robert, and I think a lot of that was who Robert is. Like he likes the spotlight. Like he's a social media wasn't the thing it is now then, but the commercials, the Adidas, the Subway. Remember Subway made a meat statue of Robert's face? Do you remember that? Like, and I don't want to put it all on Robert either, because I think the organization at that point cared far more about marketing, ticket sales, jersey sales, whatever that was.
We can say organization.
Than
Dan
football.
Snyder cared more about all that stuff, and that's what he presented. That's what he made his place do.
And I think the organization now is running things very differently. When's the last time Jayden Daniels spoke to the media? I think it was after rookie minicamp.
It's like what
Robert talked every session.
He talked every session, but ultimately,
and they controlled that.
Jayden will start talking a lot once the season starts.
He'll have to talk every Wednesday.
But the ultimate thing is, they are now focused on what's important and what's right. And I think that should be our concern too, that these people don't seem to be caring about the hype machine. Because I've said it over time and time again, if you win football games, the hype is going to come. You know, you have to force hype in the NFL unless you're losing.
I think, interestingly, Harris's experience owning an NBA team and owning an NBA team that's dealt with James Harden and Ben Simmons and Markelle Fultz, like the NBA regular season anyway, is more about hype and sizzle than steak ever. You know what I mean? And I think he understands that there's not much good to come from all that
I think
stuff.
if you look at Josh Harris and you watch him, okay, a man who was worth billions, who give some guys and purchase a team for $6 billion, but when you see him, he's the most unassuming guy in the world. That right there is the reason he's like he is. I don't think the ownership of the Sixers, because when he was with the Sixers, well, while he's still with them, you don't hear a lot about him.
Right.
You hear about the team and the people that are running the team. So his personality is not that of, I have to be involved with stuff and hyped up and want to promote. No. He said, I'm going to build things a certain way. I'm going to get what they say, like the edges. I'm going to win on the edges. So he's trying to make sure he put everything in place so he can have success. That's how you run a business.
Landfill, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think the actual biggest difference between RG3 and Jaden Daniels is the organization, but not because of the marketing. Because when Dan Snyder was running things, we all understood that team, the only possible way that it was going to be successful was if we won the lottery and we somehow managed to get the most dominant quarterback in the game. That was the only possible way that was going to be successful. And we thought that there was a decent chance that could be RG3. And at times in his rookie year, he looked like that. But now with the Harris group and Adam Peters and Jayden Daniels, I think these people are competent. And even if Jayden Daniels ends up not working out, that would suck, but they'll recover from it. It won't be like, well, that was our 1 in a million chance and it's gone now. We'll have other opportunities.
To that point, I mean, maybe you could feel that way about Peters specifically, because look what happened in San Fran. They went all in on Trey Lance. It was a complete bust, and we can argue who was to blame, whatever, but they took another kid and it worked because they had depth everywhere. They had good coaching. Like, you're right. The only way they were ever going to win under Dan was hit a lottery ticket. Get Mahomes, get Burrow, something like that. And I'll never forget watching. And we can argue what Justin Herbert is or isn't, right? But I'll never forget his rookie season. That was pretty damn electric. I think he broke the rookie touchdown pass record. Watching a Monday night game with my wife, and it was Herbert playing, and she's like, could the Redskins have gotten that guy? And I was like, yeah. She's like, man, he's good. I was like, yeah. She's like,
around the Trent time, though. I mean, out the Chase.
But she said, she's like, he probably wouldn't be good here, though. Like, that was like kind of,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, things just didn't go right. And I think things feel very differently now than they did. But Valdez made a secondary point that I want to explore. Because I think we all agree the Robert hype train was its own freaking entity. Not that there isn't, to Jeff's point, a ton of excitement surrounding Jayden, but it's entirely different. And they're just different people, which I think is a really big part of it. Jayden's pretty calm, quiet. Like, B, think about the community day of service you acted in and I covered, right? And Jayden was there and was happy to talk to the kids. He signed autographs. He was throwing footballs with the kids. But he was kind of like chill not quite in the corner, but like he didn't need to be the center of attention. If Robert was at that event, how much different would that event have gone? You know what I mean?
More than likely, Robert wouldn't have been at that event.
Right. But I'm saying,
but the whole,
that event, his rookie season, Robert is a dude that gravitates towards the spotlight. I think Jayden likes his performance to speak for himself.
Ultimately, the people that chose Robert knew that was his personality.
Sure.
And I think that's where you come
celebrated
from. It. And they promoted that.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They were making dollars off the field, as they say.
Now, there is something going on now that is an interesting confluence of events. I think because of the success CJ Stroud had last year, people are looking at rookie quarterbacks through a lens that they can step in and change organizations right away. I think Stroud's a big part of that.
Yeah.
I also think we live in this era of make the loudest, most outlandish take first. And if you are proven wrong, everybody forgets about it. But if you're right, you get to stand on that and collect clout via social media and whatever platforms you engage upon. And because of that, I do think there is more hype about this rookie class of quarterbacks. Like, no quarterback class should be compared to 1983 until they play a little bit.
Yeah, but that's how we promote stuff. We promote stuff by finding the best of the best, and we promote the next. And this was a class full of our talent, and they're gonna promote it. But the ultimate thing is still come down to what you actually do. And it's the first time for everything. We always said it was impossible. What CJ Stroud did, he's now shown that it's possible. And the next guy that does it is going to have to be totally dedicated.
The last quarterback class that got this level of hype, 2021, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. How'd that work out? It's all chill a little bit. Packed show today, dude. Packed show today. John Keim joins us at 11. Kareem Copeland covers the Mystics for the Washington Post. We will give you actual WNBA coverage. We will not give you hot take nonsense WNBA coverage. The Mystics have 2 huge games coming up, both at Cap One Arena. And, shout out to 980, now the radio home for the Mystics. So you can listen to the games on our air. Travis Thomas from Boston, New England Sports Network, joins us at noon. B, we know Trav pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He's an excitable fella.
Very.
How do you think?
I would hear him inside that studio when these doors were closed.
How do you think Trav is handling being in the city for the NBA Finals? I imagine he's fairly worked up.
Losing his damn mind.
Bleep You Thursday at 1. We got a Belmont preview. Anybody want to get rich? Smoking Joe Bolivia joins us at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere. This is not exactly my cup of tea. What is this? Slipknot?
What's a request for Jeff Walker?
Jeff, why are you wearing a Slipknot t-shirt? Are you familiar with their work?
Yes, I actually am.
You like this?
I like the shirt. I seen the shirt and I liked it.
You like this song, B?
No.
Hey, and the thing is though, if you actually listen to some rock, they actually have some good messages. It's just
all of some music have good messages, but a lot of music stinks.
Some rock, I mean,
that right there stinks.
Yeah, that was bad. Rock is a enormous genre, and listen, I know people that like that. I bet my boy Kerwin likes that. It ain't for me.
Oh yeah, it's not for everyone.
But what the hell are you talking about with messaging?
Nah, they be having some good messages in their lyrics. Like you just gotta hit. Like for instance, American. You heard American Idiot.
Sure.
If you actually listen to the lyrics of that song, it's pretty good. And
you worked with a bunch.
And what else? Boulevard of Broken Dreams. You know,
So you're just a Green Day fan, is what you're trying to tell us.
No. It's just like those songs. Those are like rock songs that actually had some good messages. That's.
Let me ask you a question then, since you made that comment. What was the message you got out of that song?
Well, I didn't even listen to all the lyrics of that song. Like, I'm not a super fan. Like, if it come on, like, I'm a fan of music. If it sound okay, I'm gonna listen to it.
Bro, Google Slipknot and then go to like images. Like these dudes dress up like zombies for their performances. I'm out on zombies. Yeah, that is not for me.
The thing that really like attracted me to them was, you remember the game Twisted Metal?
Hold on, did anything? Okay, no. Is that where it's like Demolition Derby kind of?
Yeah, and it had the little killer clown on it, like that you could use as a character. And then when I saw them, I was like, oh snap, this must be them. It didn't have no correlation, but I just played the music.
Terrific, Jeff. Terrific. Did I didn't get to watch the Nats yesterday, but you know that apparently
Corbin, baby.
I mean,
Landfill was right.
Can we just fast forward the end of that contract? Well, now it's like between Cavalli and Gore or Cavalli and Gray, like they're just hoping one of these dudes, like enough of these dudes can
come back right around the same time.
I mean, you're paying Corbin regardless. You don't have to keep throwing him out there.
But now Williams is down. Like they need 5 of them. If they can get to 5, Corbin will certainly be 6. And then what's he become, a long reliever or something?
He's not been good though.
It is remarkable how bad he has been because he was good. Like certainly the World Series year.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot then, but that gets up to a point where you can't just keep living off of what was.
I mean, all right, so he's 34. He'll be 35 next month. So you go back to the World Series year. He was 14-7 with a 3.25 ERA. I'm sure that the seam heads want more advanced stats, but that's what I look at. Sorry. Yo, I believe that because these stats are in bold, that they lead the league is generally how this works.
Mm-hmm.
The year after, so he went 2-7 in the weird bubble COVID year. That's when things started to fall apart. 21, 9-16 led the league in losses. 22, 6-19 led the league in losses. 23, last year, uptick, Landfill. 10-15. His ERA in the last 4 seasons, he's off to a 1-7 start this season. His ERA in the last 4 seasons, the lowest it's been was in the bounce back 23 year, 5.2. He's currently rocking a 6.15. It also does seem that fluky stuff happens when he's out there, that like he's in good position to get out of an inning, somebody boots a ground ball, and then 4-run score. But
yeah, but I'll ask, when we talk to Greenberg, if he hears this, if you had bet against Corbin every time he pitched over the last 2 years, how much money would you have made?
Hell, ask Landfill. He seems to do it.
Landfill just picks him on what's called. He don't put the money up. You know, he doesn't like to bet.
I mean, Landfill might actually bet on those because $3 times, 7 this year. I did in the update right there. Did the Nats just take 3 out of 4 on the road in Atlanta to come home? I guess they lost that series to Cleveland and get swept by the Mets?
Hey, man. Got to always be on point.
I mean, I guess they had the rookies get his first start. I mean, who knows? All right, we're going to go back to football. Oh, wow. We're giving Martin tickets away right at 10:45, Landfill? Okay. If you want the tickets, you better lock in because we're giving away Martin tickets at 10:45. Remember Shanae? Shanae would come on screen, and it was like the talk of middle school the next day. Like, because Shanae wasn't always in it. Like, she wasn't in every episode. But when she was, it was.
You probably thought she was cute, huh, JP?
No, definitely not. In fact, Jeff, the character was made to look not cute. When I was texting you guys complaining about the gym.
You. What you need? Unleaded? Put out the gas can?
When I'm gonna not say that on the air. Jayden Davis spoke to the media yesterday. We hadn't heard from Jayden probably since locker cleanout. That's my guess. There is a lot of excitement about the new coaching staff, what this staff has been able to accomplish in other places. If you look at Dan Quinn's track record, it's pretty strong, right? Defensively.
Yeah.
You look at Seattle, you look Atlanta, the defense was okay. They were kind of led by their offense. But certainly you look at Dallas the last few years, they can get it done defensively. And one thing they've been doing is moving guys around, giving them different opportunities. Well, much was made about Emmanuel Forbes possibly catching punts. You cannot have that young man catching punts. There's a non-zero chance
if he's there just to catch him and not do anything else, possibly. Because I don't want to see him get hit.
Nah, man. Not in the open field with a gunner coming down. No. I'm out on that. Check, please.
Not the gunners I'm worried about. I'm worried about one of them damn linebackers who catch him.
And dude, any of them. Yes. I'm just whatever you're worried about, I say yes to.
But I tip my hat to them because you know what they're doing? This is the time they're finding out what people really can do when you're supposed to. We were worried about position flex during a season when they couldn't do the job that they were drafted to do very well. And you worried about them playing another position. At least this dude right now is finding out.
Or converting them.
He's finding out this offseason what everybody has a possibility of doing. And if they have, a unique talent, they're trying to find that out. So when the season starts, you're not trying to figure it out anymore. You hit the ground running.
What do we know about Jayden Davis besides a propensity to drive too fast?
He's fast. He's athletic.
Fast. He's athletic. I don't know at all that he's going to be able to put his hand in the dirt and rush the passer. I don't know that that's going to work. But one thing this defense is going to try to do is get a lot of people on the field that are fast and athletic and violent. And perhaps if you get this, big bowl of people that are fast and athletic and violent and you put them in some different positions, maybe that will net good results.
Didn't Jamin last year have a sack or two because they decided to rush him a few times?
I believe.
And I would think that if they saw something of that level, they say, okay, let's see if how good he really is at it. Once he did something well last year, we didn't see it again. And now he's in a position where you have a legitimate middle linebacker.
He had 3 sacks last year, 3 sacks the year before.
So you have a legitimate middle linebacker, and you can allow him to use his athleticism if you're smart enough to go outside of your scheme.
Joe Whitt spoke yesterday. Joe Whitt, Jayden Davis then talked about him. Joe Whitt said something that you've been somewhere between discussing and yelling about for many, many years. I want you to hear what Joe Whitt had to say, and then I'll tell you Jayden Davis's reaction when we spoke to him in the afternoon. Nobody go anywhere.
Camera got to be from 1962.
Hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. 50, you hot. Like they love Pac. And the plan is to put the rap game in a chokehold. Golly, that's a good-ass song. How much money do we think 50 has made based on just the absolute banger that is in the club? I mean,
A lot.
a lot.
Man, a lot. He ain't a lot more on vitamin water.
Yeah, but he had the money to buy into. I mean, what? Yeah,
It was. He took the stock.
right.
He didn't buy into it. He took stock.
So I don't know that you guys. Did you hear me and B talking about 50 in the last break?
Nah.
50's a wild dude. He just posted a picture with this woman, a very Republican congresswoman from Colorado, Lauren Babert. 50's working Capitol Hill today. I don't know.
She better be very, very careful with 50.
I
50 like to get people in the bind.
I played that song because I realized with 8 seconds left in the commercial break that I didn't have a song picked out, and we sort alphabetically by the name of the song or by the artist, and 50 is at the front.
Perfect.
This is a number.
All right, so he took pictures with a lot of different Congress members of Congress. Took a picture with Steve Scalise.
How many of them took a picture with him? Don't know who the hell he is.
I mean, he's got Steve Scalise is from Louisiana. He's got one with Troy Carter from Louisiana. What is he doing there? Do we know?
I don't know.
Hanging out. Yo, so he took one with Lauren Babert, however you say that. Do you know why
Boebert,
she got particularly famous?
How?
Well, 50 addressed it. He said, wait, guys, I took pictures with everyone, and all you seem to care about is Lauren. What did she do in a dark theater that hasn't been done? My God. Hey, I don't have chlamydia, by the way. LOL.
Dude's a fool.
Dude does what he wants. You know who else does what he wants? Martin Lawrence. If you want tickets to go see Martin, caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to the Martin Lawrence, y'all know what it is, tour. Friday, November 8th and Saturday, November 9th at the theater at MGM National Harbor. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit fandc.com, courtesy of Live Nation. All right, they're trying Jamin as a pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are going to get this a little twisted. That becomes his primary focus. I think his primary focus is still at linebacker.
Did you not see the guy that they just? And I'm not comparing, but people need to see. You saw they use Michael Parsons.
Sure.
All over the field. And if Jayden Davis have that ability, let's see what he can do.
Right. Let's see if he can be a good pass rusher. I don't know that he needs his hand in the dirt on 3rd and 4, but like if you can send him hot on from a look they're not expecting. But Brian, for years and years and years, you have talked about coach the whole 53, don't just coach the 22.
Mm-hmm.
Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt yesterday.
We don't have 11 starters, okay? You're going to put this down, so don't ask me who's starting here. We have 17 to 18 guys. We're going to go out there. We're going to roll a deep crew and to go out there and whip people, okay? So we don't have 11 guys. We have many personnel groups, and now can they own those positions when we put them in there? So when that comes, don't ask me about who's starting, please.
Like it.
I
See,
thought you might
but,
like
but
that.
this is the reason I like that because, you know, people like to walk up to you and ask you, do you start? What position you played? All that type of crap. When there are guys that don't start that may get more time than the guy that actually starts the game. You know what I mean? But the fan base and the media a lot, we promote, just started. Who's starting? Who's starting? Who's starting? As Coach Thompson would say, it's not about who starts. Who the hell you see at the end of the game? The person that the coach trusts the most. You know what I mean? And I think that is the thing where he's basically saying, we're going to have guys rolling. But if somebody gets hot, they're not coming off that damn field till they get tired. And that's what you need to do.
I don't know if it was the advent of social media. This is probably going on way prior to that because you still had headlines and actual newspapers and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I put some of that on the media that asks these questions of like starting and because you're trying to get answers, but you're also trying to create moments of virality or something. I don't know,
Mhm.
but the head specific to the starter thing, to your point, Brian, the head coach has already addressed what happens in May is not about a depth chart. Like you'll see that once we get to August, right? And you probably won't even really see it until like that second preseason game. Like they'll have to put out a depth chart for the first preseason game against the Jets. But the closest we'll probably see a real what this thing's going to look like is that second preseason game in Miami.
Yeah.
But defensively, especially, offense is one thing because if things go well offensively, 6 dudes play every snap of the entire season.
Yeah. O-lineman.
The O-line and the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what, if everything goes well, you got 6 dudes that never leave the field offensively. Defense is never going to be that. Like, a healthy defense, you've got a dime package, you've got a nickel package, you've got a goal line package, you've got Dan Quinn talked about this yesterday. We like to play 3 safeties a lot. There's other time, like I mean, just do the math. What do you you loved when they rolled out that 5-man front?
Yeah,
right. Like that's another defensive line.
Defense, you can't use it all the time.
Right.
You shock them.
Right. Defensively, you're gonna be playing 18 people, right?
Yeah.
And I think we get and dude, it's like when people get super caught up in the base defense. Is it a 3-4 or a 4-3? They play base like maybe
they
a
may
third
play
of the
both
time.
of them. And but the thing I look for is like,
I just love the attitude about
what Whitt just told you. See, like I always talk about lazy media sometimes. He just told you how to get questions out now. Instead of asking who's starting, I want to know who's in your 10 to 18. Who is the person that you came in here not knowing, and that person has shown you enough to where he could possibly be in the 18? They give you the information of what to ask. But we seem to have questions. Look,
I wonder if it's not the rookie from Washington.
I've been in D.C. for 30-something years, bro. And you know what? There are people that's been in the media a long time. And every time they get up to ask a question, I could probably ask a question for them before they ask it. Because they ask the same damn question all the time. And it's been for years, not just months, but for years. But that is, you got to learn to like go along with this man is telling you, I'm different. We're different. Ask different questions. And then I guarantee you the fans, they'll learn a lot more. They get more information.
I mean, defensively last year, I don't even want to go that far down the list, but you've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 players played at least 30% of the snaps. And Mayo's outside of that at 29.99.
Round it up. He's in it.
And that includes 2 guys that got traded away.
Yeah.
But then other guys started playing. And there's injuries. Like a lot of dudes are going to play a lot. And
eventually, if this team is as good as we all hope and expect it to be, it's not going to be 22 guys playing. It's going to be about 35 guys playing consistently. I'm talking about just offensive defense. I'm not much putting special teams in it right now. It'll be about 35 guys because what happens is when your team gets much better, your starters are so damn, they're going to go out there and just ball out.
What I like the attitude.
Yeah, but they'll leave it all on the field, and guess what? You're going to have backups that can go in there and you don't have that big of a drop-off.
John Keim joins us next. That's right, folks. We're going back to Ohio. Talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim, the Buckeye Commanders insider for ESPN. You can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. Of course, check out the John Keim Report on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Johnny, what up?
What up, guys? How are you?
Brother, what's happening?
What did you think of Joe Whitt yesterday? His attitude, just kind of his presence, his mindset, and the passion with which he kind of delivers everything.
Juice and energy.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And I think, obviously when they hired Dan Quinn, talk about energy with the coach. But that energy has to come from a lot of places too. You can't just have a one head coach be energetic and then expect you to have an energetic team. You've got to get other people who can do that. Joe Whitt certainly provides that. Now, we don't know what kind of defensive coordinator he's going to be because he hasn't been in that role. This is his, first shot. And so we'll see what he does with that. But he says all those things, right? And so what we're hearing now is all good stuff. And anytime you have a change in staff, you're always going to hear, certain phrase words. You're going to be more aggressive. You're going to have more of this, more of that. But it does seem like when the players talk about this stuff and when you watch it on the field, like it's playing, you can see it playing out that way. And the fast and physical, and it's funny because I talked to somebody, a reporter in Dallas who's like, has he talked about being fast and physical yet? And I'm like, well, yeah, of course. I mean, so like there are certain buzz phrases that they're all going to use. And what defensive coach doesn't want to be fast and physical? The question is, can you get your group to play that way? And so everybody wants that because that's what defense is. But can you get them to play that way? And I think the big thing that you hear from Quinn and Joe Whitt is, getting these guys. How do you get these guys to play fast? And it is not by overloading them with rules, et cetera. If you see this formation, it's automatically this. And you're going to have some of that, obviously, because you can't just stay in one coverage the whole time. But at a certain point within the offensive movements, whatever, you're going to stick to a rule, right? And so, like, that allows you to play faster and therefore more physical. So I think that's what it's going to be. I think that's where you get that. I think it's the energy they provide with it. I think guys like going to work, and Ken Norton has that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like he's not the only guy who has it. And I think that's key because if you have it in your position groups, and the energy does not mean doesn't mean just like rah rah and this that. It's it's the passion with which you approach the meetings and on the field. How active and engaged are you, et cetera. It's all of that. And I think you see that not just from Quinn and Whitt, but from a lot of guys on this staff.
Like you've been around John a long time, and you've seen some false.
Everybody always says that now.
But John, I've been knowing you for a long time, brother. So you've been around a long time.
Yes, I have. I'm not going to.
But what I'm saying,
I guess I'm at that stage where everyone's like, everything's perfect. Well, you've been here forever, man. So, anyways, let's go.
What I'm saying is, like, you've seen some of these coaches.
Keim remembers when they used to
with
practice
the false
on the turf.
chatter. Doesn't it seem like these guys, this is just who they are? Is their personality?
Yeah.
No, this is the way Ken played.
Right, exactly. And that's my point, is that because this, like, if you go out there and try to fool guys with energy and all that, they're going to see through it. They know that's not who you are. Like, I'll say this, like, Ryan Kerrigan, I wouldn't describe him as like high energy.
Yeah.
That's not what they're expecting from him. That's not. And so that's okay. Like, but if he went out there and tried to do that, it wouldn't be him. His thing is approach, detail, taking care of every little habit, every little detail, et cetera. That's what you get from him, right? So if he tried to change that, guys would see through that. Don't change it. That's worked for him, and it's why he's in this position, right? So, but Ken Norton, energy, big time. Like, you need those guys. So, yes, it's who they are. And it's funny because, when you talk to people out there, like, I think they have like 13 former players on this staff. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think when you get that, there's a natural energy that occurs with those kind of guys. And again, the energy can be preparation, and habits. But it's also like just the passion, I think, that you bring for what you're doing and trying to get across. So yeah, it's more than just that. And like I said, I think a lot of it though comes down to are you overloading your guys with information or not? Because if you are, then it's hard to play as fast and as physical as you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you saw that with some of these defensive breakdowns in the back end over the last few seasons. Talking with John Keim here from ESPN.com. Follow him on X and Instagram at John_Keim, Keim. It is, I always say the locker room knows, right? Like if you got a quarterback situation,
Right.
the locker room knows. If a player's dogging it, the locker room knows. Like those guys in that room know exactly what the hell is going on. And
Yes.
when a coach is faking it, they know. You know what I mean? Like it's not hard to figure that out. And I think with this crew, at least right now, energy and messaging late in a bad season might fall on deaf ears. But right now, there is real energy, and you could see it. You could see it working. Andrew Wiley had a really interesting line yesterday when he talked about, I've been through roster turnover before. Like when we won in Kansas City, you lose a lot of guys after you win a
Every
Super
year.
Bowl. And he said one thing that stands out to him is the amount of player leadership. And I was like, well, is there not always player leadership? He's like, yeah, usually, but this early in the year for new guys to kind of be asserting themselves, that stands out. And I think some of that comes from the coaching staff pushing that.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and also seeking those kind of guys out. I think they knew what they needed and what they wanted, and they sought those players out. And I mean, shoot, again, Bobby Wagner's at the top of the class of that one, but you brought in other guys who are at certain points of their careers who are able to provide that as well. And so, yes, I think, you're right. I think that it's what the coaches wanted, but it's also what they sought because they knew what they wanted. So, yeah.
Specific to the Jamin Davis conversation, how much can they get from him? Like, how much do you buy into this pass rushing role? Is that I don't want to say salvageable because it's not like he's been terrible. He's underperformed the draft position for sure.
Right.
And they've already decided not to pick up the option, which tells you plenty. But what can be different this year with Jamin and the Commanders?
Well, it's also not picking up the option, but also then signing 2 linebackers as well.
And drafting one.
And drafting one. And so I think right now with him, it's like you're trying to see what else can he do? Can he help you? And I think, like one of the things that Joe Whitt talked about, and it's funny because like Greg Williams has talked about this a lot too. Like, hey, we don't have 11 stars. We have 17 or 18 stars.
Mm-hmm.
But that flows from, can you find roles for each of these guys and packages for each of these guys? And that's one thing, again, Williams would always talk about that. He'd tell you, we have 22 packages. Okay. And they probably did. They tried to find, what does this guy do? And what can he offer you? And can you find packages to put this in? I think that's what you're trying to do with Jamin. Can he do that? And, when you talk to people who, know his game well or have watched him, that I think there's a belief like he's got the size, he's got the athleticism, and he has good length for an edge guy. Can he, you talk to some people like you don't know. And like, can he convert speed to power? Like Montez Sweat was really good there. Can he do that? Like little things like that. And those are things that make you a really good rusher, or is he just going to try and win around the edge? Right. So we don't know enough yet to know like what can he be because we just haven't seen it. But I think it does highlight that they're trying to find something for him to see, can you maximize this guy this way? Can you provide another look by having this guy rush as an edge rusher? I think it speaks to what they've been trying to do, with guys. And like, if this guy, the position, I didn't say position versatility, but just, is there a way, positionless football? Right. Positionless football, right? And I think, can he be a guy that can help you? Because I think he can also, like, they didn't blitz a lot with him in the past. I think it was like 3, maybe 4 times a game he'd rush, something like that. So can you get more out of him in that area? And I think you probably can. So, and even yesterday watching him rush sometimes, like he's rushing, but it's off the edge, but it's from a stand-up position. Now, he did some of that last year as well. So it's not so I think you just try to see, can he help you in those situations and create more of a pass rush? Because that's one of the things that these guys want to do. So, you know, it's what you should do with players, man. You got a guy the guy's got ability. We've seen that, and you're right. Like, it's not like he's been horrible by any means. So,
there's been flashes too.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. There have been, and there are games where he's been pretty good. For people who you want to watch it, there are definitely games, but he's got the ability. So can you tap into that in some way? And so I think it's like, we know Frankie Louvu what he can do as a stand-up rusher in the role he's in, and you know what Bob Wagner can do. So this just gives you maybe more options at that position.
Yeah.
Those coaches are basically doing what, if you can just go get a guy to college and put him in a position and don't do anything with him, then you don't need as many coaches. But the fact that we have all these coaches, they're doing what their job entails. You're supposed to take a guy and take him to the highs of his ability, show him some things that help him out. This group is trying to figure that out and do it with people. Let's be real. Ron and Jack did not do that. Ron and Jack felt that their system and their scheme was going to be what makes the guys better. No, you got to still take those guys a little farther along. And they have to do it themselves as well. But if the person ahead of you constantly puts you on the field and you're not reaching your full potential, then guess what? They're telling you that you're okay, right?
Yeah, and I also like what I liked in Dallas too, and you'd watch that defense the last couple of years, is you'd have Micah Parsons, you have a few good pass rushers, and yet they were still trying to move them around. It wasn't a line up here and just go win. And like, I always liked that, and I felt like that was certainly something they didn't do enough of here, because you had, you got these 4 number 1 picks as pass rushers, go get them. And it's, and it can be really hard to win that way. And, time and again. Right. And so I think like that just makes it difficult. So I think that's one of the things I always liked about that defense. Other defenses are like that too. And when you have Micah Parsons, there are certain things can look a lot better, but it's also the way you used him. If he had just been a stand-up linebacker, is he going to be have this exact same impact? Well, probably not. He should be really good because he's good, but you find a way to use him the right way, and that can be that can be difficult. But I do think like this is the time of the year now. You can't abandon like Jamin Davis as an edge possibility. And again, this would be in situational pass rushes because he's still working as a linebacker when they're in the other situations, but a situational edge rusher. But you got to see in camp, can he do it?
Right.
That's what you have to, because like this
against
it's hard to measure
contact.
Against you can't measure D-line, O-line until you get the pads on.
Seeing it right now, like he's fast and explosive, but until Cole Turner, dude, I'm at a point with Cole Turner where he looks good in practice. Until I see it in a game, like it's just harder and harder to believe it. I want to switch gears though. Jayden, we've now got to see a little bit of him. Like we have a little bit of a body of work. Next week we'll get, I think, 2 straight days of it. What do you think of the young man so far?
I mean, I think what they liked throughout the process is what you're seeing on the field right now. I mean, there's obviously, he is not a finished product. He's got a lot to learn, but I do think you see some of those traits, right? You see some of the accuracy and the touch with the arm. You see, like, there are times that I know, like, I'm going to talk about poise and patience in the pocket. Now, easier to have that when you're not being rushed, but we also saw him do this at LSU, right? And even when the pocket at times was collapsing, you'd see him react with poise. And so I think you see that. And then, there was a play yesterday that I liked where defenses, the safeties are giving him a different look pre-snap. He sees it, signals, and then, hard count, gets rid of the ball to, I think it was Ben Sinnott on just a little hitch, but it was like it was the right play, and he handled it right. He saw the movement, he saw what they're trying to do. He tried to get them to reveal what they were going to do a little bit earlier, and then he makes the right decision. Like, those things are good. And then, other times you're going to see some indecision. You can't, again, dude's not perfect, So not at this point. You can't expect him to be. There's a lot that he's going to experience all year.
Right.
And
so much of it is,
that's okay.
Right.
That's okay. Like, but the stuff that he's showing now, the other thing, JP, it's also not what we're seeing It's what we're hearing. I think that's
from other
probably
players too has been
Yeah,
overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, and that to me is what stands out because like sometimes you might hear with some guys like they might say it. It's like, do you believe that or is he
Right.
just saying it? But we're hearing it from different guys, and like watching the body language when you discuss him is also something to me that's revealing.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's the smile they get on their face when they're talking about. So like those are the things that to me jump out because if you're doing that stuff behind the scenes, then I think you're going to show the progress on the field. I think that's such a huge key for a quarterback, and that's what you're hearing. Like to me, if I'm Washington, like that's what pleases me most because you already know the talent.
Right. I tell you,
the locker room knows.
Locker room
Locker room knows.
One
They
play,
always do. And that's why it's funny because like, and this not to veer off this, but like people would talk about like, oh, DC media creating quarterback controversies in the past. Like those things come from the locker room because those guys know.
locker room knows. One play that I made a point of talking about yesterday because so much of it has been so good. Like he had a total rookie brain fart yesterday when they were running 11 on 11.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were trying to set up a bubble to the left side. The defense read it completely. He still threw it, and I think it would have been a backwards pass, so I think it's a fumble immediately. I think it was 92, got his hand on it, knocked it backwards. So that play is immediately a turnover and was set up to be a fumble 6. And you can't throw that. That's got to be in the dirt, and that's the stuff he's also learning, which is invaluable.
And I think that's a great point. I'm kicking myself because I forgot to mention that play when I talked about practice because it was like, oh, but I would say this. I didn't have a great angle on it, so I couldn't even tell. Like I was back in the end zone.
Right.
So, like,
I was up elevated sitting with the DOC.
All right, so that's a great angle of it, but you're right. And those are things that you learn. But like there was another play later where I think he got a little bit fooled by the coverage or saw something and it's like wasn't quite sure how to handle it. But that's what this stuff is
right.
for.
That's what right now is for.
If you're doing all the other stuff, you will learn from that play.
Totally.
So, like,
and he's going to watch the tape of that play. Probably already has.
1,000%. And so, like, I'm like, that's why I actually like. There was 1 or 2 years where one of my favorite things, it's years ago was, like talking to the rookies, like, give me a play that you learned something from. And like hearing what they learned from and why and what they learned, like I'm fascinated by that because like that's how you grow. Totally. And so like I'll be curious to see when he has certain situations next time that's somewhat like that, or maybe even during the season we see it and you can flash back and like, oh, you learned it back in May or June or whatever it was. So
John, we got a boogie real quick.
Right,
give me your finals prediction.
Oh, I hate to say Boston, but I think it'll be. They have so many scores.
Celts in 5, 6, 7.
I'll say 6. I'll go 6 or 7. They'll finally face a team that's fully healthy. Yeah, but I do think they have a lot of scores. It's so hard to defend them.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Be cool, brother.
That's our friend John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim. Kareem Copeland Mystics preview at 11:45. We're jamming. Remember we were playing this when they drafted Davis?
I'm jamming with you. The jamming.
Yo, Jeff, I'm going to defend you,
Jamming.
which I don't do all that often. Everybody giving you grief about music during the breaks on the stream. You've explained. Like, you get YouTube kicks you off the air for playing music.
Yeah, that's still my fault.
Tell them play their own damn music.
Nah, that's still my fault because I said we have to get licenses unless y'all want the same generic music every break.
Give them some elevator music.
So what?
And
Do you just not want to have to deal with it?
They said yes, we'll take that, and I just because I'm so like not used to just playing the generic music, I just haven't done it. So I got y'all.
Okay.
Give them straight elevator music, Jeff.
That's the best elevator music I ever heard. That was from the Cosby Show, which feels very different nowadays. James Schneider sent me a tweet. He said, "What the hell's going on here? JP's rapping with 50 and Jeff likes Slipknot and Green Day.
What's wrong with that?
Versatile, baby.
People for people."
They got music flex on this show.
All right. Kareem Copeland from the Washington Post going to join us in about 10 minutes. Get ready. The Mystics 0-9 have two huge games back-to-back against Angel Reese in the Chicago Sky and then Caitlin Clark in Indiana Fever. We're going to get an actual basketball preview, not all the junk. But B, this stuck with me. You know the website Zillow, the real estate website?
I've seen it.
Zillow and Redfin are probably the two biggest, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a national number, right? And home prices fluctuate significantly across the country.
Yeah.
Hell, across our region, probably.
Yeah.
But what do you think a household income needs to be able to afford a typical home in the United States? So we're just talking about average across the country and a regular house.
A regular house across the country average, I'm going to say 85.
Landini, you got a guess?
I'm going to give it 100 because I'm going to go 120. That's what I'm going.
You going from 85 to 120.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about you got to go for the lower areas and also these areas up here.
San Francisco or whatever. Right?
Hell, yeah.
All right, B's in at 120.
78.
Jeffrey?
90.
Americans must earn roughly $106,500 in order to comfortably afford a typical home. Now, here's where this gets wild. That's a lot of money, man, especially in Arkansas or North Dakota or something. You know what I mean? Here's where this is nuts. What do you think that figure was in 2020?
2020 might have been about.
So it's
2020.
$106,000 now.
Well, how's it more expensive?
Yes,
then?
you just say your numbers. Landfill's got a number.
$47.
47
bucks. You
flat.
crazy here. I'll go with 75,000.
Jeffrey?
60K.
Jeff almost nailed it. 4 years ago, average family, average house across the United States, you needed $59,000 a year to be able to buy a house.
Mm-hmm.
4 years later, that's $106,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild, man.
And everybody say nobody's making any money.
Somebody is.
If you can raise it that much, you're making a lot of money, and you have figured out that other people are making a lot of money too.
The problem with housing stuff, like I'm sure your house, my house, like houses have appreciated, right?
They appreciate.
Where the hell are you going to move?
They don't appreciate it at the same rate that damn income just jumped.
No.
So you went from 59,000 to 106. That's
In
damn
4
near,
years.
That's damn near doubled. Okay, and people's salaries aren't jumping up like that, and their house showing the hell not jumping like that.
It's crazy, man. It is. These are wild times we live in. I also thought this was. I just noticed this Dan Hurley thing seems to be really getting legs to the Lakers. He was on PFT Commenters podcast a little while back, and he said, "There's no one coaching like me in the NBA. They're not ready." He said that after they won the title, so probably early April. Here we are, early June, and
yeah, there's no one coaching like me. Oh, they offer me that much money? I could change.
I think I think the amount of money he's going to make and the type of longevity to the contract, he ain't changing.
He
might have to approach LeBron differently.
He'll change some because there's going to be an owner that say, look, we got to do a little bit more politicking because let's be real, Dan is not going to be able to talk to some of those guys in the NBA like he talked to those guys in college. So I understand. But then again, like I said earlier, you got to have somebody that's just crazy enough to feel that they can. And I think he's just crazy enough.
Yo, I think he's just crazy enough. When we come back, Kareem Copeland, Washington Post, talking a little WNBA. We're back. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, joining us now from the Washington Post, Mystics insider, Mr. Kareem Copeland. Cope, what up, buddy? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? How are you?
We're good, brother. What's happening?
Dude, how different is covering the W, which you've been doing for a few years now at a high level? How different is it now with all the increased attention?
It's a little different. It's definitely a little different. Everywhere you go, there's a little bit more people, just interested. First of all, there's just more conversations in general that you just hear people, I've got buddies texting me about the league that I know they've never watched the league before. More media, more people, just kind of everywhere you go. I'm talking to all these PR folks, and they look exasperated because I'm not sure they were necessarily ready for all of this. So it's cool, but there's times where it's a little bit annoying just because some of the discourse at times has just not been accurate, and so that's kind of a pain. But in general, it's dope. More eyeballs, more people paying attention. Everybody, it's good ball, so it's cool. This is the thing that the league and the people always, have wanted. You want more attention, so here it is. Sometimes buyer beware.
Yeah, sometimes when you want more attention, all of a sudden people will start seeing things that you need to improve. Are they ready for all that as well?
That is the question. I'm over here. I'm at Cap 1 right now, waiting for the Sky to finish their shoot around. And I was literally just having that discussion, quite frankly, about the officiating. It's been an issue with this league for years. And, some of the discourse that has kind of arisen since this year with, flagrants and physical play and some of that stuff, I think if you have better officiating, you get in front of that stuff right away. But now you've got more eyeballs on the league, more people paying attention, and some of this stuff, they're giving a flagrant, they don't give a flagrant, and then they rescind another flagrant. So I think that's a big thing that they need to kind of do a better job of, is the officiating, which has been an issue for years, has to start catching up, especially with more people watching.
Sure. I'll tell you, just between you and I and, the millions listening.
I was about to say, it's just us talking, right?
Yeah. It drives me crazy. Now, I'm an idiot that always goes to the league's page for stats. The official Mystics page on the WNBA website only has the stats updated through 2 games. They've played 9. Like, somebody be better. You know what I mean? Now, ESPN has the right stats. Somebody pointed out to me, so I've since gone there. But the stats lead me to a specific question. Angel Reese is in town with the Chicago Sky tonight. The Mystics took Aaliyah Edwards with the 6th pick, I believe, where a lot of people thought Reese would go. Reese goes 7. She's obviously having a significant impact on the league, both on and off the court. Is the Edwards pick like a long-term pick and there's more potential there, or did they make a bad move?
I wouldn't call it super long term, but they're different players, and they were looking for something a little bit different. Aaliyah can play out on the perimeter a little bit better, especially kind of defensively. She can play. So far, she's demonstrated that she has a little bit more offensive game that certainly can be built out to the arc, and that's definitely a game plan for the next couple years for her to extend her range and have that shot. And that was the question. They wanted someone a little bit more versatile like that, as opposed to Angel, who's, dominant down low, but she does most of her work from the paint and in. And so it's 2 different style players. And yeah, Angel has come in and been able to have, a greater impact right away. But for what the Mystics were kind of looking for, and the particular style of player, knowing that they already have Shakira Austin on the roster, they thought the flexibility and the versatility of Edwards was a better, quote unquote running mate for Shakira than it would have been playing Angel side by side. But, Chicago's making it work with, Camila Cardosa has been injured a lot, but that's where they're kind of going, kind of a Twin Towers kind of situation there. So it's really just kind of different philosophies. And Angel was probably, more ready on day one to put up numbers, but the Mystics are very happy with Aaliyah. She's a smart player. You can tell she comes from that UConn program as far as just her smarts and the way she plays the game and the way she thinks the game. So two different players. It's just kind of what did you value a little bit more? And that's kind of what they valued as far as
time will tell.
Yeah, I suppose it's too
Exactly.
early.
Yeah.
So they get Angel in the sky tonight. I don't know. I'm sure there's a point spread. I imagine they're major
It's
underdog.
4. The point spread is 4.
That's less than I would think.
Well, they're only 3 and 5.
The other team's 0-9.
Still, 3 and 5 is not good either.
Are the Mystics tanking? Are they tanking for Paige next year?
I wouldn't call it an outright tank, but they knew when they came into the season that they had structured a roster that was, quite frankly, looking more towards 2026 than they were looking towards 2024. And
so
when you lose your starting point guard after the first game, and Shakira Austin is now about to miss her 4th game, I do believe, and those two were part of your cornerstones. That's how you followed 0-9. And so they're really struggling to put the ball in the basket, and they're the lowest scoring team in the league. And 2 of your 3 top scorers have missed significant chunks of time. So struggles aren't a huge surprise, but 0-9 is a little bit. I don't think anybody thought 0-9 it would be that bad.
0-9 is tough.
That's tough.
Elena Deladon, like when they won the title, she was one of the best players. She's arguably the best player on the planet. Is her career over at this point?
That's up to Elena, to be quite honest. Everything that she had to go through to kind of get ready to play a game with that back injury. I mean, she was at the arena hours and hours and hours early just to get ready for every game. And then she had a whole post-game process that took hours and hours and hours of just maintenance so she could get out there and play.
Damn.
And she still wasn't even playing every game.
Wow.
So I think that's worn on her. I don't think she's particularly interested in this retooling process. She's in the point of the career where, she wants to play and win now, not in 2026. But the Mystics hold her rights. And so there wasn't really anything that she could do. And I think there was a worry around the league as far as trading. People weren't sure that they wanted to give up a significant amount for her with the injury history and really not being sure where her head was at. And, the Mystics didn't want to give her away for free. So here you are at a stalemate. I saw her post on Instagram, her and her dog out on the lake the other day. So she seems like she's chilling.
All right.
But
Good for her.
I really point out. I'll get that.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, actually, this question here, like they were riding off of a hell of a lot of momentum with Caitlin and all those people coming into the WNBA. They got to get better play out of those same people if they're going to keep that thing rolling. Don't you think?
Out of Caitlin specifically?
I'm saying out of all of them, my man. You got to realize you can score 30 points, you losing all the games. There ain't gonna be many people coming to see you.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also hasn't been the surprise. Of course, these are rookies going against grown women that've been playing in this league for a long time.
Well, I know that.
How much of it, Kareem? People have tried to insert race, sexual orientation, all of these things. There's think pieces. Everybody, like, it's become a polarizing political topic. How much of this do you think is just sports between Clark and Reese and everyone else?
I think the majority of it is just sports and people kind of starting to watch this game and pay attention to this game for the first time and not really. I had this conversation last night, maybe not specifically realizing that they're playing ball just the way guys play ball and just like everyone else, and it's physical and it's and nobody wants some hot shot rookie to come in and take their money and take their spot and all these things, whether, you go back over the years and Michael Jordan got it. People were trying to dunk on Wemby this year because he was the new hot shot rookie in the NBA.
Right.
That's just the competition part of it. But a lot of the storylines, but I don't want to dismiss the fact that there are a lot of layers to it. A couple things that you just mentioned, JP. My issue is when people try to kind of boil it down to one thing and just kind of look at one of those factors and say, oh, blah, 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 and have, like you said, huge think pieces, where there are so many layers to all of this that it's not simple to break down. And, you got to, no one wants to put into work to evaluate all of it. But that's what it is. It's not a simple 1-2 thing that this is why the attention, or this is why people are trying to hold her down. It's a physical game, and nobody wants the new rookie to come in and beat them. It's really that simple.
Gotcha.
But then when you get
we got to run. I'm going to get killed.
Sorry, I ramble.
You're good. Thank you. Give me a finals pick, quick.
A finals pick?
Yeah.
I'm going Aces and.
Oh, I meant the NBA. Text me. We got to go, or I'm going to get killed. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
That's our guy, Kareem Copeland. Everybody buckle up. Travis Thomas is next. stream, and then Jeff throws up the stream while B Mitch is bending over. Almost looked like the Oilers fan.
Leaning over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't say this very often when you're listening to our program, but if you're driving around right now, you might want to consider turning your radio down a hair. We are very excited to go to Boston and welcome in our friend, Mr. Travis Thomas. Trav, I said to B Mitch earlier, I can only imagine your level of excitement being in Boston with the NBA Finals starting tonight.
Come on, man. Turn down for what? It's game day, baby. Let's get it going. Hey, JP, I actually thought about you the other day because
hopefully not in the shower.
No. And also, good for B Mitch for correcting you. It wasn't bending over, it was leaning over. Okay, relax.
Yeah, JP. But, all that weird stuff.
I thought about you, JP, because TD Garden is actually opening their doors for the first time ever for the games when they're in Dallas to do the watch party. And I thought about you because I remember during our Caps coverage for the Stanley Cup, listen, kudos to the Capitals. They were ahead of the curve on this. They did that for fans to come in and watch the Caps beat the Golden Knights ass. So I thought it was cool that, Boston, who has never done that for their fans, are opening the doors for a watch party there for when the games are in Dallas. But we are fired up here in this city, obviously, for game 1 and game 2. I will not be at tonight's game. I'll be at game 2. And I just feel like clearly it's because of me. I mean, I was there for a Stanley Cup run for the Caps. I was there for a World Series run for the Nationals. I got here. The Celtics went to the finals and lost to the Warriors, but they're back. Clearly, I am the X factor here.
Clearly, Trav.
Is this team better than that team that lost to the Warriors?
Ooh, I think they are, but you'll love this as a former athlete. It's really because of that experience is why I think they're better. Now, you can look at the roster and you could say, listen, Kristaps Porzingis wasn't on that team. Drew Holiday, who is a champion, wasn't on that team. And I would understand that on paper. But Kristaps Porzingis, as we all know there in D.C., isn't exactly the most available player you've ever seen. So they've played a brunt of games in the regular season without him. And then we know what happened in the postseason. He got hurt, and they've been able to get to this point without him. Drew Holiday has been valuable, particularly in the playoffs. He's really been more aggressive and more assertive in terms of his style of play, kind of quiet during the regular season from him. But I think that experience of losing to the Warriors, and not just that, B. Mitch, the way they lost to the Warriors. Remember, the Celtics were up in that series, and a washed-up Klay Thompson wasn't giving you much. Draymond wasn't giving you much. And Steph Curry said, I'll be damned. And he put the team on his back, and we know the rest of the story. So I think not just losing that series, but the way they lost it, watching a great player take over, put it on his back, and carry a team to a championship, I think actually helped them and enhances a Jason Tatum, enhances a Jaylen Brown this time around.
Who slows down Luka?
No one. I mean, look, Drew Holiday is the defensive stopper on this team. And they asked him. And obviously they'll put him on Luka. They'll put Jaylen Brown on Luka. You're going to give him a bunch of looks. They asked Drew Holiday point blank yesterday at Media Day. They said, hey, how do you stop Luka? And he says, pray. So, I mean, don't. Look, here's the reality, guys. This is what I'm expecting. All series long, starting tonight. You're not going to stop Luka. You're not going to stop Kyrie. You don't think Kyrie wants to cook these fans here in Boston? Of course he does. He's saying all the right things, but we know the truth. So my gut is Luka and Kyrie are going to go off. You have to shut down these other losers. You cannot allow – listen, if the Celtics lose the championship because P.J. Washington and Derek Jones and Daniel Gafford, who we know all about there in D.C., and Lively and all these other dudes, if they beat you, shame on you. I think Luka and Kyrie can go off and carry the Mavericks like they have. But if you shut off the water of all the rest of those role players, you can still win the series because you're deeper and you have a couple of talented stars in your own right here in Boston. That's got to be the key. I think if you're coming into this thinking we got to shut down Luka, you might as well just give them the trophy now.
Well,
It's not going to happen.
Let's go back to Porzingis. Does he have to be healthy for them to win it?
I think the answer is yes. No one knows the answer of is he really healthy. You know, he gave some pretty sketchy answers when asked about that. You know, he wasn't very definitive. Now, how much of that is gamesmanship? How much of that is I don't want you to know what percentage I'm at? Maybe I am 100%, but I don't want to tip the Mavs off. I don't know, but his media availability was not great. And I don't know if it was because he was being too honest or if maybe the team told him, don't show your cards and maybe his poker face sucks. I don't know. But there's not a lot of confidence here that he's 100%. Everyone's kind of looking at him with the side eye with the way he handled the media. You know, the media here is just like there. They don't mess around. I mean, you know, you're going to ask questions and you're going to keep hammering someone until they give you an answer. It's like being in court with a tough lawyer. So I think the Heat might have got to Porzingis with that. But I'm going to assume as long as he's been out, when he went out with this calf strain, they said a month. It's been a month and some change. And listen, practicing against all those all-stars that he does, I mean, if that doesn't get you ready, I don't know what will. So I'm going to assume that Porzingis is as close to 100% as he's going to be.
We're talking with our friend Travis Thomas here from Boston. You can follow Trav at Travis Thomas EXP. That's because it's not just Travis Thomas, it's the Travis Thomas experience.
Experience, baby.
How fired up? I mean, a city like Boston that has had so much winning for seemingly so long across all the major sports. Where do the Celtics rank, especially as the Pats have taken a couple steps back here? Like, where do the Celtics rank for what the city cares about, and how excited are people for this finals run?
Dead last, and I was surprised to learn that when I got here.
Really?
I always, from the outside looking in, thought the Celtics were, I mean, what they are. They are an institution. We're talking about if this team wins this title, which I believe they will, that'll be banner number 18, putting them ahead of the Lakers, the most winningest franchise in NBA history. So, you know, I mean, I always just from the outside looking in thought Boston had the Celtics a lot higher than they do in terms of rankings, but it took me about 5 minutes, guys, to realize that was not the case. Now, to my understanding, the history, the Patriots were always sort of last, and then we know Tom Brady and Belichick and the dynasty changed all that. Mm-hmm. So that moved them up in the power rankings, if you will. But make no mistake, you know, this is a baseball town. And I talked a lot of nationals there at my time on the Fan and on 980, but nothing like what I talk here. I mean, I talk baseball so much it'll make your head spin.
Really?
Then I would say the Patriots. Go ahead.
I always knew Boston was a baseball town, but I thought that had dissipated some. And I knew the Pats had ascended, but I would have thought the Celts were right behind them. That's really fascinating.
Yeah, I know. It's fascinating to me too, especially with the struggles in recent years of the Red Sox. But I think it's just generational, man. I really do. I think like your grandfather's grandfather had season tickets who passed it all the way down to little Johnny now. Like it's like if you cut these people up here, Red Sox come out. Now they're pissed off. Don't get me wrong. They don't like what's going on with the team and the franchise right now. But it is a Red Sox town. I would say Patriots next and maybe close second. Like maybe even the Patriots are right there. But obviously with Brady being gone now, they take a step back. And then either combination of Celtics or Bruins. It's a hockey town as well. When the Bruins were in the playoffs, I felt a lot more energy, to be honest with you, than the Celtics run. But now what has happened, obviously, Boston's such a sports town, they're going to get behind their teams, period.
Yeah.
So now it's electrifying, and everyone's pretty much planning a parade around here.
All right, Jaylen Brown makes the most money. Jason Tatum is the guy that's supposed to be the chosen one. Who's the pressure on most?
Got to be Tatum. Got to be Tatum. Jaylen Brown already has his bag. He showed up.
Shouldn't the pressure be on the person that got the bag already?
He weirdly got paid, even though he's kind of the number two. It's an odd situation.
He's making how much money, though? He wouldn't pay
60
like a
probably?
number two.
Yeah. Well, Tatum, some of that's timing. Jaylen Brown got paid first, right? But it doesn't mean he's going to make more than Tatum. But I will say this. This city has completely embraced Jaylen Brown. And the reason why is because he has been consistent through many playoffs now. Even going back to that finals we talked about against the Warriors, he was outstanding. You didn't get enough from Jason Tatum. There has been some playoff series, even before I got here, where these fans felt like they didn't get enough from Jason Tatum. Now, they love him, but it's or get off the pot time for him. So a lot of the talk now is from loud mouths like me. If Jaylen Brown shows you again in the finals that he can be counted on, and Tatum comes up short and they lose this to Kyrie of all people and to Luka, do you now start the conversation of should we move off of Jason Tatum? Now, listen, on the day of game one of the NBA Finals, it is obviously premature to have that conversation. But again, if he comes up short and the Celtics lose this, think about this, guys.
That would be bananas.
Jokic is out of this. The Denver Nuggets, who won last year, are not in these finals. There's probably no shame if you lose to a Nuggets team in the finals, right? They have the best player in the world. They are champs. They know how to get this done. That's not the case. And there was a lot of champagne being popped around here when the Nuggets got eliminated. So this feels like now or never for the Celtics. Tatum's got to get it done. He's got to show up. This is his time. We'll see if he can do it.
But Jay, you was asking the question. You were saying like that's crazy. Travis already letting you know it's going to be his topic on the show.
You go to 2 finals in 3 years?
Yeah, but it's not Buffalo. You got to win them,
right? Dude, help me. I'll be honest. So I know Kyrie played in Boston for 2 years, made All-Star teams both times. Why is Boston so mad at Kyrie? He stepped on the leprechaun or something? Who cares?
Yeah. Well, I guess as it was told to me, because I had the same question. As it was told to me, he was a part of that nucleus. Remember, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were on that team. They were just youngsters.
Right.
But it was him. It was who was the guy that got hurt and his ankle turned completely up? Gordon Hayward.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Al Horford. So it was like their version, of the big three, right? When you brought in Allen and you had Pierce and Garnett. It was supposed to be that. And then, sort of bringing along and molding and developing Tatum and Brown. So there was supposed to be like this new dynasty super team. We know what happened with Gordon Hayward, obviously. Al Horford now is a darling here because he came back, but he didn't live up to that first contract they gave him. We saw him move on. And then Kyrie, what really the fans, they felt betrayed because Kyrie the whole time was like, I love being here, the great Boston Celtics, blah, blah, blah. And then seemingly overnight, which Kyrie's been prone to do, he changed his mind and he went to Brooklyn. And everyone was pretty ticked off. And that's why there's so much animosity.
So when he gets introduced tonight, will that just be like an epic booing?
Let me put it to you this way, because we're boys here. When I got here, my first week here, I went out to a bar right by where the Garden is, right? And I walked into this bar, and I swear to God, I saw 5 or 6 F Kyrie shirts. Wow. I'm like, damn. Is it that serious?
How long you been
they didn't like Bill Russell, and he won 11 championships for him, so they damn sure they're not going to like anybody else.
When did you move up there? 2 years ago?
2 years ago. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
So that's 5 years after he played there and left for Brooklyn?
F Kyrie. 5 or 6 shirts. By the way, JP, in the same bar. I didn't bar hop. This wasn't on my whole night. This was in one bar. There were 5 or 6 shirts that said F Kyrie on. And I was like, wow.
That's bizarre. Let it go, man.
Forever Kyrie. That's what they were saying.
It's a different town, dog. Different town. I'm telling you.
All right, so what's your official prediction?
Celtics in 6. I like them tonight, 115, 108. I think Kyrie and Luka cook. And I think Boston is just too deep. They play really good team defense. Their coach leaves a lot to be desired. And I'm a big Jason Kidd, the coach fan. You know, if it's a tight game, keep your eye on that in this series, any of these games. If it's tight and it comes down to timeouts and managing the clock and making the adjustments, Celtics are going to be in rough shape, I believe. I think Joe Mazzulla could get exposed.
Joe, I thought you were taking Joe over Jason, but Jason over Joe. I get you. I got you.
Yeah, I'm taking Jason over Joe if these games are tight and they come down to those crucial decision-making scenarios. But
And
I don't believe that's going to be the case.
A shot-making Boston needs to win comfortably, because if it's tight
right.
down the stretch and you got Kidd against Joe and you got Luka and Kyrie and their shot-making capabilities, don't let it be a single possession.
That's right. That's how I feel. Now, with that being said, Boston's deeper. Boston plays better team defense. So, you know, common sense tells me, and they're one hell of a front-running team. Like, when you have the lead, Jason Tatum turns into Michael Jordan. But when that's sort of the problem, right? When the chips are on the table, you know what hits the fan, it gets dicey.
Yeah.
So I imagine tonight, because of the energy, I think tonight will be convincing. I'm going to go 115, 108, and then we'll see how it plays out.
Janet Jackson looked more like Freddie Jackson.
Exactly.
Trev, thank you for making time for us, dude.
Trev.
Enjoy this. This should be a lot of fun.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, bro. Take care,
Travis
man.
Thomas, give him a follow at Travis Thomas EXP.
He's picking up some of that Boston in him now.
He is.
Out there.
We now have 2 official predictions. John Keim predicted Boston in 6. Travis Thomas predicted Boston in 6. Kareem Copeland gave us a WNBA Finals prediction. The Aces. Go Aces. When we come back, the boys, we're all making our official predictions. Bleep You. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. ran into the Rooster in the hallway. I said, Rooster, are you able to join us? He said, I got this TV thing. I guess he's on McAfee today. I'm not sure. So we're going to try to get the Rooster if we can. Unclear if we'll be able to. Landville, did we ever get with the marketing people and the sales people to work out a deal with Rooster so we can get guaranteed times with him?
No, he's too big time for that.
We have to sell a sponsorship surrounding it.
Yeah.
What's the perfect sponsor to lock Rooster in?
Red Rooster.
Mm-hmm.
Red Rooster. Boom. There you have it. Or the Flaming Rooster, Flying Rooster. What's the other Rooster?
Red Rooster.
Okay. NBA Finals start tonight. 8:30 p.m. tip-off.
Yep.
Even though the game's in Boston. I don't know why it can't be 8, considering it's an East Coast city, but it's not. These things are not up to me, Brian.
Yeah. I mean, he's so happy it's not.
I just hope it actually starts at 8:30 and it's not like 8:50.
It's gonna be 8:30.
Point spread is 6.5. Celtics favored by 6.5. The total in this thing 215.5. Overwhelmingly, the money is on the over, and then picking a side on the spread. It's probably like 2 out of 3 bets are on Dallas plus 6.5.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people would take that. I would suspect Dallas with Kyrie and Luka 6.5. You know what I'm saying? I think that sounds like a smart bet, but if Boston is playing defense like they're capable of playing, it could be a problem.
Sure.
Because if you sit there and you basically, because we talk about Kyrie and Luka, but their supporting cast has been playing damn good. If you eliminate them, Kyrie and Luka together by themselves, they're gonna beat you.
All right. Time to make some predictions. John Keim earlier in the show said Celts in 6. Travis Thomas said Celts in 6. The great Landini, what do you got?
I mean, I hate Boston and all of their sports teams, but unfortunately, I think the Celtics are going to win this one.
How many?
6.
Wow. Tatum getting a ring, huh? Who's your finals MVP, Landfill?
I can't pick. I'm not going to choose.
Chris
Team
Stapps.
effort.
What's up, Maddie?
No, God, not him.
Jeffrey, you're up, pal.
Oh man, I really wanna root for the Mavs because I want Gafford to get a ring.
That's a hell of a okay.
Yeah, I mean,
he was great when he came on the show with us. You remember that?
He
interview?
was. He was damn
He
good.
was really cool and fun. I also would like him to get a ring, but it's not high on my list.
Yeah. Nah, I just wanted to win because when he was here, had a little kind of a pause. We were cool actually through a friend. I was going to say we had a relationship, but that did not sound. That did not sound
Well,
right.
Jeff, man, nothing wrong with that, Jeff.
Not that there's
Floats
anything
your boat,
wrong
dog.
with that. Brian and I have a relationship. Landfill and I have a relationship. Jeff, even you and I have a
I
relationship.
just deal with you, JP.
We have a relationship.
But yeah,
Jeff,
so
are
I
you
wanted him to
denying
win.
we have a relationship?
Bro, what? I'm going to take the Celtics. I'm gonna go with Celtics in 6 as well. They've just been, like I said, they've been operating like a well-oiled machine. They're rested. I think the momentum is going to keep going.
I'm kind of praying for the first tie ever in the NBA Finals. I want either one of them to win. But
it's a 7-game series, but I don't think you'll get that.
Yeah, you can have each team win 3, and then in the 4th game they all just tie. They play like 3 or 4 overtime. They can't finish the game without something.
Like that All-Star game when
Yeah.
Bud Selig just had to come down and call it quits because there were no pitchers left.
It's like that Super Bowl. The power just goes out, and
I
they say,
can
"Yeah, screw it."
truly care less who wins, but I think ultimately the overall better team is Boston, so I'll lean to them.
I think Boston is the deeper team. So you got Boston in how many, B?
I don't know, man. 6,
Damn.
7.
So far, right now, all right, I'll give you and Keim a little breathing room because you both said 6 or 7. We have official picks from Keim, Travis Thomas, B. Mitch, Landfill, and Jeff, and they're all Boston in 6 or 7 for B and John. You know how I am. I like that. I like where we're at. B, tell me if you agree with this at all. In the Super Bowl this past season, one team had the best players. One team probably had 3 of the top 5 players in the game. Kelsey, Chris Jones, Mahomes.
Okay.
The only other 2 that I think are in that level of conversation are McCaffrey and Trent.
Yeah.
The Chiefs had the super high end, and then the Niners probably had 18 of the top 25 players in that game. But the super high end is what made the difference.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think Dallas.
I don't think you can compare.
I think Dallas
football.
has the 2 best players in this game.
I don't think you can compare football and basketball.
I agree. I'm just saying.
I
Boston
think
is undeniably deeper.
Yeah, but for what Kyrie and Luka can do on a basketball court, I truly believe Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum can do. But
Nobody can do what Luka.
But what I know Luka and Kyrie can't do, they can't play defense like those 2. Now, if you say they have a deeper team, Lively and all those dudes helped them out tremendously in that last series.
Gafford.
If they play defense to be able to shut them down, I think you look at Boston as the overall better basketball team. I think Luka is the best talent of all of them. But, hell, I might say Kyrie might be the most
skilled
out of all the people in that whole damn finals. But ultimately, there's a thing called defense that they kind of seem to be allergic to.
Except the last month or so, they've been playing it.
I don't know if they've been playing. I think what Luka's been doing is getting blown by, and you got the people in the paint helping him out. But what if you got those guys that Lively has to be going and chasing? They can't just sit there and help.
Sure.
I don't know. But like I said, I care less who wins this series.
You want them all to lose.
Yeah, I wish they could all lose.
You're gonna watch. Ooh, Matt Valdez, producer of the
I'm
Stars.
definitely gonna watch. I
Uh,
always watch.
Valdez, do you have an official NBA Finals pick?
Sure do.
Let's hear it.
Mavs in 7.
Ooh, the first person that's going to zag with me. Mavs in 7. Okay.
Love the backcourt. Instant offense with Luka.
They have the 2 best players.
2 best players. I think Boston kind of cakewalked their way into the finals. They were lucky to play a Heat team without Jimmy Butler. They're lucky to play teams without a Halliburton. So I feel like
Giannis is out of the Eastern Conference.
Giannis was out.
Brunson gets hurt.
I feel like the Mavs are very battle
So
tested.
y'all blaming Boston because
No, I'm just saying
because Milwaukee lost?
Yo,
No.
I kind of think Boston's a little soft. I'll say it.
I don't think they're soft, but I think what did they do to the teams they played? They beat their asses, didn't they?
They did beat their ass,
And
but they
when
were
you-
all tight.
They beat them. They didn't have
They
much
have
problem.
lost 2 games.
They've
in the
been sitting
playoffs.
at home for a month. That may be their biggest problem.
I
No.
kind of like Dallas tonight.
I like them as
on
well.
the money line.
I like them as
Put
well.
the money on it.
I'm
Don't
gonna.
be talking about it.
B, I'm gonna. You don't have to worry about me.
I take that bet with you.
It's plus 200.
No, I got that money.
All right.
Yeah.
I got some savings plan. No, I'm joking.
But that
I'll take bets.
are you with me? I feel like Boston, they're very good on paper, but they kind of
Paper
just
Tiger, dude.
yeah.
They're good. I don't want to go overboard because they're obviously very good.
Yes, if they're in the finals, they're good, but I feel like they've been put on a pedestal and they really haven't been challenged in the playoffs.
All right. There you have it, Matt Valdez. I pulled up Kyrie Irving's Pro Basketball Reference page where they list out all his nicknames. So we all know about Uncle Drew, right?
Mhm.
That was a great marketing campaign, whoever that was.
Totally.
I never heard this one, the Ankle Taker. I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah, like the Undertaker. But
Right.
He breaks your ankles. Yep.
Apparently, some people call him Kai. Makes sense. This one was real funny, though. World Be Flat instead of World Be Free. Mavs Celtic. You know what? I'm super excited for the finals. I'm also perhaps more excited that they're finally here. We finally get to start watching these games. When we come back, Josh Harris said something quite interesting earlier this week to, I think, CNBC. We'll let you know what it was. life. Can I put my hands down yet? No. I
Yeah,
got
put your hands down, dog.
I took a shower and put on deodorant this morning.
Hey, some people that don't work for them
I'm chilling. You can check me out on the stream. I'm pit free.
today.
I got on an extremely hot fantasy football streak for probably like 3-ish years across multiple leagues. And I got really cocky and really obnoxious. And I used to play that song.
What is any different than any other day?
I used to play that song during the draft. I got so cocky to the point that, my boy Truck was like, JP, you are out of control.
You mean big dump truck?
Yeah, that's right. And I had to like take a minute and internalize it. And he was right. And I've since sucked at fantasy football. I think I affected like the karma, the fantasy football gods, all of it. I think I overdid it. Oh, celebrity sighting. Fresh from the Pat McAfee show. We got the Roostizzle. Rooster! What's up, buddy?
What's up, Pat McAfee?
What's up, boys? How are you? Sorry for being late. I was just doing a little TV. Not on the Pat McAfee show. I'm not that important.
Who are you on?
How?
I was with our guy Derek Forrest of DC News Now. So
You got him?
that
safety?
No, not that safety. Another Derek Forrest.
There we
Rooster
go.
on the stream now.
I got
dude.
him.
Wow.
I got him.
Hello,
There you go.
everybody. What's
Good.
going on? B. Mitch turned the camera, so I figured that's what that meant. How are you guys?
Yeah,
We're good.
fantastic.
Thanks for
dog.
having me as always. I'm just trying to run traffic out there in the hallway. There's a lot going on.
What was going on out there?
Well, there's things going on, probably things that your radio audience doesn't necessarily need to know about. But I'm just trying to keep the cool, keep the calm, keep everybody
You
on
and
the
Big
same
Nell
page.
already screaming at each other?
He's not screaming at me. Well, he's screaming at me probably because you guys invite me on. So I appreciate
geez,
that.
not this again. So
And I love you guys.
I was
so.
not trying to create
Yeah,
that.
I know,
I just wanted to talk to you.
I know.
Where I'd like to start is I need your official NBA Finals pick.
I'm glad you said NBA Finals because I was going to Kareem Copeland you. and
That was
give you-
wild.
You gonna give us a dub?
Now, in Cope's defense,
I know.
we had just done a full
Right.
hit about
No,
the
I know.
Mystics.
I know. I was,
In
I'm
both
just teasing.
defense, no one is asking about the WNBA finals this early in the
Right.
damn year.
The NBA Finals start tonight, Kareem.
I'm just teasing. I just couldn't help take
That's
a little bit
Good
of a
little
chair
zing.
shot.
Good little zing.
So I think the Celtics will win. Ultimately, I'm going to say 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 6. I think Porzingis, obviously being back in whatever role, as long as he doesn't go out tonight for the rest of the series, meaning a re-injury, which could always happen, obviously. As long as things relatively are the same and Porzingis can give them something, whatever that is, I think they win probably in 7, maybe in 6. And here's the thing that I'm wondering about. Kyrie Irving's been awesome for Dallas, as we all know. What is he going to be like going against Boston, pretty good defensive team, but more importantly, in that arena where not the last time, but remember what happened 2 years ago with Brooklyn, where he's giving them the double bird on the sideline because they're booing him and yelling at him and cursing at him. And we know how Boston's reputation is with black athletes, number one. Number two, do you remember 2 years ago when Golden State was in the finals and they were like, bleep you, Draymond? And I think it had an effect on Draymond Green to a little bit. When you hear that constantly, it wears you out mentally and emotionally.
I don't have a problem giving double bird to Boston.
Yeah.
That's it. That place is rough.
That's all part of it, though, right? You tell me.
But you
as
know
an
what, though?
athlete, how hard is it to block out
Well,
everything?
No. Certain athletes, you piss them off, then they hurt your team.
That's fair.
Ask Spike Lee.
Fair.
Reggie Miller and Michael Jordan used to kill him.
I think I don't know how you guys have handled this. I went from Kaimi back to Kyrie in the Dallas Minnesota series because not only the basketball player, but in interviews, and granted it's just interviews, but I noticed a different kind of dude. Like he was talking about how death in his inner circle has really affected him and fueled him to kind of change his perspective and to value and appreciate what he's got, what talents he has, what his position is. And then that relationship with him and Luka. And obviously we know Dallas is more than just Luka and Kyrie. I heard Travis on with you guys on the way in, and he was talking about letting those guys go off and shutting down the PJ Washingtons and the Daniel Gaffords and whatnot. And personally to me, I don't think you'll let Luka and Kyrie go off for 80. combined. But I mean, if you can keep them to say, I don't know, 70, and then you go and it's kind of like the old Michael Jordan theory. Obviously, we're talking about two guys here. Like, do you let Michael just torch you and shut down everyone else, or do you go for everyone else and let, or the point I'm trying to make. So I don't know how Boston is going to handle it. But as long as they don't get killed for 85, 90 points combined between Kyrie and Luka, I think they should win the series.
It's gonna be fun. I'm excited to have it on. Since I won't see you tomorrow, you won't? Hell no, I will not.
Are you on vacation?
Nope.
No.
Another
Okay.
one. Yeah.
It's not a vacation.
That's a vacation.
I knew B was gonna.
That's a damn vacation. I don't know how you claim that's not a vacation.
I knew B
playing
Mitch
in
was
a
going to
charity
chime in.
golf
That's a damn vacation.
Okay.
Drinking beer and swinging clubs.
A vacation day off. A 3-day vacation for JP.
B, I could ask the cluster buster. Maybe Rooster could sit in for me all morning.
I had fun working with Rooster. We were at the Green Turtle
Are you
together.
available from 10 to 2 tomorrow?
Sure. I mean, well, 10 to 1. I got things to do. I got things to do after 1 o'clock.
He almost agreed to that.
He did agree.
He damn sure agreed to it.
Yeah, he's got to prep for his show, which starts at 2.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Landfill. I don't know why I can't hear you, but I can't.
There's no chance that works.
I don't know. I'm not okay. Now I can hear because the loose wire actually connected in, so it's like reverberating in my ears now.
Let's get a little puck preview.
Yes.
Oilers, Panthers. I can't lose in this series. I have futures on both the Panthers and the Oilers.
Attaboy.
Yeah. Well, one I listened to
like preseason.
No, like when the playoffs started.
Okay, gotcha.
One
Still
of them,
good.
I listened to a Commander's PR staffer we both know that had a prediction.
Oh,
and then the Oilers.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I'm a McDavid fan, and ever since this lady started celebrating a certain way,
I'm that lady fan.
I'm all in on Edmonton.
I mean, if we can get the Oilers fans to do more of what she was doing, then I am all in totally too.
Of course, the horniest man online.
Yeah,
of course.
You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, but I didn't
What do
say
you
I was
want me to
all
do?
in. You said you're all in.
I'm all in, baby. I'm sorry. I'm a red-blooded male. The bottom line is this: I think McDavid, Draisaitl, what did Mad Dog Russo call him?
I call him Don Drysdale.
Draxel is what he called him. The kid from Germany who's been playing for 10 years and one of the best scorers in the league. I think they have depth, Edmonton, but I worry about them against Florida's defense. Their 5-on-5 play. If Edmonton kills it on the power play, if Florida just for whatever reason forgets how to defend penalties and power plays, then Edmonton probably could win the series. But Florida's got the better goaltending. They've got the better defense. I think they've got the deeper team. I think they win. I hope for the NHL, being that they got screwed on the ratings aspect between Florida and Edmonton.
Why
even
do
though
you
ratings
care
are
about that?
I know, even though ratings are up way across the board comparatively year over year and on all networks
NBA
and all
ratings
series
are down 15%, and they just tripled or more than doubled. Like the ratings are irrelevant with live sports.
You know it's important
I had the
because
same
of the
debate with
perception that
Greenberg
people
yesterday.
have.
I had this debate with Greenberg yesterday. I think hockey people just got to accept that hockey's the fourth sport. It doesn't make it any less cool or more cool. It's just it's a smaller niche than the other sports, and it's awesome.
Well,
Why do we care?
I accept that reality, but I have to. I feel like I have to fight.
I don't think you do
to advocate for it because the way the media treats it.
You're the only show don't treat it that way. It's the hockey fans that don't like to welcome people.
Totally,
that's their damn fault.
It's like sports hipsters that like.
I'm not like that though. I'm a big advocate for the NHL. I'm not
nobody else on the air talks pucks. Brian and I talk pucks.
I have said that, but what I'm saying is I don't treat people like, oh, you've got to know who's on the fourth line of the Edmonton Oilers.
Hell,
I don't know. Right, I don't know. Okay, my point is I'm a welcoming hockey fan. I advocate for the media at large, national and local, to not just care about their local team and to not just shut it off like a water valve.
Baseball is too.
I know,
baseball's a completely regional sport.
Yeah, but if you watch Stephen A. Smith or if you watch whatever stupid ESPN show during the baseball postseason, you're going to get baseball talk from Greenberg or Stephen A. Smith. Whether it's good, I don't know. You're going to get it. There's zero acknowledgement that the NHL even exists on their shows.
The best show
which drives a lot of people.
The best show on ESPN is Scott Van Pelt's SportsCenter every night.
I agree.
He
I
does,
agree.
He does hockey highlights. He brings hockey
agree.
guests on.
I agree.
Like,
McAfee also does a good
pick
job with
and
the
choose
hockey.
the content you consume. Man.
I pick and choose what I consume. Like I'm gonna
Landfill.
choose a show that starts at 1:00.
Landfill, I could definitely get him to stay till. You ready?
I've got to. No,
Bruce,
I've got to
tell
go.
me how you feel.
I gotta go.
Tell me how you
I
feel
love you
about
guys.
Caitlin Clark and Angel
I love
Reese.
you guys. I gotta go. B, I'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
The great
You,
Bruce.
you
Dizzle.
had him, Jay.
What was your prediction for the Pucks? Panthers in 6?
I said Panthers in 6.
Okay, there you go.
Panthers in 6.
Um,
Nah, if it can't come back to me, it's not my camera. It's Rooster's camera.
Bleep You Thursday starts next.
I dislike this.
888-203-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday. Whoever has wronged you, whatever slight embarrassment or traffic ticket or whatever you're mad about, this is your opportunity.
Let them have it.
All the boys here are welcome to fire off. Denton Day is here. I didn't know Denton still did updates. I thought Denton considered himself too big for updates. It was good to hear a Denton Day update right there. Also, Landville, let's circle this for a future investigation. Per Midnight Rider on Twitter, Rooster is all of a sudden very into soccer because he's chasing soccer moms. So we'll have to at least try to just get to the bottom of that. We're going to get this thing started. G-Men is in Landover. Hello, G-Men. Who you mad at?
What's up, JP? What's going on, man?
Not
What
much,
up, brother?
dude.
How you doing, brother?
Oh, good, good. Look, my first one's for Jeff, man, for that freestyle battle Friday.
Yeah, he was bad.
Bleep you for that, bro.
Seems like a freak style.
He didn't have it. Whatever it is, he didn't have it.
Nah, he ain't have it at all. Nah, my second one is for Landfill. Bleep you for always sitting down, bro. That's all, man. Love you guys. I'm out.
Thank you, G-Men. Landville, do you want to respond?
No, I mean, sitting down is clutch. So
It is clutch. All right. Thank you, buddy. Jay is in D.C. Jay, who you mad at?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Appreciate you taking the call.
What up, brother?
I mean, first of all, man, I'm going to bleep all the male currents out there. Let's start it off with that, like, wait, first. But I'm calling in to say, man, you know, I'm going to bleep them moped dudes, man. You know, them dudes around the city delivering all the food and everything on the moped.
Bruh.
Hey, man, I know hate is a strong word, man. Excuse me, Lord. I hate these dudes, man. I really do, man. I really want to run. The way they take, I don't know if you ever came down 14th Street in Columbia Heights area, man. They sit on the corner like they at bike gang, right there by the Chick-fil-A and all that stuff, man. You can't park, you can't drive. And then
Driving over in that part of town is just a nightmare.
It's everywhere now.
And if you're,
Go ahead.
Yeah, and if you're at the light, what they do, that one of them come cut you off and stop and let all their homies. And the next, you know, you got 12 bikes going past. You can't go because they're man holding you up just so they can get in front of it. They got to do something about these, man.
Yo,
I did not know that until yesterday, and I'm glad that you just called because that was my bleep you. Yesterday, I'm leaving here, made the left on M Street, dude. It's about 15 of them. I'm like, where the hell they all coming from?
They a gang. They damn
Dude,
near
and
gang
listen,
no more, man.
they just zip on side of you, all in and out of traffic.
What kind of was it?
They all had on mopeds, and they had the name of the place they're delivering for on the back, but they are all over the damn road. Almost hit the same guy
It's
twice.
so dangerous because they'll just like cut you off when you don't see them, and you could easily just blast them.
My exact words are, when the hell did I come to a third world country? Because that's how it looked. They were like when you go to different places. Huh?
I don't know how true this is, but what I heard, was that a lot of those, when you said the third world country, a lot of immigrants that came over to being shipped from other cities like Houston and stuff, they bust them up here. I heard that our mayor gave them like a stipend, like $500 to get these bikes so they can work and make money. So if that's the case, man, she part of the problem. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know if it's true though.
I'm just saying, bro, all of a sudden I saw my car, 2 other cars, and it was about 15 little mopeds.
Like mopeds, like the
right here,
where your like feet are like where you're sitting in a chair. Mopeds,
yeah,
yes,
yeah. They got the big old bucket on the back.
Yeah,
they put the food in. Yeah, them Jones. Man.
I
It's
saw
like
that
1,000
on
the
M
street,
Street right out here yesterday. I was like, that's my bleep you
That
for the
seems
morning.
like
I
a
totally
bad
forgot.
idea, man. And the government's funding this.
Well, I don't know.
Actually,
I just heard that from somebody.
Oh my
Allegedly.
God. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Like Rooster chasing
Yeah,
soccer moms. Allegedly. Great call, Jay.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Jeff, have you
y'all take care,
experienced the
man.
mopeds?
Yes, one of them almost lost their life the other day because we're turning onto a ramp, and this
And he
guy
just come right back.
No, he just, instead of him turning on his signal, even looking back, he just merges over in the lane. I had to jump out the lane so I wouldn't hit him, and he still continues to merge over. So when we get to the red light, I roll my window down. I say, dude, you know you almost killed yourself? He said, what you mean, brother? I said, bro, you gotta signal that you're changing and look.
And you on a 2-wheel bike. You
That's
get
the
hit
other
by this
thing.
damn
You'll
car.
get smoked.
Yeah, I was a little pissed yesterday.
Also, I got bleep you too.
Fire away.
And I think this is Timothy Parker that usually do our remote broadcast.
Okay.
But I'm bleeping him.
I
Because
like Tim.
he in the group chat. I mean, he in the chat talking crazy, talking about some bleep you to Jeff and Landfill for forgetting to put the stream on for Monday's show. Dude, we didn't have no
Yeah,
internet.
bleep them, Landfill and Jeff.
What
Yeah,
you wanted
bleep
me?
them.
What you wanted me to build a 5G tower at Lakewood Golf Course?
We had connections.
Stop it.
Patrick Phoner on the chat says, bleep you to people that wear winter puffy jackets when it's 80 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Yes, you thieves.
Leave them alone.
Yo, Timothy Park came at me too, if it makes you feel better, Jeff. You'll probably highlight that one. I said, bleep you to JP for taking tomorrow off. I'm not even taking it off.
I agree.
Bleep Lamp. This is from Commander Tequila. Bleep Landfill. I love the Eagles song. You don't even know their top 10 songs. Do you know the Eagles songs, Landfill?
I mean, 10 is kind of a lot.
Let's see what we can get. Hotel California.
Uh-huh.
Peaceful, Easy Feeling.
Sure. Already gone.
Already Gone.
There's that one about Arizona.
Desperado.
Sure. Tequila Sunrise.
Just another tequila sunrise. That's got to be Commander Tequila's favorite song.
Mm-hmm.
That's 5.
Yep.
Here's what you need to know about the Eagles. Here's what all anybody needs to know about the Eagles. And we're not talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. We're talking about the band, the Eagles. They're the Roosters' favorite band.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. That might be Peaceful, Easy Feeling, though, isn't it?
No, those are different songs, I'm pretty sure.
All their songs sound the exact same.
Yep,
Yeah, Jeff, sing it.
They also sent us a cease and desist letter. The Eagles. They sent me and my artist a cease and desist letter because
they suck.
Y'all bit some of their stuff and didn't give them credit.
We sampled Hotel California. The thing is,
You didn't ask them.
You can't sample none of the Eagles music.
Yeah, but you got to at least.
They
ask.
got.
You,
They
you
got
sample
lawyers,
without
dog.
you sample without even asking.
Now, see, usually the thing is when you're not like a big artist and you're not like making those waves, you get away with stuff like that. Not the Eagles. They are like
lawyers.
They are like what's his name? Bruce Buffer.
They're lawyered up.
Let's get ready
Yeah,
to
Bruce
run.
Buffer. Yeah, Jeff, you can't say that either. Landfill hit that. All right, let's get back to the phones. Goodness gracious. Just to keep Landfill's blood pressure high. Charlie is in College Park. Charlie, who you mad at, buddy? I feel like we're not even on the air anymore. Charlie, you there?
I hit the dump button so many times it turned the phones off.
Okay. We'll put them back on hold. Will the phones come back?
I think we can be good now.
We're going to try again. Charlie in College Park. Hello, Charles. How do you do?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my stuff's about the Caitlin Clark thing. Should I continue or not?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 60 seconds, though.
All right. Bleep you Kennedy Carter for the cheap shot. Period. End of story. Bleep you officials for not making it a flagrant immediately instead of after the game, and the league's got to come down and make it a flagrant. And bleep you to anybody that's talked about it lately. Shamika Holtzclaw, the people on Today, whom I love, Craig Melvin, anybody that dances around this and makes it politically correct, and the Rooster calls it a basketball play. Right, it's a basketball play. When I hit somebody from behind on a punt return, that was a cheap shot. When I hit him full up and knocked him on his butt, that was football play. I prided myself on never taking a cheap shot. That's part of that mentality. It goes back to baseball and everything. I'm throwing at people, and that's the way we've always done it.
It happens in every sport,
It
Charlie.
was
It's
definitely
nothing
a
new.
cheap shot.
So it was a cheap shot, but you know what? It happens every time somebody new come into the league. So Caitlin Clark don't get no special treatment.
No,
it
you're
happens
right.
to everybody.
You're right. It's a cheap shot. It's not acceptable. Thanks, Dylan.
I agree with you.
But
I agree with you.
We're not gonna make it into something that never happened before. It happens all the damn time.
Of course it has.
Remember what the Pistons used to do to Michael Jordan in the
And
playoffs?
worse than that.
Thank you, Charlie. That's fair. It was a cheap shot. Thank you, buddy. Mike is in D.C. Mike, who you mad at?
Man, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Mike.
Hey, man, I'm going to bleep you to the fool that stole my Grubhub order. I'm out here. I was like the caller before. I heard about the dude zooming out on the e-bikes and everything. One just almost got hit on 8th Street by the Marine Barracks. But anyway, bleep you to that fool that stole my Grubhub order. I'm out here trying to make a living, and they stealing orders.
Did they steal the order that you were delivering, or the order that you ordered to eat?
So I went into the Ugly Mug.
Okay.
Go pick up the order, and they already took it.
Oh, that's messed
I
up.
called a customer, and it was not delivered to the customer. So what they do is they steal these orders. They see them on the table, and they just take multiple orders. They keep one for themselves and deliver the one that they got to deliver. So bleep you, whoever stole my order.
What advantage do they get for delivering it? Because
No,
doesn't the app pay
they
you?
take the one and they eat that, and then they deliver the one that they were supposed to be delivering.
Oh.
So like you going in and you take two, and I come and you took mine.
That's messed up, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Ugly
And then
Mug for still
Grubhub-
being open. That place was open when I lived on the hill.
Yeah, Grubhub, and they want to give you $2 just to say, "Oh, thanks for attempting to deliver the order."
Damn,
That's
sorry,
a waste
buddy.
of my gas.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
All right,
That's
fellas.
legit.
All right, man.
Bleep those people. MC is in DC. Hello, MC. Who you mad at?
Yeah, I want to bleep this station for every time around this time. You guys always hype up the Commanders while they in shorts and T-shirts. Cut it out. Let the process grow. Then we can talk about it.
Are you a Cowboy fan?
It don't matter what I am.
It doesn't
I'm a
matter.
radio
If you're a
station.
Cowboy fan, it damn matter.
Yo, MC, do you really listen to this show or do you just call in to talk? Because B has said this plenty of times. They in T-shirts and panties.
If there's
so who is hyping them?
If there's any one person who refuses
The
to
boy
hype
with the big
anything
ears.
until the pads come on, it's Brian.
The one with the big ears.
hype
all
him up.
the time.
I'm reporting on what is happening at practice, MC.
Look,
What,
like the
what,
other day,
what was
you
that?
was-
What was that? Click.
Oh my Lord.
I don't know where this is gonna go. Landville, you might have to be ready with the button again. There's a fella named Pedro on the line. Hello, Pedro. Who you mad at?
Oh, I'm mad at you, Bama. You told us a fella named Pedro on the line. You know when you see Pedro, you know who this is. I am Pedro, the piece of pimp, you big-head Bama. Now let's get down to it. I want to bleep these Bamas who keep calling my store asking Pedro, do you have a special today? You know they have commercials on TV that say we got a special. You know we got the special for $6.99. But then you call Pedro and you ask Pedro, do you got a special? You know what Pedro tell them Bamas when they call it? Ask Pedro, do they got a special?
What'd you tell him?
Bye, Bamas, just like I'm going to tell you. Bye, Bamas, your eyes may shine and your teeth may grit, but always remember, as long as it's door, I am Pedro the piece of pimp. You Bamas, bleep you.
Thank you, Pedro. Good luck with the specials.
That was a lot.
Oh
That
man.
was a lot.
That was a lot.
I have one.
What's your bleep you?
And this is probably almost constantly applicable, but specifically right now, I don't know. Listen, there was a time when FedEx Field bumped. I know because I saw it with my own eyes. There was a time, Brian, where you could go over the American Legion Bridge in either direction and know, okay, it's rush hour, I'm completely screwed. But in non-rush hour, you could take that bridge.
Yeah.
There was a time where it was a functioning part of a highway from Tyson's to 270. That time no longer exists. I imagine
it's coming.
I imagine it's due to this GW construction. I don't know what is going on over there.
GW and 495.
I don't know what is going on over there. But in my travels to Ashburn at various times, I was Tyson's to the bridge during the draft weekend at midnight, and it was bumper to bumper. Yesterday, I got on the road, I thought relatively early because of those storms. I left at 3:30 thinking I might be ahead of it.
You're not.
Took me an hour 20 to get home. That stretch is starting to battle the stretch of 95 South to Fredericksburg.
It's they're doing construction on both ways and GW, all that crap. It's crazy right there now. It'll get better, but I'm gonna just say Fairfax County. There's a big ass pothole on Braddock Road right before Chanley Farm Circle. If I hit it one more time, you're paying for some tires.
Let them know. boys.
Damn,
Aquarium.
it's been there for damn 2 weeks. Move it.
It's
Fix
unbelievable.
it. High ass taxes.
Any bleeps? Landfill's quite calm. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I got my bleep off.
Okay. Glad to know you got your bleep
What?
off.
You can't say it on radio. Landfill, you got drunk. You
Landfill
got
already
dumped
had to
that.
dump him once.
You got dumped that.
Well, I'm glad to know Jeff got his bleep off. If you, I was about to make a hell of a transition. I'm just going to
Please
stop.
Don't.
Pause. Father's Day is coming up, and you better get some steaks. Dad doesn't want socks. Dad wants steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP, and you'll get $10 off your order. Omaha Steaks has hand-selected Father's Day gift packages starting at just $99. And when you use the promo code JP at checkout, you'll get $10 off your order. Here's what dads want to do on Father's Day. They want to watch the U.S. Open this year at Pinehurst, and they want to grill a steak. And they want to be able to do those things in conjunction and sit down and watch the golf and eat the steak. They don't want a tie. They don't want a sweater. It's June, for God's sakes. Go to omahasteaks.com. Order today. Father's Day is creeping up. It's probably 8 days away or something. If you want to get your order into your father's hands for the big day, do it today. omahasteaks.com. Gift packages starting at just $99. And when you use my promo code JP at checkout, you get an additional $10 off. Do it now before it's too late. Omaha Steaks, the world's best beef. Is this REO Speedwagon?
Billy Squire.
I know they play this in Billy Madison, and I really enjoy it. That. Huh. All right. We got news on the Utah hockey team. It's either going to be Blizzard, Utah HC, Utah Hockey Club, Utah Mammoth, Utah Outlaws, Utah Venom, or the Utah Yeti. I vote either Blizzard or Yeti, I think. I also don't get a vote. I don't live in Utah.
Yeah.
Anybody want to get rich? Jeff, you want to get rich? Our guy, Smoking Joe Bolivia, has been red hot with the ponies. Joe joins us now. Dude, so we got Belmont this weekend, but it's at Saratoga? Help me make
Belmont
sense.
At Saratoga, yeah. They're redoing Belmont, for the where the hockey arena is going to be, a casino, the whole 9 yards. So it's under construction. So their only choice was to run it at Saratoga, which is my favorite town. But Saratoga is going to be overwhelmed with a lot of people because it's not New York City.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be interesting. So
that's going to change up the festivities?
I imagine it'll still be festive.
It's going to be very festive. I mean, it looked like everybody was having a good time. People drinking in the streets, live entertainment. I got a lot of friends up there. But the big deal is that, the Belmont was always a 1.5 mile race. And now they couldn't run it in 1.5 miles because of where Saratoga is like 1/8 of a mile of a smaller track than Belmont. So they had to cut the distance to 1.25 miles. So it's a much shorter distance. It's the distance of the Derby.
Wow.
So it really cuts down like the mystery. Well, can these horses run 1.5 miles? They don't have to worry about
unfair
that.
And doesn't that change up the favorite or the horse that may have that distance?
Well, B-Mitch, yeah, it does change things up, but it makes it more equal, I think, for everybody. And one thing about Saratoga is like a tighter track, right? Sort of like Pimlico. Belmont's got these wide sweeping turns to where it makes it harder for a horse to come from way off the pace. And that's the way the favorite, Sterling, runs. I mean, normally he's like last or next to last, and he's going to be coming from the clouds. Now, he doesn't have to go past another 19 horses because there's only 10 horses in here. But if you remember watching the race and how people thought there should have been an inquiry on, remember how he lugged in and the jockey, Tyler Gaffleon, like on Sterling, touched the Japanese horse, which you can't do. You're supposed to get disqualified for that. Well, they changed jockeys and they changed some equipment on the horse. So hopefully that's going to work out. But, as the big favorite, when you're doing all these changes, you change the rider, you change equipment, and now you're the big favorite. I'm not going to bet you to win.
So all these changes, different track, different distance, all this stuff, you're not going to bet the favorite. So who do you like?
Well, I still like Seize the Gray. I mean, the weather was supposed to be a couple days ago. They were talking about a lot of rain today. It didn't, like it hasn't rained yet. Saratoga is a lot like, let's say, Louisville, to where it sits in a valley and surrounded by mountains, and it could be raining at the top of the stretch, and you're at the finish line, and it's not raining. So they're calling for like a lot of showers later on tonight, but Saturday's supposed to be a good day. So I just think the one Seize the Gray has been getting better. And his daddy was a horse called Airgate, and he got better, with the more racing that he had. And at Saratoga, you got to be close to the lead or on the lead. Remember, Seize the Gray was our long shot. He's the horse. I said if it's raining, and it was that day at Pimlico, that he'd get the lead and he wouldn't look back, and he did. Now it's going to be a jockey's race because he's breaking from the number 1 post. And it's like, I don't really want him to go to the lead. There's some other horses that could be faster that are a little bit outside of them. The 4 Wine Steward and the 6 Dornoch. Dornoch never had a chance in the Kentucky Derby. He got shut right off. But if the one can sit behind the 4 and the 6, laying third, like Angelo did last year in the Belmont, he won the Belmont. So if he could do a rider's race like that and sit in the catbird seat, I think Seize the Gray will again seize the day. My long shot is going to be a horse called, and B. Mitch loves when I say long shot, is Antiquarian. And that's the 5 horse. He's 12-1.
You allowed to say that on the radio? What was that?
Antiquarian.
It's a tough one to say. Antiquarian. Antiquarian.
Okay.
That's it. Antiquarian, like antique. And he's trained by Todd Pletcher. Todd Pletcher's won 4. He's won 4 Belmonts, right? And he got started late. He got started as a 3-year-old. Most of these horses, I think all of them, got started as 2-year-olds. So, and he's getting better. I really didn't like the last race he was in, the Peter Pan, for a few days. And then I looked at his numbers, not the buyer numbers, the Thorograph numbers that I use and which most trainers do. And his figures were as good as the favorites, early on. And he's doing really, really well at Saratoga. So he's kind of flying. He's flying under the radar. Now, I'm going to give you a good stat. Here's the stat. Horses that have run in the Derby and skipped the Preakness are 12 for 24 in the last 24 years. Now, that profile fits. It fits the 2 Resilience, okay? Jimmy Patsos likes that horse. He said to say hello. Right?
Love Jimmy.
Jimmy. It fits the 9, Sir Leon. And it fits Anna Marie, the 8, okay? Now, it doesn't.
How many horses run in the Belmont?
10.
There's 10.
Okay.
There's 10. But I think that there's value there. The 1, he didn't run in the Derby. He ran on Derby Day, so you can't really put him in that stat. I mean, we still like the 1. I think he's my, if you had to give me one horse to bet to win, it would be him. If you give me a second horse to bet, it would be the 5, Antiquarian. And then the 9, then the 9's going to run his race. It just depends on how far back he is, and whether speed's holding up, which it normally does. When I say speed, horses that go to the front or close or are close normally win. So that's against not the 9. So we can do an exacta box of 1, 5, and 9. You could tell the listeners, I'm telling the listeners to bet the 1 or the 5, bet them both to win. Or a fun triple to do would be maybe putting Sir Leon second, because he ran second in his last race as the favorite, and then you put the 1 in the first position and in the third position. We would bring in the Patsos, the coach's horse, the 2 Resilience, put him first and third. We would put Mystic Dan just third. Okay, I'm kind of against Mystic Dan. I'm a little mad at myself because I'm bringing.
Is Mystic Dan the one that won the Derby?
He's the one that won the Derby. Okay. But remember, he ran in the Derby and in the Preakness. This stat goes directly against him. And horses that have run in the Preakness, another stat that go from the Preakness to the Belmont, they don't do very well. So he's had two tough races in a row. So we're going to be kind of betting against him. Sure, he could finish third, but I don't want him in first place. Like we would put the 5 first and third, right? And then we would use the 8 Anna Marie just in third, and then the 9 we're putting just in second. The one thing that I said to you guys on for the Kentucky Derby, sometimes it's not who you like, it's who you're betting against. I'm betting against the 10. He's going to get a lot of money. His name is Mindframe, trained by Todd Pletcher. He's only had 2 starts. his one start, his buyer number, the first start he had is much faster than anybody had. But it's just so hard to have two races and go into a race like the Belmont against experienced horses, breaking from the outside. I mean, I'm against him. I'm against Mystic Dan to win the race. I think he could run third.
Joe, we got a boogie, man. We appreciate
so
it, man. Sounds like
use
you're gonna
the gray and pick it in the 5 horse.
Okay.
All right.
1, 5, and 9. Thank you, brother.
159.
159.
All right.
Thanks, D.
All right, brother. Take care, man. Got you.
That's our guy Smoking Joe. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
Hey,
What up? What up? On 106. There you have it. How about this, B? This surprised me, and this is coming from the money world, not the sports world. CNBC reporting the PGA and the Saudi-backed LIV Tour in active discussions 1 year after announcing proposed deal that rocked the golf world. So remember, it was about a year ago, we were like, wait a second, what?
Uh-huh.
And then it seemed to fizzle out.
Back.
According to the article, the PGA Tour and LIV Golf have been in active discussions, according to a person familiar with the matter, 1 year after the two entities stunned the world. The talks between the Tour and the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which backs LIV Golf, are extremely active, the person said. The newly
I think I can tell you who's worried.
Old Greg Norman?
Old Greg. Greg's like, man, I don't want to work with them because they're not going to want to work with me.
The newly created 7-person PGA Tour Transaction Committee, which includes professional golfers Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods, as well as Fenway Sports Group founder John Henry, and PIF representatives have been meeting in person and remotely every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday over the past month.
Is Monahan? Is his name Monahan? Is he in it?
I don't know.
But I hope. He might be in trouble.
The group will meet in person in New York on Friday, except for McIlroy, who will join remotely.
McIlroy probably playing.
What's that?
He's probably playing somewhere.
I mean, the Memorial's this weekend, so that's a big tournament. I somewhere along the way kind of stopped caring, and it sucks because professional golf isn't as enjoyable to watch. You'd like all the best players to be playing the same tournaments.
I enjoy it. Still.
You enjoy watching golf. So do I. But like the Memorial doesn't have as much juice knowing that DeChambeau and DJ and Joaquin Neiman won't be there. I'll still watch it Sunday afternoon and like it.
I can care less on Thursday and Friday. But once Saturday and Sunday come and they playing down the stretch, I don't care if it's Jeff and Landfield playing. If they making shots, that is just very, very exciting to me.
And I would make shots if I was playing.
If you were playing, you probably would sink every damn thing.
That's not true, B.
Okay.
Speaking of making shots, let's make some bets. Jeffrey?
Cool. It was a great night for the show last night as everyone hit their bets. So currently we have a 3-way tie between JP, Landfill, and myself. We're all sitting at 2-1. And B is just, ever since the momentum from Diego, he has been hitting. So he's sitting alone at first place.
Got that Diego bump.
Yeah, sitting at first place at 4-0.
I don't have to bet tonight.
You retire?
Can't lose.
Aren't the rest of us 3-1?
Oh, 2-1.
2-1. Yeah.
How is he 4-0 and we're 2-1? Oh,
I had
yeah,
a parlay last night. Yeah.
What's up with you, dog?
That's on me.
But
Left hand up.
You do have to bet tonight, B.
No.
You could lose and be 4-1, and then someone hit a parlay, and then it's tied
That's true.
4-1.
And
I'll take being tied for first place.
all right, so you're just going to not bet knowing that you could end up in a tie, which isn't a win. And there's hoops on. You don't have to pick a random hockey game.
Who cares?
I'm taking the Celtics tonight.
-6.5?
He's not taking the money line because it's -250.
Yeah, I was about to say it just updated on my app.
It did, dude. The money line keeps going. Boston's
Yeah.
now -250. Dallas is now +205.
Oh, I'm gonna stay off that line. Give me Dallas +6.
Oh no.
Give me Dallas +6. And I'm gonna parlay with my Yankees money line.
Somebody texted me yesterday. Jeff's Yankee love is getting tired. I liked that.
Okay, tell him wake up.
What do you got, Landfill? B's not betting.
I'm taking the Mavericks +6.5 and the Mystics +3.
Let's go Sticks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this. Gonna be totally honest with you, but the whole universe is betting the over. So I'm going to take the under, 216.5. Need some cold shooting from some good teams.
Man, I'm going all the way to Washington, state of Washington. Give me the Seattle Mariners tonight.
Bang! Wasn't expecting that one. Go
Uh-huh.
Mariners. The Drab Squad. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Keim. Thank you to Kareem Copeland. Thank you to Travis Thomas. And thank you to Smoke Joe for their time. Thank you for everybody that called in during Bleep You Thursday. No thank you to these idiots driving these mopeds. Grant and Danny coming.
That's how they drive, just like they idiot.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far. BOs use some electrolyte water.
Thanks much for making the show part of your day. We are live in our Half Street studios, taking you up to 6:15 this evening, and Nats baseball. Lay out the show in just a moment. Danny, what's up?
Not much, my friend. I'm going to do more about this in my double play today. But 80 years ago today, D-Day, invasion of Normandy by the Allied forces led by the United States of America, the largest and one of the most successful, massive, tide-changing military operations in world history. We cannot understate the importance and stunning bravery of those men that landed on those beaches that day. So I'm going to do more about this a little bit later, but 80th anniversary today, man. Hard to believe.
Wow. June 6th, 80 years ago.
Mhm.
Here's the lay of the land ahead. We got Jason Timpf on the show. He's with The Volume. This is one of my favorite people talking about basketball in the media right now. The NBA Finals start tonight. Game 1 for the Mavericks and the Celtics. He's been doing tremendous breakdowns. Schematically, the X's and O's, diving into when the Mavs have the ball, when the Celtics have the ball. I just think he's super sharp. I think you guys will love his energy. He's going to be on the show at 3 to get you ready for the NBA Finals right here on Grant and Danny. We've got tickets today to the Giant Barbecue Battle at 4 o'clock and tickets to see Nicki Minaj at Capital One Arena at 5 o'clock. You'd better be listening right here on The Fan. Danny, have you seen the Minnesota Vikings all whites that came out today?
The all whites, they are intriguing with now. Like that's meant to be worn in winter, is what they're saying, right? Like that's the idea, is that this is for a winter whiteout kind of a game at their stadium.
Yeah, that's the theme. They're going like with the full on Let It Go Frozen theme with ice glaciers and snow in the video, the hype video they put out. But it's an all white uniform with an all white helmet with just the purple outline, very thin outline of their logo, and then purple numbers on their jerseys. These are absolute fire. I posted a picture at Grant H. Paulson. I know that white on white as a look generally is a lightning rod for discussion. People either love it or they hate it. These are sleek. This is as good as I've seen. I love these, but I am team white on white. I don't know that I've always felt this way. You look faster, especially skill position guys. The white on white can be tough on the bigger fellas in the trenches.
Yeah.
Not as fun for the offensive and the defensive linemen on the interior. But if you're a skill guy, you're Justin Jefferson or Jordan Addison, you're going to look damn good.
100%. I actually tend to agree with you. I wish Washington would go back to wearing white at home. They used to do that in the 80s, and it was awesome. That all-white look with the burgundy socks and burgundy helmet was outstanding. Think of that in that mid-2000s era, right, where the late, great Sean Taylor was wearing those.
I was going to say, who do you picture in the white on white?
Yeah, it's Sean Taylor.
So I think it's either Sean Taylor or Santana Moss. For some reason, when I think of that white on white gear, he pops up in my head as well. Have you seen the names? I just heard Byron talking about this for the finalists for the new NHL team in Utah. The National Hockey League's expanding to Utah. They're going to be playing moving forward, and they don't have a team name yet. And you and I and so many others have talked about the Commanders' name ad nauseum since they came out with it. But I think it's kind of interesting that a team's coming up with a name right now, and they're kind of whittling it down. So unlike Washington, where it started with a big list, and then it's one of these 6, and then it's one of these 3. They're kind of involving everyone, more like the Wizards did when we were voting between like the Wizards and the Sea Dogs. And I think somehow fast food restaurants were involved. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. How did it go? It was like you could vote at any of your local whatevers,
I think
or
you
something.
went to like McDonald's and filled it out and put it in a bin or something. I remember. I don't know if they actually chose the name that way, but you felt like you were.
Yeah, there was a
the name.
poll in the Washington Post too. I can't remember.
So here are the 6 finalists. Let's just go thumbs up, thumbs down for these for an NHL team in Utah. The Utah Blizzard.
Doesn't roll off to me. The Blizz.
I kind of like the Blizzard, but here's the one question we've got to ask. Do you need to have an S at the end of the name? Because it gets more complicated. Like we talked about, if you're a Washington football teamer, what are you calling a player? You're a
football.
It sounds weird when you talk about like Jimmy Butler is a Heat, right? And I've always thought that the singular team name is a little strange for that reason. But the Utah Blizzard as a team name, I actually really like that. Caps have the Blizzard coming to town tonight.
Caps Blizz.
I think that sounds pretty good.
That's not the end of the world.
So I'm going to go thumbs up on Blizzard.
It's a gentle thumbs up for me.
Utah Mammoth.
The Mams? No. That's a no for me. I'm out on that one.
Okay, we agree there.
Yeah.
I just don't see that one. Between Like if it's going to be a singular word without an S at the end,
Because they love these singular words, apparently, for these Utah finalists.
a lot of the finalists.
That's what they want, yeah.
But it's got to be a really cool name. Blizzard, I think, qualifies. It's got the kind of, like, what does it mean, right? It's hockey, it's cold, it's Utah. Like, I get it. It's a blizzard. But also, it's got Z's in it, which makes it cool, I think. As you said, you could go with the Blizz. I don't think Mammoth works. This one works for me. The Utah Outlaws.
The only reason I don't love it is that sounds like an indoor football team to me. You know, it sounds like an arena league team, or it sounds like a UFL team. And that's not fair. It didn't do anything wrong, but that for some reason, I don't love that one.
I'm in on Outlaws. I also think you could call them the outs, or you can shorten it if you need to. At 2 syllables, I don't think you need to shorten it. The problem with Commanders is that third syllable gets weighty.
That third syllable stinks. Yep.
Feels a little aggressive, right? Guardians is the same way. They've been calling them the G's or the
guards.
I still eventually, I think we're going to end up calling the Commanders the C's or something like that, maybe. That's the only thing I can come up with. But Outlaws, I'm going to say yes to. Another singular name here, the Utah Venom.
I don't like that one. I don't like it. I can't tell you why either. The Vens? The Venmos? No, the Venoms? The Venom?
I actually think I like that. It's obscure enough. There's nothing quite like it. It's kind of cool, actually. Who are the Caps playing tonight? They got the Venom. I think that sounds kind of badass.
It's not terrible, but I don't love it.
All right, here's one I'm out on right off the bat. The Utah Yetis.
That's my 1 seed.
Are you serious?
100%.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Now, to be clear, though, it's not the Yetis. It's the Yeti. If it was the Yetis, I might feel a lot better about it. You throw the S on. You know that the emblem, the logo, the whatever
it's a big old Sasquatch.
Exactly. I think that's badass, potentially. But they're going singular Yeti. You're cool with that?
100%. It's not my favorite because
why don't you slap an S on it?
I want the S because I think Yeti is plural. It's one of those weird, stupid words that's plural also. Like it's not like cow or cows. There's a group of cows. It's like one of those ones where.
Wait, so to be clear though, if there are two
Yeti
of those guys, that just roam around like they're Bigfoot. It's like deer.
I think
there's deer over there.
I think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't either, but I think that's right.
Well, here's what I'm doing. I'm saying screw that. I don't care about that. It's the Yetis, and we're going to go like the Jetty Subs place that's so delicious in Bethesda and DC. We're going to go with the S. And all of a sudden, I love it. If you pluralize that, I would love it. But it also, I like the alliteration, even though it's different letters, of the Utah Yetis. Just kind of works for me.
So I'm seeing here that it may be an S on the end. So if that's the case, why aren't you putting the S there if you're Utah? Do it Yetis.
I think it's an important distinction.
Where would that rank if they had the S for you?
I would say probably second behind Blizzard. I really like the name Blizzard as a team. I don't love no S's, though, but I could get used to it like I did Miami Heat. And there's one more, the Utah Hockey Club. This is in homage to the Washington football team. Nobody has actually done this permanently yet. Basically, Europeanizing the name process in America like they do with their soccer teams and their clubs overseas. Utah HC.
Now, was Utah forced to change its name and not have a good backup plan, so they just defaulted to that?
No. This is just something they've come up with.
Oh, then yeah. What I'd like is this to be outdoors, a one-timer to the guy with the best slap shot in the world, and I'd like them to hit it into the sun. I'd like that to never be the name of a team. You don't play in Europe. You play in the United States. Stop doing that.
So I don't dislike it as much as you. I would put this in my maybe pile. So in the maybe pile, I've got Blizzard. I've got Outlaws. I've got Venom. Hockey Club. And if they want to put an S on Yeti, I would put Yetis in there too.
Okay.
Only one I'm out on is the Mammoth. But some good options. I don't think they're going to be screwed like so many people feel here in DC like they are.
To me, there's low upside. The Yeti is my favorite, just because I'm thinking about a mascot. I'm thinking about the way the jersey, the logo could look. That seems interesting to me, right? Again, a hockey club. You're not a Scottish soccer team. Stop that nonsense. Blizzard, I don't like. If you did Blizzards now, like, are we at Dairy Queen? Am I turning it over to show you that it's done? Not for me. Outlaws feels like an Arena League football team. Mammoth stinks. So I probably go Yeti 1, Venom 2, even though I don't love Venom. And then I guess I could do Blizzard 3. That Blizzard, Venom and Blizzard are kind of my maybe pop.
The move when they're done with your Blizzard. They put that like metal stick thing in it and they twist it around and they do all that move. And it's like a very cold, I'm sure, metal stick that kind of freezes up the ice cream as it's going in.
Yep.
And then they turn it upside down.
Turn it upside
toward the
down.
floor, and they let you know nothing's falling out of this cup. You know you're about to have a good time.
That Blizzard's going to be good.
Blizzards are great. McDonald's came after that with like the McFlurries, which are just kind of like Blizzards. Although I would say the Blizzard's a little more frozen. I don't know if McDonald's turns the cup over and shows it.
They don't turn the cup over because they do that with the hole in the top of the cone lid.
No, I'm
of
aware,
the dome.
But I'm saying I don't know if they did that. Would the ice cream fall on the floor?
It'd fall right on the floor.
Probably would.
It would.
But a good McFlurry is supposed to be a good frozen treat anyway. You would expect it to be Blizzard-like in its consistency.
You can't get that consistency. That's what I mean. The
is that
try,
what the metal stick is all about?
Yeah. The Blizzard's basically like this is a frozen, put together, whipped concoction that's not going anywhere. The McFlurry, delicious. You're not getting me to besmirch the McFlurry, but it's just different. It's okay that it's different. Same with the Frosty at Wendy's. All right. You can't turn it upside down and not expect a reaction. I don't know that it would fall out all the way, but like it would start to drip.
Somebody's telling me on X, I'm at Grant H. Paulson, Danny's at Funny Danny, that he remembers going to vote for the Wizards team name, or probably against it, as it were. But the other names weren't any better, I should point out. At Boston Market.
Boston Market. I think that's what it was.
That rings a bell.
I think that's right.
That's such a random thing, by the way, now.
Do you remember Boston Market was everywhere?
Well, what you sleep on is how delicious Boston Market can be. I haven't been there probably in, how old am I? 36. I would say I was probably young 20s when I last went there. You remember Rich Campbell, who covered the Redskins for years? So I remember one time, me and him were hanging out. He's like, "You want to go to Boston Market?" And I'm like, "What?"
What a funny question.
Like, I've never been there in my life. He's like, "Dude, they have delicious, amazing dinners.
Yeah, everything's good.
It's like home cooked." And I'm like, I've never been there before. And we walk in, and it legitimately is like you go home, and your mom made you this amazing dinner.
Yeah.
It's like a baked chicken with mashed potatoes and a couple sides, and you ate like a Thanksgiving feast just on a Wednesday night. And I've never been there in my life. I don't know that I've ever been there since. And it was one of the best meals I've had.
So there's so much about Boston Market I want to unpack with you. I know it's not the focus of the segment, but I can't stop talking about it now that we started. Why Boston? When you think Boston, do you think of chicken?
Well, it probably started in Boston.
I'm sure they did, but like, what a weird name for a place to become known as like the chicken hub, where you get like a hearty rotisserie chicken, white meat, dark meat, and all the Thanksgiving type sides.
I don't know that you're allowed to be the name guy. You get mad at me for being upset about the Cheesecake Factory and it being misleading. Now here you are critiquing the Boston Market name.
Well, it's how many Boston Markets are there left? So I think the critique is fine. That's number one. Number two, it was the king. You couldn't throw a stone without hitting a Boston Market. And then it got supplanted by, do you know what? Do you remember what?
That came in and basically
took
ran
all
it
the
out.
Boston Market's lunch and said, you guys don't exist anymore.
I would have no idea.
Chicken Out.
I've never
Chicken
heard of
Out
that.
rolled in and did what Boston Market did, but just more. And was so wildly successful. And now Chicken Out doesn't exist either. Like, where are those restaurants? Those places were great. That was the invention of the fast casual. Not just a normal fast food, but like the first fast casual, where you would go, you'd order, where you get a little number and you sit down and they give you your chicken pizza, your mashed potatoes, or whatever your sides. Chicken Out was incredible.
Never heard of Chicken Out. Boston Market's a hole in my game for sure, because I think in my life, I definitely have only been there an amount of times I can count on one hand, but I'm not sure there is more a bang for your buck, like more food on your plate anywhere.
Dude, it was so good.
I remember going there. Like people, I had a buddy who was from somewhere else but lived here. And on Thanksgiving, he couldn't go home. And I remember being like, "Hey, you want to come over?" He's like, "No, me and my sister are meeting up. We're going to Boston Market." And they just went and had Thanksgiving dinner there.
So silly.
Like, who else can pull that off?
Boston Market, bro.
They definitely can. Josh Harris. Let's talk about the owner of the Commanders. I bet he loves Boston Market. But more importantly, he thought what we all thought. Josh Harris thought that Jeff Bezos was going to buy the Commanders. Josh Harris almost didn't get into the bidding for the team. The guy that ended up buying the team, the only guy, as it were, that was able to put the ball across the goal line to actually win the bidding war. Nobody else would have been able to. We'll look back eventually at what was George Stephanopoulos' his name?
Not Papadopoulos.
No, it was
Postolopoulos.
But who was it? What was his first name? See,
George?
this is already a trivia question.
George?
No. George.
Steve Apostolopoulos.
Boom. There it is. Okay. So
Nailed the dismount.
Steve Apostolopoulos was never going to buy the team.
Yep.
Right? Was it Nelson Fertitta?
Tillman.
Tillman Fertitta.
I'm all over this.
Yes, you're very good at your guys that almost bought the Commanders. Jeopardy round. Tillman Fertitta. Can I get a bell, please, Darius? He was never going to buy the team. This was Josh Harris or bust. But Harris almost completely sat the whole thing out because he thought
what everyone thought,
like we all did, that this was Bezos or bust. Listen to Harris. This was on CNBC on stage at an event just a couple days ago.
When the Commanders were potentially for sale, I'd started 26 North, and I had moved on. And my friend Mark Ine, who was sitting in the audience there, said, "Come on, Josh, let's look at the Commanders." And I said, "Come on, I'm not going to price the Commanders for Jeff Bezos. I've done this before, and we're going to spend a lot of time and get outbid." And that started a whole process of first Mark nagging me, introducing me to Mitch Rales. We created this incredible group, and ultimately went through a super complicated process, which I can go into. But basically, it was one of the harder deals I've ever had to accomplish.
As we now know, based on how difficult it was for him and Rails and Ine and the rest, Magic Johnson, to buy this team, no one else would have been able to. Of the group that actually came forward, it almost didn't happen. I want to get into this next because there's some different things I pulled out of what he just said that I find really interesting about the ownership group here. So we'll get into that. Dan Quinn was asked about Jamin Davis yesterday, and he discussed how they plan on using Davis in a contract year at age 25. We will hit that as soon as we return as well on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
When the Commanders were potentially for sale, I had started 26 North, and I had moved on. My friend Mark Ine, who was sitting in the audience there, said, "Come on, Josh, let's look at the Commanders." And I said, "Come on, I'm not going to price the Commanders for Jeff Bezos. I've done this before, and we're going to spend a lot of time and get outbid." And that started a whole process of first Mark nagging me, introducing me to Mitch Rails. We created this incredible group, and ultimately went through a super complicated process, which I can go into, but basically it was one of the harder deals I've ever had to accomplish.
That was Josh Harris on stage on a interview that was aired on CNBC from a couple of days ago. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock, we'll preview the NBA Finals with an outstanding analyst covering hoops, Jason Timpf, of the volume right here on G&D. Here's what I took out of what Harris said there. In him expecting Bezos to join the negotiation and not wanting to basically set the price for him. Mark Ein was the mastermind, maybe.
Yeah, how about that?
Of this entire thing. He's not getting enough love in all of this. We talk about Harris, who is the majority owner, deservedly. We talk about Mitch Rales, who I've been enamored with and really impressed by, and I think the world of, just based on what I've been able to see and glean and learn about him over the last several months. But Mark Ein was not only the guy that went to Josh Harris and said, we got to do this. And then he used the word nagged, meaning I'm going back to the well. I'm telling you, come on, man, we can do this. And Josh Harris is swatting him away going, nah, dude, this is Bezos. Bezos is going to buy this team. He's got a place in the area. Look at all the Amazon, all the stuff you and I were saying.
Yeah, remember, he hired Allen and Company. Now, to the regular folks hanging out there, I didn't know this before he hired them, but people in various industries, including my one buddy who was part of a company that sold to a much larger company, that's what Allen and Co. does. They basically secure the big fish to swallow the little fish, right? They figure out how to make that happen and how to do it. Jeff Bezos retained them. You don't do that without some sort of intention to do some due diligence, to buy something, to swallow something into your empire, whatever you want to call it. He hired them. The whole world thought that this was, if he wanted it, it was his. And Harris had already gone through that one time. They put together, they went through all this work, they did all these different things for the Denver Broncos. The Walton family, aka the Walmart folks, when they said, it's ours, there's nothing you can do to stop that. That train was moving at Mach 5.
Harris is sitting there negotiating his deal at the table, and the trumpet sounds, dun, 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 and their private jet lands right out front of the office. They walk in, they say, Josh, thanks, we'll take it from here.
Yeah.
And he's got to tuck
The
his
Waltons
tail.
are here.
I mean, he's got money.
Yeah.
He's doing okay.
He's
a
doing
billionaire.
just fine.
Bought the team for $6 billion with some help. But every now and then, just like me or Danny, or feel like we're in a good place, someone with more money can come along and buy that house in cash.
There's a bigger fish.
Yeah.
And that fish is named Walton.
Exactly.
And this one was Bezos. Yeah.
So, but I want to go back to Ein for a moment. Ein was the mastermind. This is the gentleman that owns the Washington Castles, that's got some sports ties in the city. I've met him a couple of times in passing. Seems very, very pleasant. Don't really have much of a relationship or know him well. But he might be the guy that made this all happen, it sounds like. At least in this answer, Harris has given him the credit for that. Because not only was he willing to initially go to Josh to try to get this done, and then when you say nag, like relentless in his effort to try to say, listen, you're my grade school buddy. We can do this. We can land the plane. Let's try this. He then connects Harris and Rales, which is when the whole thing changed. If you remember the big story in the Washington Post that Mitchell Rales is now involved. And that day I'd never heard of Mitchell Rales in my life. But I'm like, who's Mitchell Rales? So I start Googling. I read a feature story on him from his beautiful art facility that he's got, Glenstone, from years and years ago. And I'm going, I kind of like this guy. This great feature. Next thing you know, they go with him and Harris linked. This can now be an actual winning bidder. And that was the game changer. And Ein was the one that connected the dots on that relationship. Because Harris and Rales, I'm sure if you're a billionaire, you know the other billionaires in your zip code or whatever. But I don't know that they had much of a relationship or rapport other than in passing. So I just wanted to point out here that I think Ein gets slept on a little bit. We always talk about Harris, Rales, Magic. There's a lot of people involved. And Ein might have actually been the one that did a lot of the early legwork to make this happen.
It's always so interesting to find out how the sausage got made like that, right? Where, again, it stands even as plugged in as Josh Harris presumably was, again, post Denver Broncos, obviously on the NFL's radar, where he tried to buy an NFL team, ended up losing out on that bidding or bowed out, however you want to say it. But this is pretty clear that he's on their radar, and rightfully so. He's operating in the dark like everybody else because he's going, oh, Bezos just hired this firm. He's probably interested. And I love the way his phrasing was, I'm not just going to price it for Bezos, where I go, I value it at 5.5, and Bezos comes in and goes, here's 7. Okay, it's Bezos' team if he feels like it. He's not going to do it. And it took, this perfect storm to come together to be able to rid us of Dan Snyder.
I just like when occasionally you hear something that corroborates what our conversation was or confirms that we were thinking correctly. Like sports-wise, this will happen sometimes where looking at a player, analyzing a game, and then at the press conference at the podium, a coach will say, yeah, this guy's really struggling in man coverage or whatever. And it's something that we've surmised and suggested, and you kind of feel like you're on it. And in this case, if you go back to the conversation at that time with Fertitta and Apostolopoulos and Harris and whoever else was involved, if I'm forgetting somebody, I think you and I kept saying none of these guys is going to end up with this team. This is Bezos's, and they're all just raising their paddles. They're all just having this bidding war, driving it up, and it really doesn't matter where it ends. Eventually, Bezos swoops, and that was literally what Harris was thinking too. So I found that interesting. The other question or thought that I had coming out of hearing this clip, how much different do you think the last year would have been if Bezos did buy this team? I think this worked out perfectly so far, which is not to say that Josh Harris has done anything that is obviously amazing or, look, they didn't win. They fired a coach. They've got a new operation in here. I happen to really like the offseason they had, notably because the structure is really good and they hired the hotshot GM that a lot of people around the league said is going to be the next really good executive in the sport. So for those reasons, I'm happy, I'm content, and I'm even excited. But I do wonder what might have been different, just hypothetically. Like he's saying he thought Bezos was going to buy the team. Had Bezos have bought the team, do you think anything notable so far would have been different?
Great question.
Would they have made some crazy move this offseason, right? Or lured some coach on a $20 million a year deal from college or something?
Yeah, or they have hired Bill Belichick. I mean, who knows, right? That sort of stuff. Impossible to say, obviously, but it's fun to conjecture about. It depends on the person, and someone having that kind of financial wherewithal to come do it. Is it? I'll do it. Like it's my toy. I'll play with it how I want to play with it. Or is it? What's best practice? This is a place I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So Harris kind of brought both of those things, but probably more the latter than the former, meaning I've owned teams before, but I don't know football. I'm not just going to try to do it because I'm an expert, because I'm super smart at running a hockey team or smart at being Apollo Global financial wherewithal guy. I need to hire really good people. And that was their first order of business. That was clearly the priority. That happened. Would Bezos have done that? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of owner he'll be and how hands-on he'll be, or if he's going to temper this thing, right? Where you know best, you made all your money, you're the smartest guy in every room you're in, and just watch me. Now I'm going to learn football and be the smartest football guy too. Because that's how sometimes the billionaire, successful business person can be. We've seen it. I don't know what would be different. I am glad it worked out this way in hindsight. At the time, I'm quite sure my opinion was that I wanted Bezos. And I still would sit here and tell you today that if he would have bought the team, even if there were some negatives with that, I would love the positives, which is
without a doubt,
he could just spend. Like there's no end, and no one can compete. As an example, do I know that he would have gone and gotten Peters? No. Do I think they probably would have spent whatever it took to get whatever coach they wanted, and maybe it wouldn't be Quinn? Probably that might be different. I'm not sure. Having said that, the one thing I keep coming back to is the stadium. He does not need anybody's money. He might still want it.
Sure.
Find me a guy with $1 billion. They're going to want help building their project. Find me a guy with 30 billion. They're still going to feel that way. And he's got hundreds of billions. Doesn't really change that. But I just wonder if they could move quicker on the stadium, or if there would have been major progress made already. Because he doesn't have to play all these games with well, let's see how much money we can get from this place and that place. Let's pit them against each other. And what's going to happen in DC? He can spend his way out of some issues in that regard.
Yeah,
that's the only area where I would say you'd maybe have been better off so far than they are without as much money as they've got, like limitless funds.
So what do you feel like I'll answer my own question in a second, but what do you feel like this Harris Rails, called the Hog Ownership Group, what has been what's one word that sort of seems to be their governing principle so far? My answer to that question is thoughtful. Whatever they're doing, there's a reason behind it. So me, as frothing, stupid, pudgy, angry fan, I'm going, okay, you've taken over. Where's my firing?
Yeah, do the thing.
Fire Rivera. I'm counting on the damn days. Get rid of this boob and get rid of all of his cohorts. Get rid of everybody that was like, I agree with coach. No, everyone who raised their hand for Manuel Forbes. Gone. Come on, give my pound of flesh. And they had a more thoughtful approach than angry, stupid fan guy.
would Jeff Bezos have been angry, stupid fan guy? Not angry, stupid fan, but gone, oh, this is an easy way to win some public hearts and minds. This is an easy way. This is walking into that, city as a WWE person and being like, I love the Steelers, and have everybody in Pittsburgh scream and clap for you. What an easy thing to do is to fire the overmatched guy or whatever to kind of showcase yourself. But this group didn't do that. They didn't pander. They didn't stoop down to that kind of level. They were thoughtful, and they sort of treated a good man with grace is kind of was their thought, because they want to play the long game. Would Jeff Bezos have been as thoughtful? I don't know how to answer that, right? That's some of the hardest parts. Your point, though, about I don't need anybody's cooperation because it's that level of bleep you money is really well seen.
Well, not only that, though, it's so funny to talk about a shortage of any kind of cash, because I can't imagine there is that. But when you hear Josh Harris talk about how hard it was to raise the money, how hard it was to finish the purchase, how difficult it was. Later in this interview that he was doing on stage, he talked about how he expects, I'm paraphrasing, the NFL to look into and maybe even change the way that you're allowed to buy teams.
We've talked about that, yeah.
Because it's just too hard for normal dudes or chicks, normal people with normal people money, and I say that in air quotes, normal billionaire money.
Regular old billionaire money.
To just get together and buy a team, because now we're talking about $6, $7, $8 billion as we move forward. And he's basically saying, like, good luck. I mean, this was a really arduous, terrible process, right? When you jump through all the hoops he did and take on what he had to buy this team, are you going to spend every single penny on everything that you need to? I think you're going to spend a lot. You're going to be aggressive, and we're seeing it now where they're tearing up a field at a couple $1 million. They didn't necessarily have to do that, but it's the right things to do on behalf of the players who have been asking you, hey, this is something that makes our facility worse. Could we get another practice field? This is something we can't use. It's an injury risk. We're never going to use it anyway. And so they're doing stuff like that. They're spending the money. But do they have the money that Bezos would have? No, of course not. And inherently that it is better to have more money. It doesn't mean you'd be a better owner, though, at all. But just something worth, I guess, spitballing on.
And how it all came together is incredible.
And hearing him say, yeah, I didn't think we'd get the team. I was being bothered and annoyed by my buddy who kept saying, let's try. And I kept thinking we're just raising our paddle and Bezos will come in and buy it. It was what most of us thought a lot of the way. Jamin Davis is one of the most interesting players on this team going into a contract year after Washington decided not to pick up his 5th-year option. He needs to break out to get paid. The Commanders need him to break out for their defense to elevate into a better tier this season. Both Dan Quinn and defensive coordinator Joe Whitt talked about Jamin Davis yesterday. Said some interesting things. We'll get into that next on The Fan. Was just watching last night's Shohei Ohtani at bats against Paul Skeens. That's about as good as it gets in sport. The guy that throws the hardest, Skeens, who struck him out in his first AB against Shohei Ohtani at 101. And then the guy that hits the biggest bombs and who deals with velocity probably best in baseball, Ohtani, who took him deep in his second at bat and then got a single off of him the third time. So 2 for 3 with a punch out for Ohtani. Skeens gets him with 101, then 100 at the top of the zone gets taken out to center field, and then 98 up and away gets pulled into right field.
Just as a quick reminder of how much baseball has changed in my lifetime, Paul Skeens, a starter, not the closer throwing this hard, but the starter just casually throwing over 100, ho-hum. Then later in the game, Aroldis Chapman at 36 years old throwing 104. Just the world is different, dude. That's all.
Yeah, if you don't throw 95 plus, you now are considered a soft tosser.
Yeah.
Like DJ Hers made his debut the other night. He actually found 95 a few times, probably had an extra Red Bull, was amped up for his first big league start.
Sure.
But he's considered low 90s, right? 91, 92, maybe 93, touches 94. And when you talk about him, it's not like, oh, he's a lefty who can throw 94. You're like, lefty, low 90s, not going to overpower you.
You know, he's low 90s. He's got a change up. It's funny.
NBA Finals preview with Jason Timpf. Finals game 1 tonight. He's outstanding. Looking forward to that at 3 o'clock. We got Giant Barbecue Battle tickets at 4 today and Nicki Minaj at Capital One Arena tickets for you. If you want those and you're listening, you can try to win them on this show at 5 o'clock. Wanted to let you hear what Dan Quinn and his defensive coordinator, Joe Whitt, said about Jamin Davis yesterday, and then you and I can kind of recap afterwards and discuss his role on this team. But this was Quinn when asked about Davis entering the 4th, and because his 5th-year option wasn't picked up, final year of his rookie contract.
You know, at the end of a contract, or you're in a contract year, and what does that look like? But more important even than that is like this improvement, and we're trying to really push him specifically on the versatility. So you'll see him working some with the defensive line. You'll see him working with Ryan Kerrigan on the side. We're adding, you know, parts to his game that maybe we didn't use, and we're certainly trying to explore that. And so if that's something that he can add value for himself and for the team, then we'll dig in. And that'll take a while as well. That's not something that's in one practice or in 1 week to say, okay, it's there. Let's take the time and work through it. And I've been very impressed by his work ethic.
How great is that to hear?
Yes.
Now, the proof's going to be in the pudding, Danny. We'll watch the games eventually in September in the regular season. But before that, we might get a quick cameo in the preseason of seeing his usage. They're going to have to still do it. But the thing a lot of us have been calling for over the last 2 years that watched Jamin Davis is, hey, he does one thing really well, it seems like. Can we ask him to do that more? Like, he can run sideline to sideline. He's got speed, no doubt. So use him in that area. And if you want to have him do that, that's fine. But he can rush the quarterback, it seems like. When he's asked to blitz, when he's asked to get downhill and pin his ears back as an inside, now off-ball linebacker, he seems to be able to do that. Why not stand him up and let him come off the edge? Why not teach him some pass rush moves? And to hear Dan Quinn saying exactly that he's working with their pass rush specialists, with Ryan Kerrigan, as he didn't say it, but basically a pass rusher as an edge, essentially, doesn't mean you're not going to play him at linebacker. Move him all over. Play him all over the place, which just sounds around here like it's out of the box or a video game, but it shouldn't be that way. That's how good defenses operate.
Indeed. Just basically saying, this is our scheme, this is what we do, and if you don't do it that well, you'll come off the field. Versus, let's figure out what you do well and use that, right? So I don't think he's a particularly great linebacker. Like read, react, take on blocks, pass coverage. I think they're a lot better players, frankly, in the NFL. I think they actually went and got a couple this offseason. It doesn't mean you don't utilize him, though. He's got a skill set. Basically, to me, if I'm in charge and I'm going, what does Jamin Davis do and how can I use it? I need to give him one thing to worry about each play. Whatever that is, you got one key. And it's not to insult his intelligence, but there are people that are just simply better at the read and react parts of the complications about being a linebacker. You already said it. He gets downhill better than most people. He runs straight and fast and can arrive violently better than most people. Let him do that.
Well, to his credit, he has gotten better every year. And he's never going to be great. This guy's not going to string Pro Bowls together at his position. But in year 1, he played poorly. In year 2, he flashed. And
played a lot better.
He showed some things and was okay. Last year, he was pretty solid. his crime, if you want to say that at this point, the reason he won't be popular, the thing he's guilty of is maybe a better way to put it. It's just not being as good as you're supposed to be when you get drafted where you got drafted.
That's correct.
It's not his fault.
Mhm.
Don't be mad at Stephon Heyer for being Stephon Heyer. Have a better plan. Don't be angry when Reed Doughty's got to start 13 games. Awesome on special teams. Really good 4th, 5th safety for you. Not his problem. Not his fault that he should have gone probably in round 2. If he was a 3rd round pick or he was a Perry Riley, 4th rounder at LSU, whatever, I think we'd have a very different discussion constantly about Jamin Davis.
Totally agree.
But here we are. We're waiting on the first round thing, and the PFF grades have gone from 47 to 63 to 68. He does a couple of things very well. Tap into that. This was Joe Whitt Jr., the defensive coordinator, talking Jamin Davis yesterday.
He's a big, strong, fast man that has the ability to bend. All right, so we want to make sure we get our best players on the field in whatever capacity we can do. We have a history of playing guys in positions that they might not normally be used to, and we're just trying to build our best 11 guys on the field. And he's a big, fast, willing guy that's excited about doing it.
If you're just listening, they're telling you Jamin Davis is about to rush the quarterback. He is not going to be playing off-ball linebacker like he did last year solely. He might do some of that. It'd be silly if he didn't. And if they have injuries, then he'll play more there. But they got plans for Jamin Davis. And they are telling us that pretty loudly yesterday out at OTAs. Let's preview the NBA Finals with Jason Timpf next. Speaking of Joe Whitt Jr., who you just heard from, he is my favorite coach at the podium on this staff, and it's not close. Big fan of his. I've got a best of from his press conference yesterday we'll play for you coming up at 3:25 here on G&D. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We're live all over DC on our flagship 106.7 and in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. As the exclusive sponsor of G&D, the law firm of Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, Jason Timpf. He is with Hoops Tonight and the Volume Sports Network. I love his NBA breakdowns. I thoroughly enjoy the way he covers the game, talks about the game from an X's and O's standpoint. He's done some really nice previews of the finals. And I wanted to get him on today just to get us ready for game one tonight. Jason, you're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny. Thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Grant. Thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to break down this series. This one's going to be a fun one, I think.
Yeah, it should be really fun. Let's paint with a broad brush. I mean, just your initial thoughts as we get going tonight. I mean, betting markets-wise, it seems like Boston is expected to roll. I don't really get that. What are you seeing?
I think it's pretty simple based on the amount of talent that they have. I mean, if there was just a straight up all 450 players in the NBA became free agents tomorrow, I think all 5 of their starters would dictate over $30 million a year. Like it is an insane amount of talent that they have, and I think that's probably the main thing that people are looking at. To me, this series kind of follows the next step in what has been the theme of this entire postseason run, which has been matchups, right? So like we see Denver face the Lakers, and it's a really bad matchup, right? Because LeBron and AD can't bully their front line the way they bully other front lines. And then you see Denver run into Minnesota, and it's the exact same thing for them. And then they have this really long defender that they can put on Jamal Murray, which kind of disrupts his game. And all of a sudden, Denver's offense falls apart. Then they run into Dallas, and the same Anthony Edwards-led offense that was thrashing Yusuf Nurkic and Nikola Jokic all of a sudden can't score against a Dallas defense that loads up the strong side and has real rim protection underneath the basket. And to me, that's what's so fascinating about this series is Dallas has had the luxury of being able to pack the paint and load up the strong side. And to make that really simple, they're just pressuring the ball. They're running a high drop, meaning when they run a ball screen, the screen defender is coming up to the level of the screen, and then they're coming off the guy in the weak side corner to sit in the paint, essentially just loading up that side. That is something that works against teams that have mediocre shooting at certain positions, right? Like Jayden Daniels, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Rudy Gobert is like one of the most uncoordinated and challenged finishers in pick and roll that you'll see in the league, right? And then you go into the OKC series, it's Lou Dort, it's Josh Giddey. Chet didn't shoot particularly well. There's all of these examples of where they could load up on the strong side against those teams. In Boston, their top 8 players are all great shooters. So there's just no real opportunity to load up without risking a barrage of three-point shooting. And so I think this kind of matchup is going to put a real test on Dallas's perimeter defense beyond the top. I have no doubt in Derrick Jones Jr. his ability. I have no doubt in Josh Green. I think Kyrie can compete. I like Derek Lively on the perimeter, but there's going to be consistent entry points for Boston to attack Dallas's perimeter defense at its weakest points, which is unique about this particular matchup. I agree with you that I think the line should be closer than it is, but I do think Boston deserves to be the favorite.
Jason, if Dallas wins this series, or at least takes it to 7 or makes it more competitive than it seems the odds makers are saying, what's the story? How do they overcome, what you're talking about, and then how do they thrive?
So I think early in the series, we will see Dallas try to load up the strong side anyway. And what I mean by that is I do think they'll try to keep Lively and Gafford at the rim, and they will concede pick and pop threes and help defense threes to Kristaps Porzingis. I do think that they will concede threes early in the series to Drew Holiday. And I think they're going to hope that the moment and the pressure and the stakes and all of that leads to some poor shooting results. We've seen that in NBA history, right? Like we saw it with Harrison Barnes famously in 2016. Even last year, we saw Michael Porter Jr. in the finals really struggle to shoot the ball, and he's one of the best shooters in the league. And so I think they'll start like that. And so the pathway for Dallas is pretty simple. Boston has some guys get the yips and really struggle to shoot the basketball. And then on the other end of the floor, Luka just executes so methodically that it strangles the pace of the game, kind of has a mental impact. Like, I don't think people realize just how much of an impact Luka can have on the confidence of his opponent when he's playing as well as he has been. And I think he straight up sapped the Minnesota Timberwolves of their confidence down the tail end of that series. And so if they do something similar to that, and then Tatum starts to struggle and they kind of go through those classic Boston Celtics lulls that they have a tendency to have, I think you can see the path of the series flip.
Breaking down the NBA Finals ahead of Game 1 tonight on Grant and Danny right now with Jason Timp. You can check him out on Twitter. He does a great job covering the NBA. Luka has been unbelievable, and that's despite having a leg issue at one point earlier in these playoffs. I know we're always so reactionary to say greatest player. For a couple of years now, Joker's had that distinction. But I know you feel like maybe the gap has closed some here. And one of the examples a lot of people are using is the same team that had an answer for Jokic couldn't find one for Doncic.
Yeah, so I think it would be an oversimplification to be like, oh, Luka destroyed the Timberwolves and Jokic couldn't, therefore Luka's better, because obviously matchups play a role. So, for instance, like Jayden Daniels is, in my opinion, the best perimeter defender in basketball. There are guys that are bigger and stronger than Jayden who are more well-equipped to handle Luka that would struggle against quicker guards, right? That might struggle against the Jamal Murray, for instance, even though Jayden had a lot of success against Jamal Murray in that series. And so matchups, I think, play the primary kind of like a role here. Like, for instance, had Denver made the conference finals and Aaron Gordon gets the Luka matchup, like Aaron Gordon is just so much more equipped to handle that, right? And so I think like when you're looking at the best player in the world conversation, I look at it in two different ways. Like I look at it in terms of bragging rights and then also kind of like what it's like in a vacuum. Luka deserves the bragging rights because he has had a more successful postseason run than Jokic. And I think that he deserves the praise and the recognition for what he's accomplished in this run. But in a vacuum, like when you, irrespective of matchups, knowing that next year it could look very different, like you could just have Dallas catch a bad matchup early and then suddenly Denver ends up facing a different team in the conference finals or something like that. Irrespective of matchups, I still lean very slightly towards Jokic. But where he's lost ground, he had a really bad jump shooting season. And a lot of people were talking about that in the series with Minnesota like it was some sort of kind of random occurrence. All season long, he was about 17% worse as a jump shooter than he was the prior season. And it was a consistent theme. And what was interesting is the counter to beat Minnesota's coverage was for Jokic to hit threes, and he couldn't hit them. And so between the jump shot kind of fading a bit and then some of him losing ground on the defensive end of the floor, I do think Luka has closed the gap considerably.
Jason Timp with us here on Grant and Danny at _Jason LT on the Twitterverse. Jason, this question is going to make me throw up a little in my mouth. It's a terrible sports radio question, but it's part of it. We're previewing the finals, so forgive me in advance. If Boston wins, Jason Tatum, what does that do for him, his legacy, and the way we view him?
I think it totally depends on how he plays. Some of the stuff with Tatum, you know, in a weird way, he's kind of the perfect fit for this Boston roster, just simply because they have 5 $30 million players in an open market. And so him not hijacking things, but rather kind of functioning more as a glue. It's almost like a glue guy star, if that makes sense, where his passivity almost is a benefit to the team. I think some of that has caused him to become a little underrated. I don't think Tatum's as good as the Jokic and Luka tier. I don't think that's a hot take. I know some Celtics fans want him to be considered that way, but I don't view him on that tier. That said, he's right below those guys, and he's incredibly underrated as a defensive player. He's super versatile. One of the things you're going to see in this series is they're just going to go ahead and put Tatum on Lively and Gafford, and they trust him to physically hold up on the glass. They trust him to be able to protect the rim as a low man. That's a unique responsibility to put on a forward, especially when that responsibility almost exclusively falls onto big guys, right? And so, like, his versatility has become underrated. I think a way that I think if he goes into this series and he just does what he did in the Eastern Conference, where he just kind of meanders through the series and puts up, 26 points per game on, 42% from the field or whatever he's shooting in this postseason run. If he does something like that, I think people will look at him as a guy who's a beneficiary of the talent of his roster and I think he might actually like kind of stay static despite having won the title. But if he goes into this series and he like spends a good amount of the time on ball on Luka and has some success and in every close game makes big plays on both ends of the floor and he kind of seems like a difference maker, I do think that he'll start to be respected at least more on the level of some of the guys. Like I think of him at that point, he would kind of start to get some of the recognition that Kawhi's gotten over the years, where it's like he's clearly not the same level of player as the LeBron, Steph tier, but you can win a championship with him, and he's capable of doing a lot of things on both ends of the floor that are unique in a playoff setting. And I could see him getting some respect on that front.
Jason Timpf on Grant and Danny. You've got the Celtics in 6, and I know from watching some of your breakdowns, a lot of that comes from where you think basically the way Dallas plays defense, the Celtics match up really well. Can you explain, what they'll take advantage of in your mind?
Yeah, so think of it like this. When Luka would try to be attacked by Minnesota, even when he did get switched on Ant, which didn't happen often, the responsibility became very simple. Luka would basically just press up on the jump shot and try to funnel him towards the sideline side. Because at that point, the Gafford Lively pairing, whoever was on the floor, is basically parked underneath the basket and Rudy Gobert is in the dunker spot. And so everything with Minnesota's offensive limitations allowed Dallas to create these really easy perimeter assignments, right? This series will be fundamentally different in the sense that if Kristaps is setting a screen, he's going to be popping above the break where he's a very good shooter, right? That is a guaranteed counter for any sort of drop coverage and pick and roll. You're going to have to leave him open if you're going to protect the rim in a ball screen. If it's a switch, let's say they dribble up the floor and Drew Holiday sets a pick for Jason Tatum and all of a sudden Luka's on Tatum. If Tatum beats Luka off the dribble, chances are Porzingis is going to be on the opposite wing about 27 feet from the basket where it's really difficult for a Lively or a Gafford to make a rotation. And so essentially, to put it very simply, it's going to spread Dallas's defense out and force them to contain on the perimeter in a way that they didn't have to in their previous matchups. And we've all seen this with Boston. All those guys are such good passers and all of them can shoot that as soon as that drive and kick chain starts where the first guy gets beat and then he just draws a help defender and makes a decision, and then the next guy draws a help defender and makes a decision, it's like it just always ends in a wide open three for a good shooter. And so the only way to kind of prevent that from happening is to stagnate Boston and try to bait them into pull-up jump shots. But that's just going to be difficult to do with the way that they space the floor. I think they'll have moments where Boston gets sloppy and lazy and settles and they have some success. I don't think Boston's going to sweep them or anything, but I think over the span of the series that Boston is going to have a lot of success spreading Dallas's defense out and getting really good looks.
Jason, shifting away from the two teams playing to, the offseason champions, the Lakers were flirting with JJ Redick, and now it sounds like they're courting UConn head coach Dan Hurley. The question I have for you both, where do you think that ends up? But then B, is Dan Hurley going to be able to be Dan Hurley, yelling at like LeBron or Anthony Davis, just being his intense self? Like you can't like have a lion come into the cage and then be surprised when he does lion stuff.
Oh, for sure. I was joking. Our head of content here at the Volume, his name is Logan. He's a big Lakers fan. We were joking about this morning. I said, if I was Dan, I'd call LeBron and I would like kind of flex my ego a little bit just to kind of see how LeBron reacts. Like I'd be like, hey, listen, man, like I think you're the best who's ever done what you do, but I'm the best at what I do. And if we do this together, we can win this thing. Because you got to be careful because we've seen David Blatt, a very experienced championship coach from the EuroLeague, come over and LeBron basically scoff at him, right? And so it's a delicate balance in terms of an accomplishment that LeBron respects versus an accomplishment that he doesn't respect. And so if I was Dan, I would do a little bit of that kind of like prodding behind the scenes just to see if he'll listen. That said, I am like obsessed with the fit here. And the main reason why is the Lakers kind of took off at the end of the year last year as an offense because of what they can do going 5 out. And to very basic and like summarize it, Dallas runs 4 out. Shooters in the corner, shooter on the opposite wing, set a ball screen, heliocentric kind of attack like that. 5 out is much more ball and player movement. There's usually multiple screeners. So there's usually like 2 players that function as dribble handoff / ball screen guys. All the other 3 players are involved running action. There's tons of ball and player movement. And that's what unlocked the Laker offense, which was terrible 2 seasons ago. But this last season was the second best offense in the league for the last 46 games. Like, they were an awesome offense because of that. And so that was literally with Darvin Ham, who is kind of like the worst kept secret in the league, is he doesn't really know what he's doing, right? So you bring in a guy who's like a professional offensive tactician and that level of competitor who will hold them accountable. To me, I could not conceptualize of a better basketball fit for the Lakers than Dan Hurley. It's just those personality dynamics you mentioned, and they complicate the whole thing.
Before we let you go, I got to sneak in a Wizards question with you. You're on in DC here, which means we can't talk about the playoffs because they don't make the playoffs. But they're in a rebuild. I want to know what you think about Brian Keefe getting the gig moving forward. And maybe more importantly, I don't know how much you've dove into this draft class, but what do you think they might be able to land at number 2?
So as far as the draft goes, I turned my attention there after the NBA Finals. So I'm not going to try to pontificate about something that I haven't done the prep on. And the same goes for Brian Keefe. As far as I'm concerned, I just don't want to start talking about something I haven't done the requisite amount.
You've been focusing on the teams that win. We get
actual basketball teams playing well. Yeah.
I did take an obligatory look at your guys' cap sheet yesterday though, because I wanted to, and I just kind of dug into some of the seasons that some of your specific role players had. And honestly, I think the main kind of direction that they're going to have to look at this summer, and I'm curious to see what you guys think in terms of where the fan base is at with Jordan Poole, but I'm kind of pro Jordan Poole, and I'd like to see him get more of an opportunity. And I actually do believe that he's kind of more suffering from young guard syndrome than he's suffering from bad basketball player syndrome. So I think that in time, Jordan still has quite a bit of potential. I find Denny Avdia and Kyle Kuzma to be redundant. And so I do think that they'll probably look to consolidate that in some way, shape, or form. I think Kuzma has a good amount of value, especially coming off of this postseason run where we've specifically seen the value of the big forward, right? Specifically that guy that can kind of back up a center as like a big 6'9", 6'10" athlete. We saw that with Aaron Gordon. We even saw that a lot with Kyle Anderson in the last round. I think that the direction is to go in is to look to flip Kuzma to try to get more draft compensation. And then I would try to create more of an opportunity for Jordan to fail next year. What I mean by that is give him a longer leash, give him more opportunity, and let him grow on the job. But yeah, I'm sorry I can't give you guys more insight on the draft and on the.
So we'll circle back. Closer to the draft. We'll circle back with you. We'll see what you think at that point. But we totally get it. You cover national, important, real-life basketball. And here we are on day 1 of the NBA Finals going, hey, that team that was 8-31 down the stretch, what'd you think?
But it was better than the 8-40 to start the season.
Right. Exactly. Jason, great info, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Seriously, we appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to next time.
You can see why I love listening to his work
Smart.
on the NBA. That's Jason Timpf of The Volume on G&D. Joe Whitt Jr., a little bit of a star at the mic after his
Cutting promos, man.
press conference. He's awesome. He talked at length about a bunch of different issues with the defense. He said a couple things yesterday about how they're going to use guys, how the rotation's going to work, how many guys are going to be involved. That really got my attention. I think you guys will like this. We'll do that next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Your chance to win tickets to the giant barbecue battle coming up in 30 minutes ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. Whitt Jr. spoke for the first time since his epic opening press conference to the media yesterday. I want to go through some of the best of his presser. I went back and listened to it last night and this morning and kind of pulled some of the things that I thought were most interesting. So first things first, he was asked about Frankie Louvu. It was right after he was asked about Emmanuel Forbes. And I didn't pull it to juxtapose them because I didn't think it would be fair to Forbes. But just so you know, like someone asked about Emmanuel Forbes and he's like, yeah, he's working hard. We like him. He's gonna grind it out.
He's playing how they're playing.
He's smart. We like him. And then someone asked about Frankie Louvu, and he sounds like Jay Gruden being asked about Rob Kelly, where he was like, "Oh man, I love Rob Kelly." Like, listen to the energy. Frankie Louvu is a dog, and when you watch him on film, it just pops out as different. He is going to be an alpha in any locker room. But it's pretty clear Joe Whitt already loves the guy.
What's not to like about him? He is the heartbeat of what competitive, hard-nosed defensive football is about, And I remember he said, "Coach, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it." And he goes as hard as he can. I love that. He's a fun guy to be around, fun guy to coach.
That's an endorsement, right?
Yes, it is.
Your lips are filled with smile. When you're asked about a pupil, you're asked about a kid that you're helping, learn a language or whatever you're tutoring, whatever, and you can't say anything but nice things. I'm such a big believer in Louvu, by the way. I think he's going to have a really significant year. I don't know statistically what it's going to look like because I don't know how he's going to be used really, which is part of the fun. And Joe Whitt talked about this. He was asked about a couple different ways, a couple different players. How are you going to use this guy? What's the plan? What's it going to look like schematically? And he was, and I have no problem with this. In fact, I actually like it. He's very nice about it. He's like, guys, I'm not giving away the business here. He's like, the only thing we have going for us really at this juncture is nobody really knows until week one how this is all going to go. And I still remember covering the then Redskins in 2012. And if you remember, nobody knew that they were going to come out running all those bubble screens with the Robert Griffin offense and the read option and the pistol. We didn't see that.
Hadn't shown any of it.
No, we didn't see it in the preseason. We saw some stuff at open training camp practices, but we really had no idea. And they took the league by storm. I'm not suggesting that Joe Whitt and Dan Quinn are going to be able to do the same thing schematically defensively, but I do agree with him that you got film on the Eagles. You got film on the Giants who are returning a coaching staff. You kind of know how the Cowboys are going to operate. They don't know much about you. And this was him talking about Louvu fitting in at different positions and kind of getting into that.
Why would I say that right now when people are looking? All right, they'll figure it out when we play. But we're happy, and I'm not trying to be a smart ass. All right, trust me, believe me, okay? But the advantage that we have right now is people don't know, okay? And we're going to keep that advantage until they figure it out. So I'm not going to say, I'm not trying to dodge anybody's question, all right? I'm answering it the best way I can, but we have good players, and we're going to put them in position to help us win. And that's all we're going to get until, after the first game.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Sign me up.
Also, a lot of times coaches do the I'm not answering it, but they don't go as he went farther and said, listen, guys, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I promise. But here's why I'm doing it this way. Just going far enough to think enough about, in this case, the media, but really the fans, to explain why you're answering that way.
Yes.
That's the same thing he's going to do in the meeting rooms when a coach says, "No, we're not running that. No, I don't like you doing it that way." Are you going to explain to them why? Are you going to get down on your knee and say, "Here's how we do this, buddy"? This guy is a player's coach, and he is a bring everyone to the table. That told me a lot. He didn't just shut it down as saying, "I'm not telling you that, guys. Competitive advantage. Here's why, guys." And he took you inside his logic. I love that. That was revealing.
I do too, because there's a I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. There's an inherent dismissiveness sometimes that comes from guys who do this professionally to the lay people, right? I always felt like, and Shanahan I thought was actually a little bit guilty of this at times, where like, how dare you ask me to explain myself to you? I've forgotten more football this morning than you pudgy writing core will ever know in your entire lives. I'm not explaining this. I'm not stopping to explain this to you. No. And there's this looking down on and a disdain that sometimes happens from coaches and people that are in the know. I understand you know more than I do. That's why you're not asking me questions. I'm asking you.
Well, and you understand probably like I do that they get annoyed because it's constant and it's so many questions.
Oh, totally.
And that's got to be frustrating.
And absolutely. But there's a way to do it like that where you're going, I'm not sitting here telling you, I'm not thumbing my nose at you. I'm not Belichicking. I'm not giving you the Popovich treatment. What I'm doing and explaining is our best attribute right now is that people don't know exactly what our plan is. And any data I can control, I'm not giving out at this stage. And that's why. That's very reasonable.
I actually generally think a lot of what coaches believe and perceive as being information worth guarding is way overrated and unnecessary.
I agree with that.
Like he at one point, Whitt says, I'm always looking at press conferences or reading stories about guys to see, if a coach says what their flaws are or whatever. So you can exploit them. I mean, I just don't buy.
I bet you the film tells you more.
Exactly. I think there's other ways to figure that out. Having said that, it's irrefutable. New coordinator, new system, new usage of new players. Yeah, we've never seen it before. So there's a lot that's going to be determined that nobody knows. Go to cut 3 here. I love this. He's asked about guys playing in contract years. And to me, this is kind of Joe Whitt at his best.
I really don't get into that, to be honest with you. If this is why if you get comfortable, if you change because of a contract or not, shame on you. Okay, I remember Charles Wilson told me he had just signed his contract, and I came down into the meeting room. I said, "Wood, you got that big contract." He said, "Man, I'm trying to get the next one." The day he signed it, so that's the mentality that has to be. How do I get to the next one? How do I win a championship? That's I don't really worry about that.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the next cut that I thought was worth playing for you. When he was asked how much he leans on Bobby Wagner. So I was talking about being a player's coach. One of the things I really liked when he was hired was that some of his guys that he's coached in the past, Green Bay, Dallas, along the way, came out and said he is a listener. He will take what you say and implement it. In his press conference, one of the things that made him a very popular guy very quickly was him referencing, like, I don't have all the answers. Coaches coach players, and players can help me learn too. But listen to how he's actually implementing that. Like, those were not just words. He gives you specific examples here of Bobby Wagner, who's a coach on the field, coming to him, saying, I don't know that you have this perfect, and then them together going back to get it fixed. I thought this was really cool.
A lot. I just told the defense, this is the vet's responsibility that the young guys are going at the speed of the vets. All right, if they have to make sure that happens. We're going to get them to understand what they have, but to play with the edge and the tenacity that we want. All right, they're in the locker room with them, and Bobby does a great job of that. And Bobby does a great job of when I install something, and if I don't do it as clean as I should, he'll come and say, "Hey, coach, maybe." Got you, Bobby. All right, go back in there and do it. And I respect that. I take coaching from my players. I did it in Dallas. I did it in Green Bay, wherever. That's the only way you get better. All right, so we're all trying to grow and get better. So I'm not trying to say, hey, I have all the answers. As a defensive staff, we're putting this together with the players. It's our defense. It ain't my defense. It ain't Coach Quinn's. It's the commander defense. All right, and we're going to get it done. So it takes all of us.
I mean, who doesn't appreciate
I adore that.
From a boss, right? Like, our bosses know more about what we need to do to succeed from a revenue standpoint and a rating standpoint and all those things than we do. This is the livelihood. They're in the meetings. They get the info. They bring it back to us. But we're the worker bees to some extent. So we're in here, and sometimes you might go, hey, this isn't going that well for this reason. They can't possibly know everything that happens inside this little room.
Right.
So if you've got a boss that when you go to them and say, hey, this isn't working for me because, the good ones go, okay, let's figure out a way to make sure that's not the case so that we can get the most out of you and make it more efficient. For us, that just might mean we got to get a new equipment or new technology, whatever it is. To me, that is what I think a great coach in the league has to be able to do in this era, especially. Player empowerment's kind of only getting going and to a greater extent. These guys have a lot of money and big egos, and a lot of them think that they've been there and done it. And if you're going to butt heads with a coach, you can pretty quickly sour on that guy. You could be the voice in the locker room that has other people sour on him. I think it's important that you welcome the players into the discussion.
There's got to be a hierarchy. There's got to be roles. but it can be collaborative. I think of my college coach who's now at Wake Forest, damn near winning national championships every year. It was basically his point always was, we'll go as far as our leadership takes us. The best way to be great is if the leader, the better players, they're your hardest workers, they're setting the culture, setting the tone, etc. But it has to be collaborative to some degree. You guys are going to get out of this what you put in.
Gotcha, Bob.
And I remember, multiple times, guys, if you we're playing games in conference, out of conference, like if somebody knew someone on the other team, he's taking that stuff into account. I remember we played Virginia Tech against one of my former teammates who had the best pickoff move you have ever seen. And I basically said, you got to holster every hit and run because he'll leave his leg up there and pick guys off one by one by one. We cannot take big leads. In fact, limit secondaries because he's got the best move you've ever seen in your life. And you take those things into account. You don't just do your thing because it's your thing. You do what's best. And if someone's got better information, you go with that. Or at a minimum, you consider it.
One other clip I want to play here, and this is from Joe Whitt Jr. yesterday with the media. At the end of his press conference, he kind of throws one more thought out there, as if it was just something he wanted to get out there that he kind of planned going up to the podium, I want to say at some point. I thought this was actually really interesting for a couple of reasons. Listen to this. You can play the whole clip then, whatever you got there. Something's happening with the computer, maybe, it sounds like.
What I've really been impressed with is with the buy-in that they've had, all right, because it's not, you have to be selfless at some point to say, all right, there's not going to be 11. There's going to be times I come off the field for the betterment of the defense, for the betterment of the team. And there's nobody that's balked at that at all. Everybody's in. Everybody's all in. And the meetings are so fun. They're so energetic because these guys every day are just trying to get better and trying to do it the right way. And as long as we do that, we're going to have a hell of a chance.
That's Joe Whitt Jr. meeting with the media yesterday. Went on to say yesterday, there's starters don't really matter. They're going to
loved that, by the way.
Deep rotation, 17, 18 guys going to be on the field.
Because here's the thing, there will be starters. Their guys are going to get more snaps. But the whole point is you need 17, 18, 20 some guys for buy-in because injuries happen, substitutions happen, rotations happen. You can't have this massive drop-off. Right? Where the good teams are able to stack and layer. And if you're like, yeah, I'm playing 10 snaps tomorrow, so what? Or it's, dude, I'm playing 10 snaps tomorrow. You'd rather have the latter.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And then we've got those tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle ahead of the Beltway Blitz right at 4 on Grant and Danny.
do and to go out there and whip people, okay? So we don't have 11 guys. We have many personnel groups, and now can they own those positions when we put them in there? So when that comes, don't ask me about who's starting, please.
Love Joe Whitt. That's the cut we were talking about, end of last segment. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Giant Barbecue Battle tickets, 15 minutes from right now on G&D. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer, stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
80 years ago today, my friend, one of the most storied, incredible, massive undertakings in certainly United States history, but really world history that changed the course, I really believe this, of civilization on our planet. 80th anniversary of D-Day, my friend. June 6th, 1944, Allied invasion, basically along the beach coast of France. The Axis powers, led, of course, by the Nazis in Germany, had opened up a number of war fronts that already invaded the Soviet Union. There was fighting taking place in the Asian theater, which we'll get to in a second. But basically, in Italy, there'd been some Allied force land making, and they were moving their way up very slowly. But to try to get to liberate France and Poland and everywhere else, it was really painstakingly slow. So it was agreed by all the Allied powers. They needed a new front, a new access point to get into France and ultimately disrupt the Axis powers. So Operation Overlord was born, which and ultimately turned into D-Day. One of the most complicated, incredible feats of military strategy, execution, pulled off in history. Bombardments taking place, months of faking various landings, like full decoys on display. Like imagine a Kyle Shanahan offense where the slot receiver runs past the quarterback, military version of that, right? We're keeping everybody honest, looking at different fronts potentially for Germany to have to protect. Over 20,000 brave men that day from the United States take shore, the largest aquatic invasion in human history to that point. So many casualties, obviously, but wildly successful overall as far as military things go. Begins to change the tide of the war and preventing the Axis powers, again, led by the evil SOBs, the Nazis there in Germany, knocks them back a peg.
Every couple of years, I feel like I stumble onto like a documentary on D-Day or one of those, really well done produced pieces where there's historians talking about it. Tonight could be a good night for that.
So silly.
Anniversary night.
There are so many incredible things about it. First of all, the sheer bravery, the sheer stones, sand, etc., to be able to, walk into that buzzsaw, difficult terrain with nothing but debris and all sorts of stuff with, men in covered positions, having their way and being able to shoot at you as you take landfall. Again, the complications of it are incredible. I encourage folks to read about it. One thing I wanted to pass on that I think is just outstanding. In France, the gravestones and sites on the beaches of Normandy, just off the coast, France gave that territory to the United States. That's actually United States territory per gifts of France. They were so grateful to the Allied forces and specifically the U.S. There is somebody whose job it is. If you've ever seen it, it's so solemn and it's beautiful and incredible. Every year, someone's job is to maintain that all those gravestones of the soldiers that died that day or over the course of that operation. They take sand from the beach and gently scrub it into the headstones of the fallen soldiers to give it that gold shine of the names. And they clean it and make sure those graves stay pristine over the years. It's chilling to watch that process. It's incredible. Again, if you want to know more, I encourage you to look it up. There's plenty of info out there, but amazing to think about. I'm in awe of those men and what they did. Forever grateful, but it's incredible. In the 80th anniversary, there are some folks that are still surviving from that made their way to France to great acclaim, and it's really, really cool. So thank you.
That's the crazy part too, is when you see now that 80 years later, some of the guys and some of the folks that are left from that operation, pretty incredible. More trivial matters for my double play. I got two quick ones for you. First, I watched a TV show last evening. It's a mini series on Netflix. I believe there are 6 episodes. I'm a mini series guy.
You are a mini series guy. Yeah.
This is kind of the wheelhouse for me. The show is called Eric. The Real Monsters Are Not Under the Bed. So this is about a grief-stricken father. His son goes missing. People think maybe he was involved. You know, I'm all about a whodunit.
You like that?
Got
huh?
a little whodunit going here. But what's amazing is this dad is like certifiably has mental issues. You find out he had terrible childhood, probably has had these issues before. He also is now getting into alcohol and drugs and all these other things to help cope. But he starts going crazy. And basically, he is befriended throughout this process while he's looking for his son by the son's imaginary friend / the monster that was under his bed named Eric. And this guy is like talking to Eric as they're trying to find the kid. He happens to be, it's based in the 80s. I want to say it's like during the AIDS pandemic in New York. So there's that as a backdrop to the show as well. But, you know, the idea is essentially that this guy is the creator of like this very popular, almost like Sesame Street type Muppet show.
Whoa.
And the kid always wanted the dad to listen to him for his idea for his monster. And the dad's just a horrible father. And he wouldn't. And then the kid goes missing and he goes into his room and he finds all his sketches. And then that imaginary guy ends up being the guy he's like talking to the whole time, trying to find his kid. It is wacky. It is deep. The star of the show is Benedict Cumberbatch, who I think is an unbelievable,
He's so silly,
incredible actor. The acting's really, really good. I'm not saying it's must watch or it's incredible. It's really, really good television. It's also weird enough that you could like miss it and be fine. But I banged through 4 last night. There's zero chance my wife will want to watch this, so I'll have to wait till she.
Yeah,
goes
for
to
those
bed,
reasons, she's out.
and I'll probably watch the last 2 tonight. But that is the TV show I started.
Have you guys, before you remember your second TV show,
Yeah.
have you guys done The Watcher yet?
No.
Speaking of that, it's 8 episodes. It's based on a real thing. There's some whodunit to it. Like you would rip through these episodes. I told you about this one.
The Watcher.
Yeah. It's where this couple buys their dream home and it all goes to hell and they start getting these
you
creepy
did tell
letters
me.
and stuff.
But
like,
first of all, my wife would be out on this. She
for
doesn't do
those reasons, she's out.
Yes.
This is a Grant show.
But yes, I should watch this. But it's also like real life with weird notes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could enjoy it.
But you're doing imaginary friends, but you won't do like notes from a real person. That's crazy.
No, I think I could. I think I could watch that. It'd be
Yeah.
fine. The other one, really quickly, this will make Danny very mad. Air travel has gone to the dogs literally. This is from NPR. A site here. Bark Air is now live. It is happening.
Is it?
Flying with your dog in first class may sound like a far-fetched dream, but for many pet lovers, it is now reality. A new boutique airline launching this week aims to make the White Paw experience a reality. That's what they say. The White Paw experience is
And
here.
for those reasons, I'm out.
Bark Air described itself as the world's first air travel experience designed specifically for dogs first and their human companions second. Bark Air has taken the white glove experience, typical of a human's first class experience, and redirected all the pampering to pooches, from booking to arrival to in-flight services and disembarkation. I don't know what that means. It's a pun, but I don't know what they're going for.
Bark like a dog. Disembarkment.
Okay.
Like bark.
Disembarkation.
Rough. I don't know.
Dogs will truly be the VIPs and treated to a positively luxurious, curated experience.
By the way, good for them. Good for them to take advantage of stupid people that would want to do this. But
So-
that's awesome.
Danny and his dog that he doesn't have yet. I could see you guys flying first class sometime.
You couldn't.
You and the pup.
You wouldn't do that because that's stupid. Like that right there is stupid.
Beltway Blitz next. We've got giant barbecue battle tickets for you on Grant and Danny. Right now, caller 10-800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a 4-pack of tickets to the 32nd annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 22nd and 23rd on historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everybody, over 100 free food and drink samples, Giant Corks to Caps tasting tent, Monster Energy Extreme Sports, live music, the Pepsi Taste More Summer Stage. Visit thefandc.com/events for more information. Good luck to whoever is dialing right now, and one more chance to win the Barbecue Battle tickets on the show, the 4-pack, tomorrow right here at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny as well. But someone's about to win, so congrats. It is time for our Beltway Blitz on the Fan, covering the Nationals, the NBA, and the Commanders. Let's get it started. We begin on the diamond with our buddy Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com. Bobby, last night, ugly for the Nationals. They wait out the rain. Patrick Corbin, ERA over 6 for the year, gets hit around, and their offense just couldn't get anything going. That was one of their most lopsided performances of the year.
Yeah, a tough start overall to this homestand, getting swept by the Mets in 3 games, and they had a chance yesterday to avoid that sweep. And, that game was close through the first 5 innings. It was only 2-0 after the 5th, but that 6th inning kind of blew up in their face. You mentioned Patrick Corbin getting beat around, the offense not scoring. They collected 7 hits, but only scored 1 run late in the game on a sac fly from Joey Gallo. We talk so much about Patrick Corbin and what he brings to the mound, or I guess for more so what he doesn't bring. But, for me right now, it's the offense. The offense has to get going. They got going too late on Monday and trying to mount a comeback. They didn't really come around on Tuesday, and last night they were kind of a no-show. So 4 games coming up against the Braves. They really need to show up and kind of do what they did last week, getting on, scoring, maybe even look at themselves as a couple home runs here and there.
CJ Abrams down to sub 250 in terms of a batting average here overall. On base percentage dipped below 300. He really scuffled in May. I thought maybe he was turning a corner, with a decent couple of games, but it just doesn't seem comfortable. Seems sort of in between, swinging a lot of stuff in and out of the zone. Just looks like he's not having a whole lot of fun up at the dish.
No, he's not. And, he's frustrated right now, and you can tell. I mean, you mentioned the on-base percentage. He got on base at a 216 clip in May. So after his great April, he completely went the opposite direction and had a pretty bad May, and is now, like you said, struggling at the plate. And we talk about the offensive struggles, and we've always said, as CJ Abrams goes, this offense will go. He's not getting on base. He's not being that tone setter for them at the top of the lineup. And the frustration kind of boiled over last night. He didn't talk to reporters after the game as they waited by his locker. That's very out of character for him. For better or for worse, he always talks to us. He's not always very vocal, but he will speak to us. He's never turned any of us down at any point. But that was the first time you kind of saw the frustration boil over for him. So he's got to get it turned back to what he was doing in May, not swinging at every single first pitch. I know he wants to be aggressive in the zone, but getting on base is what he does best for this team. Stealing bags if he's not hitting extra base hits. We saw him hit 7 homers in April. Maybe get back to that. But, he needs to set the tone more at the top of the lineup because he's their best player, and he's really struggling right now.
Since May 1st, Abrams, and this was going into game 2 against the Mets, so you got to add to this, but basically the 3rd worst WAR via Fangraphs in all of baseball. 0.9 walk percentage was worst. 43 WRC plus was 4th worst in all of baseball, and only 1 steal. So it has been really, really ugly. The good news is, while he just had as bad of 5 weeks as anybody in the sport, because his April was so good, his numbers for the season are actually decent. You would actually probably sight unseen on opening day take and sign up for his current season that he's had. It's just he had an unbelievable month followed by as bad a month as you can have. So got to try to get him going. How about the pitching, which they need to get back on track? Gore struggled. Hers made his debut, mixed bag. And then Corbin got rocked in this Mets series. The key all season long has been starting pitching. They're going up against the Braves, 4 games starting today at home. And it's the same 4 guys in order, I believe, as when they took 3 out of 4 in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, except for DJ Hurst replacing Trevor Williams on Sunday. But yeah, I mean, this weekend for me is all about adjustment on the mound for the Nationals. Especially those 3 guys, Mitchell Parker, Jake Irvin tomorrow, Mackenzie Gore on Saturday, absolutely shoved against the Braves last week in Atlanta. I mean, they dominated. I mean, they should have swept the Braves last week in 4 games. So now it's all about how do you make an adjustment facing them for the second time in such a short amount of time, especially for a young guy like Mitchell Parker, who's only making his 10th major league start. You know the Braves are going to make adjustments to you. How do you adjust to those adjustments they're going to make? Trust your stuff. Stay in the strike zone. Throw strike one. Davey Martinez always says that. That's a good place to start. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how these guys kind of make adjustments. All of them kind of coming off what we've known as subpar outings for them over the weekend in Cleveland and to start this series against the Mets. And, having been really, really dominant against the Braves last week, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of make adjustment as they take this next turn against a tough lineup.
Bobby, latest on Josiah Gray, and throw in a Cade Cavalli update for good measure.
Yeah, Josiah Gray finally is going to go on a minor league rehab assignment. He threw a live BP, his last one on, I believe it was Tuesday at the park. Got up to 3 innings. There were over 65 pitches, I believe. So he's going to make a rehab assignment on Sunday, probably with Single A Fredericksburg. I think they're home this week. So he's finally going to be taking the mound in a competitive game situation. Still probably 2 or 3 weeks away. He's going to need to make 3 or 4 of these before he comes up. But that window is going to be opened up on Sunday when he retakes the mound. And Cade Cavalli, he is scheduled to make a next rehab assignment sometime soon with Wilmington. He made 2 starts down in Florida, one officially in the Florida Complex League, one in an inter-squad game in the backfield at West Palm Beach, and then he finally made an affiliate start last week with Wilmington. So his next one's coming up pretty soon, which again kind of reamps his clock of hopefully joining this rotation, if not at least, getting back into Rochester's rotation and start to build up his innings.
Bobby, we appreciate you, pal. Good info. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Be good, bro. Let's talk some hoops. NBA Finals, Game 1 tonight. We'll hit on that. But first on the whiz, Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports. Brian Keefe is the guy moving forward. We had him on the show. It was very, very pleasant. I don't know. He'd done a lot of interviews that day. I'm interested in his kind of demeanor. He was a little bit low energy for like a coach. Does he bring it on the sideline, or is he more of a scientist who just kind of X's and O's? Like, what's his demeanor on the bench?
I think he's more of a scientist, but while he doesn't speak with a ton of energy, he's very succinct and to the point. And according to the players and also, members of the front office, they feel like it's a really effective way of holding players accountable, because he's very, very honest. Like we heard from the players down the stretch last year when we asked them, well, what is Brian Keefe like? They were like, he'll shoot you straight. He'll walk into the locker room and tell you exactly what you're doing wrong in front of everybody. And it'll kind of take you off guard at first, but that's the way he communicates. And he's not afraid to say that to a rookie or a veteran player. And they appreciate that. My follow-up question to those players was like, well, how do you deal with that type of communication, that type of constructive criticism? And a lot of them said that they appreciate it because, they're used to it. It reminds them of their dad or their high school coach or their AAU coach. So holding players accountable is a big reason why they wanted to keep him as their head coach. And that's the way that he goes about it.
Hey, quick draft question here, Chase. How does Nikola Topic's knee injury affect the top of the board?
Well, according to his agent through ESPN, it won't affect the top of the board at all. But, that's his.
What about according to Chase Hughes or Danny Rouillet?
Right, exactly. Partially torn ACL, which is definitely, I think, a factor for which teams he fits the best with. I don't know what his likelihood of being the number 1 pick was, but for a team like Atlanta that probably wants to win sooner than later, maybe he wouldn't be a great fit for that type of situation. But when I heard that, I immediately thought of the San Antonio Spurs, because they have not only the 4th pick, but also the 8th pick. And he seems like a Spursy type player. And also I feel like he'd fit really well alongside Victor Wembanyama, who probably needs someone who can create off the dribble next to him. So maybe they're a team that can kind of take that chance. But, if you're a team like the Wizards that's earlier in your rebuild, then, for comparison, like the Pistons or the Hornets, who are also selecting high, you have the benefit of time and waiting on a guy like that. And maybe there's a team that, feels like they can wait a whole year before he even takes the court. We saw that, Chet Holmgren, he got injured in the summer, didn't play his rookie year. That's worked out well for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And of course, there's many cases like that in the past, like Joel Embiid or Blake Griffin, where you take a player who's got the long-term talent and you're willing to wait a year, or in the case of Embiid, even longer, for them to be healthy and start their NBA careers.
Chase Hughes on not only the Wizards, but the NBA with us here on the Blitz. All right, let's pivot to the finals. You got the Mavericks and the Celtics getting going with game 1 tonight. What do you think?
I am going to be interested to see what Kristaps Porzingis looks like, first of all, because he's been cleared to go and has not played in about a month due to his injury. But I'm picking the Mavs in this series, and it's crazy for me to say that because I really think the Celtics are a very, very good team, and they've rolled through the Eastern Conference. But I can't pick against Luka and Kyrie and the Mavs after seeing what they did to the Timberwolves, giving them a gentleman's sweep in the conference finals. I thought the Timberwolves were the best team in the West going into the playoffs. They beat the defending champions by winning a bunch of games on the road, and then they looked completely overmatched against the Mavericks team that, as of the trade deadline, didn't look like NBA title contenders. But they pushed all the right buttons. They made trades that turned them into contenders basically overnight. And they've got a great supporting cast around Luka and Kyrie. And I think Luka's the best player in this series. And both him and Kyrie, when they're on, which right now they're at their peak, essentially, they're both unstoppable. So I think the Mavs win this series and pull off the upset.
What's the reception going to be like for Kyrie Irving in Boston?
I would imagine it's going to be pretty hostile for sure. I mean, it's almost like crazy to think that he played there because it's been a few teams ago, right? And it's been years, and that was before COVID, which is a different time. But he signed there, and everyone thought it was going to work out. Like the Celtics were already really good, then they signed him and Gordon Hayward in free agency, and it didn't work out as planned. And of course, Kyrie is a lightning rod off the court as well. So, and then you mix that with the Boston fans who, if they set their sights on someone, you're going to feel it differently than most fan bases will make you feel it. So I feel like that's going to be a fascinating storyline to watch. We'll just see if it carries over throughout the entire series or if it's just like watch it in the first quarter of game 1, see how he's received, and then it's kind of pushed to the side.
Last one for me, Chase. You talked about this, I think it was even a year ago, and now it's starting to get a little more attention. There is a streak going with players who played for the Wizards and winning and playing in the finals. And now it's starting to get a little national attention.
Yeah. I mean, so I first kind of started tracking this in 2020 because the Lakers, when they won the title in the bubble, a third of their roster was former Wizards players. It was like Dwight Howard and Markieff Morris. And then it just kept continuing. And here we are. I think it's like 8 years. It could be 9, or it's 7 years. It could be 8. And a lot of these guys have played like key roles as important role players on their teams. Like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope last year for the Nuggets, he was one of like 4 former Wizards who was on the team. And, he was an essential player. So basically the Wizards, I think what it is they've had these guys in outsized roles on their team, like they're starters, but then they go to contenders and they're like the 7th or 8th man. It's the perfect role for them. And it just continues to happen. But, you got Porzingis on the Celtics and then also Daniel Gafford on the Mavericks. But another cool storyline is God Shamgod is an assistant to the Dallas Mavericks. And longtime Wizards fans will remember that he actually played for the Washington Wizards. He was drafted by them too.
Should also remember that he crossed me up in high school through an alley-oop to Ron Artest, who dunked on me and called me a name I can't repeat on the air, Chase.
Well, he crossed up a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a move they still use in the league that's named after him, by the way. And he used it on a medium athletic dude from Washington, D.C. Chase, thank you as always.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
We'll see you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. They should change that name. Michael Phillips, Richmond, Virginia. You can hear him on our sister station from 10 to noon on 910, The Fan, down there in the Commonwealth. Miguel, I don't think the team, talking about the organization by and large, is doing enough Jaden Daniels promotion. I hear Louis Riddick talking about how he's going to take the town by storm, and I'm like, I'd like him to, but I feel like I'm not getting enough Jaden Daniels. Not one throw in slow motion. I need mic'd up. I need him out front. What say you?
I love not getting a lot of Jayden Daniels promotion, right? I think you would consider one of the sins of this organization in the past to be declaring and drafting superstars before they happen, a la Chase Young, a la Robert, Dwayne. I think the list certainly goes on. You could even include, like a Jamin Davis in that list, guys who get drafted and then don't end up becoming stars. I think everybody's kind of in that wait and see mode, right? We talk about the fan base and rebuilding the fan base. And there were people who came back when Dan Snyder came back or when Dan Snyder left, right? Attendance was higher last year. Some people were tuning in. I think there's a lot more people saying, all right, Dan Snyder's gone. Show me what you got now. And I think this is a great way to show what you've got, which is not to win the offseason, but to let him win in the regular season.
There's probably a middle ground for me. I mean, they have to re-energize this base. I mean, they've got to get butts in seats. There's a couple ways to do that. And hiring a coach would be one that kind of galvanizes, and you go get a big name or something. The other is, I mean, this is like marketing stuff, right? A quarterback. And you got the Heisman Trophy winner and the number 2 overall pick. And he was at an event last week, and they didn't want him to speak because they want him to be one of the guys. So I get both sides of it, but I think there's probably a middle ground for me where you turn on ESPN and they're like, this guy's the best. And then you watch practice and everyone's like, look at Ben Sinnott.
we do love, the beat guys love a good breakdown of a second string guy this time of year, right? ESPN's out there talking about Russell Wilson and Jayden Daniels because they know that's what people want to hear about. And people want to hear about Jayden's process and progress and growth day to day and week to week. I just wonder how much base there is to reclaim at this point. I mean, I think, we talk about the name ad nauseum, we talk about the stadium ad nauseum. I just think those two things are both more important that, you've got people who are old enough to remember the glory years, and you thank God for them. They're not turning off the radio. They're in, and they'll be watching because they're wedded for life to this team. That's me with the Capitals. You live through it. You're never going to bail on them. And then you've got people who are in their 20s and 30s, and they're not fans of the Washington football team. And they may never be fans of the Washington football team in that way. And to me, it's about grabbing the next generation as they come in. Certainly a player like Jayden Daniels is going to be a great asset in grabbing those fans. But, you're making customers now. You're not preserving them.
Miguel, I'd love your thoughts on this. Grant and I have been debating this off and on for a while. We all want something similar, the nicest stadium probably in DC at RFK. I don't want to say all of us, but he and I do, and certainly the majority of the fans. Poll said that. Okay, common sense. His point, basically, I don't want to put words in your mouth, GP, but has basically been, I just want the nicest stadium, right? So even if it has to be at a location that we don't love, just give me that nice thing. And I'm
the nicest and soonest stadium.
Nicest and soonest. And I'm like, that's cool as long as it's not FedEx Field 2.0, which Maryland is desperate to give away because they know it stinks too. I'm like, anywhere else is fine. I just can't do there. Where are you at on that discussion?
This is my most contentious splits in a while because I disagreed with you out of the gate. Now I'll disagree with Grant. Look, why did we love RFK? And the answer is not because it was the most luxurious stadium of all time. One, they won, but two, it was right in the middle of the city. It felt like home. Everybody was there every weekend. Give me a crappy concrete bowl in the middle of the city that's rocking and where people are there and making noise. I prefer that far, right? What are the great college basketball arenas when people talk about it, right? Are they talking about the new one at Baylor that cost $1 billion and has the greatest LED video board ever? No, they say, you got to go to Cameron. It feels like a high school gym in there. You got to go to Butler and experience the game there. Allen Fieldhouse, where you sit on top of each other and everybody makes a lot of noise and the place feels like it's about to fall down. People like being a part of a crowd and being energized and being a part of something. I think location's far more important than the product. Now, don't get me wrong. I think both are important. I think both should be factored in here. But, the two variables here, soonest, right? They whiffed on Potomac Yard back when they made FedEx Field, rushed to build it, ended up with the soonest. It didn't work out. I don't think that location's any good at all. And that's not disrespect to my Maryland friends. I think there are Virginia locations that are equally bad. Dumfries comes to mind, obviously. I think location's extremely important.
Miguel, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Take care, guys.
See you, Bob.
Michael Phillips, check him out. Odyssey Richmond. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Remember, about 40 minutes from now, we got those tickets so you can go see Nicki Minaj, Capital One Arena. If you want to win those, you got to be listening. At 4:45, we're debuting a brand new segment, Does Danny Hate It? There was a claim made about DC and possibly some heckling done to a visiting team in town. Want to get into next on Grant and Danny. Sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondorian Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score a discount. kmlawyers.com. The Mystics are playing at Capital One Arena the next 2 nights, Danny. The Chicago Sky are in town tonight, and the Indiana Fever tomorrow. The Sky, of course, have Angel Reese as their rookie sensation, top 10 pick, drafted, I believe, 7th overall. And then tomorrow's the big show, the main event. Caitlin Clark is coming to town for what should be a sellout at Capital One Arena, which is going to be pretty amazing. They're drawing over 17,000 in the games that she plays in.
Wow.
Right around 8,000, I think, in a lot of other games. So the attendance is up. But when she plays, twice as many or more people go to those games.
Indeed.
Teams are moving games to the big arenas in their towns, and the Mystics have done just that.
The effect is undeniable. You know what I mean? Like there's no way around that, right? She is a catalyst for everything, both for eyeballs, for discussion, for interest, for conflict. I mean, some of it she's just trying to play basketball, and it's not her fault necessarily, but she seems to be at the center of all of it, right?
There's just so much, right? I mean, the conversation span from basketball to race to culture, and to your point, it's been a lightning rod. Obviously, we talked quite a bit about Caitlin Clark on Monday, as a matter of fact, on the show. First time in the history of Grant and Danny that we had to say, hey, Commanders guests that we're scheduled to talk to, we can't talk to you right now. We're having a good conversation on women's basketball and the WNBA. But yeah, it's become very, very prevalent. But the Chicago Sky, who are playing in DC tonight, Again, this is the team that Angel Reese is on. We're showing up for their trip to DC and getting off the bus to go into the team hotel yesterday. And I'm sure you saw this, Danny. They were allegedly harassed and bothered and yelled at. And it sounded like, just based on X last night, it was a pretty bad scene. As they got off their bus and went into their team hotel, Angel Reese tweeted, finding out our team's hotel to pull with the camera as we get off the bus and put it in my teammate's face and harass her is nasty work. This really is out of control and needs to stop. So I guess she's saying for you to look up where we're staying, get your camera and come harass us is not okay. Then yet another player saying, wow, thank God for security. My teammate being harassed at our hotel is insane. Couldn't even step off the bus. You have another player saying, getting harassed at our hotel is where the line needs to be drawn. Some fans have no chill. And right away, I think a lot of us kind of said,
wow, that sounds serious. That sounds, yeah.
A terrible look. A crazy person who hates either Angel Reese, or in this case, it sounds like they approached her teammate, Kennedy Carter, who's the one that took the cheap shot at Caitlin Clark. Like, you're going too far. You're doing too much. If your reaction is anything more than, at an extreme, hey, that was a cheap shot, Kennedy Carter. You should have gotten in trouble for that. If there's more energy than that.
They were showing up and screaming at them? Like, what is happening?
Reevaluate your life grown up, please. I mean, what a joke. So I felt bad. And I was like, this is terrible. This is going way too far if now you've got fans that are harassing them and their team security is getting involved. Except that a video came out today from the person who is claiming to be the alleged accuser of said harassment, which is a super annoying paparazzi bit that happens in DC, and athletes lately have been kind of the main
subject.
I guess I was going to say like the main dish on the menu.
Yeah.
Like, so the account, best I can tell, is called Capital Paparazzi. Although it's hard to get information because the Twitter account's been gotten rid of today. But this, best I can tell, Danny, is the same account that found Jaden Daniels at the airport and followed him from baggage claim to his car and was like, hey, Jaden, you ready to meet with Adam Peters? How do you think the meeting's going to go? You going to go over to Topgolf? Where do you expect to be drafted? Do you want to play for the Commanders? Like that kind of TMZ bit. That's what this guy does, or this group of people seems to do. And I don't have all the answers on this, but this is what I've seen, okay? We played a clip with Ron Rivera at the airport, which was hilarious, a couple of weeks ago, where this dude like goes up and he puts his camera in his face and he's like, hey, Ron, what do you think of all the changes? Like, what do you think of Dan Quinn? And it's like, this is so awkward.
This is painful.
You're literally asking this guy.
Oh, he's better than I am, okay?
He's literally next to his wife.
Yeah.
So I'm not telling you that like this is an honorable, admirable profession. I think I've always thought paparazzi stuff is like lowbrow and stupid, but we've kind of giggled at some of the videos. It's very TMZ-like, and at least based on what we can see, while it's annoying that a guy is doing this, you're a celebrity in public, and he's just trying to do the LAX bit, where the celebrity in the A movie is walking around and someone walks up and is like, hey, how's your husband doing? Are you guys still together? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And if that's really what this was, that's kind of different than what it appeared to be when you're basically saying security got involved and you're being harassed, which you technically are in a legal way.
Yeah, but that's not the all caps harassment, is it?
I don't think it's quite the same. But I'm going to play the Darius, you got the video here. I want to play this again. This is all that was posted online. It's about 19 seconds long. This is the thank God for the security harassment video.
Have you got a chance to reach out to Caitlin? Hey, man. Come on with that. Relax. Have you got a chance to reach out to Caitlin? Trinity, have you got the chance? The basketball world wants to know if you've gotten a chance to reach out to her.
And the security guard kind of gets in the middle and waves his arm like he's defending the guy in the lane. And that's kind of the end of the video.
So if some people are saying, okay, well, what else is there? Like if it's not just the video, there's got to be something else. Chicago Sun-Times reporter Annie Costabile, I hope I'm saying that name right, later provided more detail, reporting a single man approached the team with a camera and attempted to speak with Carter. Sky General Manager Jeff Pagliaccia reportedly said police weren't called and the man was escorted away by team security. So the point is, doesn't sound like much more than that.
So that sounds like what it was.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you that players, after this video surfaced today, came out and said that does not tell the whole story. They are saying that this is edited, or at least doesn't show that he was screaming at them before that. Players on the sky, I'm going to read from the New York Post. I don't know where the quote came from. I guess they posted this on Twitter. Players from the Sky claim the video has been edited, fails to capture the man's alleged harassment. Quote, interesting how the video posted was edited, doesn't include when he harassed our staff while calling us, in quotes here, ghetto bees, saying, quote, women's sports isn't S, which was a start out curse word. We are not about to normalize things like that. So let me be very, first and foremost, clear. If, in fact, this person was screaming those types of hateful, dog whistling, like awful things, then this is 100% a very legitimate story that needs to be taken extremely seriously. You can't be screaming and cursing and saying hateful things to people, public or not, celebrity or not. You cannot do that. Unacceptable in every single way. And that would rise, by the way, Danny, to the level of those initial posts yesterday where I'm going, and by the way, it makes DC look bad, in my opinion. It makes the DC sports fan look bad because initially some of the heat was, oh my God, like what are these fans thinking? You guys are crazy. If in fact someone is screaming and cursing and saying those things about the players from that quote that I just read on X, that is unacceptable, to be clear. 1,000%. But that video is not out there right now. Have no idea. All we know is that we have this 20-second video. And if it's the same guy, seems like it's the same company that has done all these other videos that are posted online, there's been nothing like that ever posted where he's yelling at someone or cursing at someone. I mean, there are times where he's annoying a celebrity, like one of the singers from the Eagles got in his face and shoved him, and they were going to call the cops or whatever. But like, I have not seen anything where there's a track record of this person yelling and cursing. They just do the TMZ thing where they go up and do exactly what you just heard. So that would be my caveat here is I am open to getting more information. I'll say right now what I said for the Scotty Scheffler situation. This seems like one thing. If it turns out that there's a video or audio or something we haven't seen, I am 100% willing to kind of change my opinion.
Sure.
But it does, at least based on this video, seem like this is a very normal, well, albeit unfortunate and annoying and kind of maddening interaction, because this industry itself, by definition, is harassing and terrible. But this is what happens to NBA players and major, the guys are out and about and someone comes up with a camera and asks some questions. They're in an airport and Jayden Daniels and JJ McCarthy and Drake May, the same company did the same bit to them. Dan Quinn was getting out of his car and they're literally up in his chin asking him questions. Remember that video?
Yeah, of course.
He was probably annoyed by that. But when I first read this, I'm like, oh my God, it seemed like a fan or somebody was like trying to attack one of the players, essentially.
Screaming at them. And again, I think you said it very well. If new information happens, I'm very open to that. I want it. Again, I'm going off of what is said here. It was over as fast as it started. Pagliacci said he's the GM. I'm very confident in our security, always making our players feel safe. Today was a great example of how critical they are to our team, etc. If it was over as fast as it started, I how much more was there? If there's more, I'd love to hear it and see about it.
Also, the team and the GM and the statement that they put out does not reference the cursing at them or the saying the terrible things at them.
So I'm sorry, that's not harassment. What I've seen so far is not. If there was, I will adjust accordingly. What it is presumably the thing you've asked for. This is a corollary of that. You would like to be famous. You would like to have people pay attention to you. This has now occurred, and it's troubling in some way. That's not harassment. What we've seen to this point does not rise to that. If there's something else, I will say it is harassment. I'm very easily able to call balls and strikes. So to me, this is a pearl clutching sort of like, we're enormous victims here. You're not in this case. That's not, that doesn't rise to it.
Yeah, I'll wait until I have all the info to slam my gavel. All I can do is say, a lot of people have been talking about this. It doesn't make DC look good, and it didn't make just the DC sports scene look good. And so I think it is important to note that from what we've gathered so far, the only evidence we have is a fairly common video from the same dude who was doing the same exact thing to a bunch of quarterbacks and Commanders
Yeah.
people within the last several weeks. Don't know if it's the same guy. Don't know if it's the same exact company. It certainly looks that way, but we'll pass along more as we have it. That's what we have so far.
Indeed.
I'm telling you what they are claiming and what this video says. Does Danny hate it? A brand new game for you on G&D next on the Fan. Top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels yesterday got a lot of national love, being put over by, among others, a couple of the highest ranking NFL analysts at ESPN as a guy that should be taking DC by storm this year, could take the league over. It just doesn't seem like the hype right now is there for Jaden Daniels, and we're going to dive in on whether or not he's being undersold a little bit as a game-changing prospect, lest we forget 2012 and just how fast things changed when Robert Griffin got to DC. We'll get into that at the top of the hour. That's when we're giving away those tickets to see Nicki Minaj. But we have a new game.
Yes.
That was requested by our listening audience after Danny went on record to say that he despised the tweet the Commanders put out on Monday, which we were all reveling in and celebrating that they had a new team dog.
Yes.
I thought it was pretty quick and easy, painless. They're doing football things all day long. They, as a social media team, let everyone know we got a new team dog, Barney. He's 12 weeks old. This guy's awesome. And I know you took great umbrage with that.
Yeah, I don't need a team dog. I need a team left tackle or a new team weapon or, some consistency. I need football stuff. I need content that shows me Jayden Daniels in the huddle. I need a mic'd up Bobby Wagner. I need all sorts of stuff that's not just the occasional slow-mo pass and the dog. I don't care about the dog. I care about the football team doing football stuff.
All right, so Does Danny Hate It is the name of the game.
Here we go.
The way that I'll just give you an example, okay? Does Danny hate it taking his kids to see Santa Claus during the December build-up to Christmas? I'll ask him. It's a yes or no. This one is just an example, so you already know the answer to this. And then we'll all have to decide kind of as a group, do we think that he hates it or not? Ryan is out today, so Darius and I will have to do the heavy lifting for the G&D program. We got Chris hanging out with us. But does Danny hate it taking his kids to see Santa Claus in December?
Yes. Terrible. Awful thing. We're not doing it.
That's the way the game is played.
That's how it goes.
So, Darius, do you have a category to begin?
Yeah, let's start with, does Danny hate going to the local community pool? Going to the local community pool. Now, this would be, of course, taking your kids, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you want to go for a swim.
Summer
You're just trying to get away from the kid.
Like 3-4 hours in the sun. Now, remember, Danny sneaky loves sunlight for some reason I haven't quite figured out. Because he's always out and about playing pickleball or something wacky. He goes to the beach. He loves sitting there and not getting up for hours. So I'm going to say he loves going to the pool.
Wow. I am going to waver on the side of no. There's probably too many people for him, and he doesn't like being around that many people in that setting. I'm going to say no, he does not. Chris, what do you think?
I'm going to say yeah. I think he does.
Hates the yes, I hate it, or yes, I love it?
I think he loves it. I think the sporting aspect of it, the athletic side of it, that's what he's going to enjoy.
Likes to hop around.
If he was just sitting around sunbathing, I don't think so. But I think being active in the water, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Grant, Chris, you are correct. I love it. I love it.
That's why we play it. That's why we play the
love
game.
it. Nothing better
than being at the pool.
Actually, one thing better, being at the beach.
Public pool.
Oh, yeah.
Just like community pool.
Absolutely. Wow. I'm part of the community. Let's go.
I'm surprised he loves it.
Love it.
I did think that there was no chance he'd hate it. All right, how about this one? Taking your kids to a baseball game and staying for 9 innings. Taking your kids. Now, Danny played college baseball.
Yes.
I think you like the Nationals for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like I love the Yankees like Ryan.
Well, no, you're definitely. But I mean, I'm saying I think you like baseball a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Your kids play baseball.
One does. One retired.
Early retirement.
After his 8-year-old season.
Exactly.
Fired his coach.
But generally speaking, they like baseball enough that you could take a kid to a baseball game.
And I've been with both of them.
I think we could even extrapolate this out maybe to taking them to a sport game. But you have to stay there the entire time. The dad who loves sports, the kids who play a lot of sports, seems like an easy yes here, I would think. So I'll say yes. What dad doesn't love taking his kids to a game?
I think there are parts to it that he would like to throw away.
Of course.
But I think the overall experience and the knowing that the kids will have the memories, I think he appreciates that. I will say yes.
Oh, you think Danny prioritizes the kids having the memories?
Sure.
Interesting. All right.
So I would probably say that he likes it, yes, but because it's the full 9 innings, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say he's ready to go
So
way
that's the
before that. with
caveat, is
the
you got
kids.
to stay for the whole game.
Yeah, I think because it's a full 9 innings, I think it's no.
So I respect everybody's guess here. If the kids would do what they're supposed to do, sit and enjoy the game, and we might get some concessions, it would be awesome.
Then they wouldn't be kids, though.
Exactly. It sucks. I hate it. Absolute hatred. I love going to sport. I love sports.
How many times do you think you've taken your kids to a Nats game in the last 2 years?
2 times each kid each season.
Oh, it's that many?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have gone. I would have got that wrong.
Yeah. And it's been, so we haven't gone this year because school's still in
Have
session.
you taken them one at a time?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. For different, like as part of small groups, or like I took my oldest individually but we were still sitting with a group. And it was awful. We had to get Dippin' Dot 7 times.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
Just you and the kids, or just a family outing, not like, bring a bunch of your buddies. Let's bring your baseball team. How many times have you taken them?
A couple times each.
Okay.
Yeah.
So similar.
Mm-hmm.
Darius, you got another category?
Let's stick with being in a place with lots of people. Amusement parks. Does Danny hate going to the amusement park?
This is a good one. I have to say absolutely not. There's so many people having fun and smiling. There's people watching. There are everything. I mean, every type of person, like the guy who's too loud, the guy who smells, the guy who's on his phone. There's just too many people for Danny to possibly enjoy that. I'll say no. Absolutely not.
I also think no. I can just see him stewing, standing in line for an hour for a 15-second ride. The inefficiency of that has got to get to him.
Well said. Also, when's the last time we heard Danny say, like, we were at King's Dominion I don't even ever remember hearing those words.
That's a great point. I didn't even think about that. All the years that I've known Danny, I've never heard him mention amusement parks.
It's got to be a no.
I think Danny hates amusement parks.
You guys have nailed it. That is correct. Now, if I got to go and like enjoy myself unfettered, I would still do that. And I wouldn't still. I used to, and I loved it. I went to King's Dominion all the time as a kid. It was great.
Right.
But I can't do it now. I'm not waiting in line for funnel cake and 9 hours for the anaconda before somebody chickens out. Like, no, I'm not doing that. That's a terrible idea.
All right, I got one. How about the pumpkin patch during the fall? I look forward to the pumpkin patch, eating one of those apple cider donuts. Love the pumpkin patch, going on a little hay bale ride, enjoying the kids picking a pumpkin, carrying them to the car. If you can hold them all and take 3 steps, you get them all for $22, whatever the bid is, right? Love a pumpkin patch. Big pumpkin patch guy. I'm going to say Danny hates a pumpkin patch because it's holiday themed.
Oh, that's a good point too. That it's holiday thing. I sleep on the pumpkin patch. It is so great.
You do.
I'm going to go with Danny totally hates this. There's just no chance that Danny likes any kind of outdoor activity in that time of the year. I would think.
I also,
that's the best time to be outside.
I agree with that. Yeah, his fall weather is the best.
Sure,
But
sure.
Again, it's him. Kids are gonna act like kids at a pumpkin patch, and there's gonna be a couple hours of that. Also, I just don't. Similarly to the amusement park, I don't remember Danny being like, "We went and picked pumpkins."
Well, you just don't remember. We've done that. We've done
have.
it. Yeah, we've done it.
Okay. Chris,
I'm also in the no camp. I just don't see the
is that a
chaos
clean
of
sweep?
That's a clean sweep.
The chaos of the kids everywhere and just the activity. It's not competitive enough. Like no.
Chris is on it. The complaining. Stop complaining immediately. Stop complaining, children. Your parents are trying so hard. Everyone's so tired. The complaints about the pumpkin patch. If they behave themselves and we're like, this is a cool thing that we're getting to do one time for a couple hours. It's not Roblox or PlayStation 4. Like one time we're doing this for a couple hours with family members. Please enjoy it. Nope. Nothing but complaints. Out.
How do we feel about the segment? New segment.
I got a text that my buddy Chris likes it.
Okay, very good. Love Chris. Here's what we'll do next time. I think that could make it even better. So Darius, you come up with them. We could come up with these like we did to have them. I think we could even take calls from people who want to ask you if you like the thing that they
that's
have
good.
come up with.
Yeah, I think the people want that.
And then
I love
the
that.
people can ask, and then we guess based on that. Because it'll be even less insider trading for us and inside knowledge of our longtime cohort. The man we call Tons of Fun Rouye.
old tub of fun over there.
Danny Huey. Nicki Minaj tickets, top of the hour. And let's talk Jayden Daniels. Have not done that in a few weeks on Grant and Danny. The time has come if you want those tickets to see Nicki Minaj. Here we go. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning 2 tickets to the Nicki Minaj presenting Pink Friday 2 World Tour. Monday, September 9th, Cap One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Courtesy of Live Nation. One more chance to win these tickets tomorrow on G&D at 5 o'clock. Our show, as always, is sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, helping you to draft a will, setting up a trust, creating a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, I am increasingly perplexed by the dichotomy of attention and juice when it comes to Jaden Daniels nationally and locally, which is to say, just yesterday, in about 30 minutes of clicking around on ESPN, I see Louis Riddick went on a Jaden Daniels rant. We'll play a clip from that. I see that Field Yates is ranking him right at the top of the board among fantasy quarterbacks this year. And generally speaking, the national dialogue about him is that Washington has a gem, that this could be a lightning rod, game-changing, electric renaissance performer, the likes of which Griffin in 12 or Stroud last year. And it's just not really getting that type of attention in town right now. It's not resonating that way, which isn't to say that there's nobody talking about him. He's clearly the number one storyline at most of the organized activities, a lot of the practices and stuff. But maybe I'm just spoiled by, I was around for 2012 and I saw what it was like for Griffin, and I'm comparing it to that, and it feels night and day. It's like the single A version to the big league deal that was Robert Griffin. And I'm going, I don't expect it to be that, because the fan base is smaller and the name has changed, and a lot of people,
and everyone's been hurt a lot.
Yeah, a lot of people don't care like they used to, and even the people that care, many of their energy is dissipated. But there's still some more ceiling here that we're not reaching,
without question. And it's hard to quantify this exactly, but everybody knows we're right. Okay, now individually, yes, I'm talking to you out there. You may be as excited as you were, or more so. Your call, but step outside of yourself for a second and recognize that by and large, what we're saying is largely on point. So I ask you this: if training camp were tomorrow, do you think when he takes the field, thousands of people will be there going, Jaden Daniels, the way they were going, RG3, RG3? Do you think there'll be montage videos put out on YouTube, set to Sweet Disposition by Temper Trap of when he was drafted? Do you think people are like crying and celebrating? Just, oh, nice pick, I'm happy. It's not the same, and you know it. Now, I'm not saying one's right and one's wrong, just simply observing.
Well, I'm also willing to go as far as to say that that shouldn't even be the expectation, right? When I say I'm comparing it to, that is the baseline, but I go in knowing you can't have this anymore. It's like, if you were making a lot more money at a different job a bunch of years ago, and you had this kind of house and this kind of car and this kind of situation, but now you make half that, and you've had a divorce since, your whole life is different. You shouldn't really be comparing it to that. That was a different time. You had 2 incomes, a whole different world, right? I'm not suggesting that the intensity for Daniels in town should be the same as it was for Griffin. But what I will say is they were both number 2 overall picks. They were both Heisman Trophy winners. They were both national sensations in the number 2 sport in America, because it goes NFL, college football, and then everything else. And this is not anti-Griffin, because he said the same thing publicly, by the way. And I have, as I've always said, I get along fine with Griffin. Daniels is a better prospect, theoretically. I mean, he turns up the faders on a couple of things that you just look at the season he had. He had a better year. He's coming out of the SEC, having a historical year nobody ever had, whereas Griffin did his thing at Baylor. Now, that's not to knock Robert, and I hope it doesn't come off that way. Again, he said as much. My point is just, I know that the fan base has shrunk. Fact. Agree or disagree there?
100%, yeah.
I know that the energy for football in this city has dwindled.
Mhm.
Fact?
Yes.
If it was 10 with Griffin as a ceiling, let's say it's now 7, 6. Was that about right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. Because like there have been studies, I think it was the Post recently that said the Nats have surpassed them in terms of, passion and fan base with whatever polling they had done on this. I don't feel like it's as turned up as it should be even on the 6 fader. And I don't know why, but when you hear ESPN analysts going, this guy could take the league by storm. This guy's going to own Washington, D.C. He'll be the mayor. And then you listen to the practice coverage, and it's just kind of like, oh, Jayden Daniels is out there. So's Ben Sinnott. So's this guy. That it's nothing like it was for Griffin. Nothing.
No, and I understand that some folks would say, well, that maybe was a mistake with Griffin. And what I mean is not just being excited about a player. That's not a mistake. That's otherwise, what's the point of any of this, right? You could just walk around hopeless and despondent all the time and experience no joy. I mean, he's on the Tonight Show. He's on, out front everywhere. He's speaking every second of every day. He's in the commercial. He's in this came in. I understand that there's probably a happy medium to slow walk it and build it up a little bit. But at the same time, there's more juice to squeeze out of this fruit, right? There's more excitement that could be building right now that isn't. And I understand wanting to be cautious. And as our guy Kevin Sheehan always likes to say, it's like, my mantra is overpromise and underdeliver. No, wait, it's underpromise and overdeliver. Let's go to church. Like that's what his mantra has always been. And they're doing that to a degree. They're underpromising and overdelivering. But there's still some room for more excitement. And this is not one-to-one, okay? And I almost hate bringing it up, but the late Dwayne Haskins, you and I had this conversation years ago when he was a rookie. Nobody knew at that moment, by the time OTAs rolled around, that this was a Snyder yacht pick. A couple of insiders might have known. You might have known. The general public didn't know that this was a yacht pick. What they knew was a guy that threw for 50 touchdowns at Ohio State that was local, was going to be a quarterback here. And no one cared. Nobody cared.
Oof.
It wasn't until later that the reports started to come out, the CYAs, the different, assistant GMs saying, yeah, this may not have been.
I remember reporting the day of the draft, Snyder is taking over the first round. And Diana Rossini, I don't know if it was that day or within, that he wanted Haskins and that's why they took him. But to that point, I think all this can be true. It was 100% known that he had chosen Dwayne Haskins. And anyone who would listen to people who were in the know, you could find that out. But it doesn't work that way.
Right. My point is insiders knew, the incredibly plugged in knew, rank and file should go, this is a first-round quarterback who threw 50 touchdowns at Ohio State.
Yeah.
And at least be curious, Grant. I'm not talking about excited and gung-ho and tattooing his name across your chest. I'm saying, where's the interest?
Yeah,
where's the intrigue?
Stunning.
And it was gone. And that's when I knew. That's when I knew that this fan base had been damaged beyond repair. It was a first-round quarterback, regardless of what you think about him. You think he's going to be terrible. You think he's going to be great. Everything in between. There doesn't even seem to be the curiosity, the buzz, and that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Liz Clark wrote a story in the Post years ago about the hemorrhaging fan base loss.
Yep.
And all of the problems business-wise the team was having. And I remember she talked to a marketing expert, and the marketing expert said there's a few options for Dan Snyder. The way that you reinvigorate your fan base in sports is, one of these few things. One was firing a coach and like hiring a legend. But the other in football was quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Think back to Hard Knocks last year and Aaron Rodgers, a Super Bowl champion. Now, with every week that passes, he becomes more of a controversial figure and a lightning rod for, in a polarized world where if you disagree with somebody's politics or their opinions and stances on non-football things, it now colors how you cheer for them or don't, or if you want them to succeed on the football field or don't, in a way that it didn't used to. So I understand he's not this universally beloved figure, but go back and watch Hard Knocks. Go back and watch what it meant to that building and to that fan base that at that position, they thought maybe they'd solve the riddle. He would get hurt a couple plays into the season and their season was ruined.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of impact at quarterback is what I'm referencing here. 12, I bring up Griffin because the world changed in 2012 for the Washington outfit. Because they solved the riddle, if momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, there should be more. I don't even mean to suggest that everyone needs to be elated or crowning him, because I find some of he just completed an 11-yard pass to this guy in a 7-on-7, eye roll emoji stuff. But what I'm saying is the hunger to find out everything you can about him, the thirst to see each practice and whatever comes
And
out.
that's my point.
Like, it should be on that Rodgers-Jets level from last year. I mean, it's the position. It's the number 2 pick. They have drafted a quarterback this high how many times in history? Other than Griffin, I don't remember another time into the 60s, like modern era football. It's him and it's Robert. Top of my head.
That high, yeah. Schuler, I think, was the top 5 pick or so, but not, yeah, but like this, no.
Within the top 2 picks, a
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner, it's a list of 2. And it happened last time. It derailed with an injury.
Yeah.
But the whole thing that's supposed to happen, where you win the division the first year, you go worst to first.
You're the envy of the league. Your friends of rival teams are texting you going, oh my God, you guys have it.
And they've got him. And it just, some of that feels like it's missing. And it is, to me, my takeaway is this thing damaged beyond repair? Like, that's actually my question on it. If the quarterback pick at 2, you can't do better than a Heisman Trophy winner at number 2 who just broke records in the SEC. There's no such thing as a more exciting quarterback prospect. Like Griffin getting drafted this year out of Baylor, who is a big personality and humorous guy, and he's on the Tonight Show, whatever. Maybe marketing-wise was just more out there and a bigger deal than Daniels, I guess, who I love him, the way that he comes off personally. He seems quiet and underspoken, kind of soft-spoken, I should say, but understated is the word.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to get a bigger shot in the arm at the quarterback position than what they got this offseason. And it just doesn't seem to have moved the needle. Now, maybe we're wrong, and the ticket sales went through the roof like for that week after, and the merch went off the charts, and they can see a massive spike that looks like the Empire State Building on their graph, and I hope that's the case.
Yep.
But I haven't felt it. And it just makes me wonder, short of winning, which they can't control, they're trying. They're doing everything they can. Is this thing broken? We all keep acting like we're in this short-term rut as a fan base, but it's going to come back. And Josh Harris bet $6 billion on that.
That it would, yeah.
Is there a chance this is just what it is?
So there's certainly a chance. My personal belief here is that enough damage has been done. Enough times you've thought it was sunny outside and you stepped out and you got rained on, that everybody's is very much in a wait and see approach. I say everybody. That's not right. A huge percentage that could reach whatever ceiling is left, that 7 out of 10 that we were talking about. To get to that 7, you need a group that's not excited to become excited. That's going to take a little bit more time. I really believe that, right? I mean, they've been bad for decades. They've been bad for a long time. It wasn't until various points in the late 20 teens where fans finally said, that's it, we're leaving. They gave up their tickets, and the attendance numbers show that. You know what I mean? It wasn't until whatever year it was. I think the drop-off was between maybe 16 and 17 or maybe 17 and 18. I can't remember which, where they were always top 5, and then they were down at the bottom. And it was the lowest percentage at the stadium. That's when they started ripping the seats out. They couldn't sell them. The waiting list was bunk, and it was over. The illusion, the fourth wall was broken, whatever you want to call it. I think there's a huge chunk of fans that are going, this looks good. I'm waiting. I'm not investing yet. I've been beaten up and broken too many times to believe based on an offseason. I've done the offseason excitement before. I'm not doing that until they're 8-3 and atop the division, actually playing sustainably good football.
How much of the lack of energy, seemingly, is because the energy just doesn't exist anymore? And is that something that will come back? And how would it? I mean, winning is the obvious answer. Yeah. And that's the only answer for me at this point. But is that a bleak outlook? 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines on Grant and Danny. back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jayden Daniels and the Commanders hard at work at the facility this week. A lot of national attention for Daniels yesterday, including Louis Riddick saying he's going to take DC by storm, but we're just not feeling that energy or him as the kind of beloved lightning rod for a revitalization of the fan base that we kind of were expecting, and we're wondering if this whole thing's broken. I mean, it's certainly broken. Is it broken beyond repair? How do you get that back? 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067. This was Louis Riddick on ESPN talking about Jayden Daniels.
Look, it's hard not to get super excited, Kevin, about Jayden Daniels, and I think everyone knows how I feel about him and how he accepted the challenge at LSU, mastered it, became the Heisman Trophy winner. He's going to accept the challenge now of playing on a football team where 3/5 of the offensive line is going to be new. They have, one of the most dynamic wide receivers in the NFL, and Terry McLaurin. Jahad Dotson is a playmaker in his own right. They draft Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State, who's a fantastic athlete at tight end, and they got Austin Eckler. So he's got some help and a developing offensive line. So those things have to kind of work around him. But as far as himself and what he is doing, look, you've seen some of the clips that the Commanders have put out there in terms of some of the throws that he has made already in OTAs. And it's spectacular. And I've had correspondence with people down there who have said, look, very rarely does the ball hit the ground. He puts the ball exactly in where it needs to be put. He can throw with touch. He can throw with velocity. He is a student of the game. And he is someone, I think most importantly, Kevin, that the players will gravitate towards already. They want to be around him. They want to be accountable to him. They want to do better for him. That's pretty damn cool. He is going to take that town by storm as everything else around him grows along with him. I have 100% confidence in that.
Louis Riddick's been arguably the biggest Jayden Daniels backer publicly, I think, that exists in football over the last year or so.
Yep.
He's a GM candidate off and on. I mean, this guy knows ball. This will be telling to see, what his kind of acumen is, because, I mean, he seems to think this is the next great quarterback in the league. But here's the bottom line. The dream is that you find the guy at quarterback. Washington might have. The mission is to find the elite QB young on a rookie contract. The Commanders might have done that. The best way for you to accomplish this nearly impossible goal is to draft at the top of the board in a year where there are stars available. Check and check. It's coming together here. It's so rare. How many teams can say, I drafted a quarterback in the top 2 who was the best player in the country and won the Heisman, who's one of the fastest players in the league, who's very accurate, who's got legitimate arm talent. None of us know if this is going to work. It is an inexact science. But this is really, really exciting. The upside here is the largest it's maybe ever been before. And I'm just kind of looking around going, where are you? And I'm waiting for the party to be thrown, and it just hasn't been thrown yet.
Yeah, you couple that with a general manager, not a part-time temporary Band-Aid, not a new white knight that they're trotting out there to deflect criticism from a Bruce Allen or Dan Snyder or whoever else, but a bona fide GM. Other GM candidates from around the league are here too. And obviously the new owner, for goodness sakes. This should be celebration time, but it's like the milestones have happened, and I think everybody's now going, okay, I'm going to wait and see. That's my hope anyway, to try to get us back to whatever ceiling is left in this fan base.
Let's go to Alan in Potomac on Grant and Danny. What's up, Alan?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Great. I agree with Dan. It's a wait-and-see situation. I mean, with Griffin, we had to wait until he played before we got really excited. We didn't see anything, it wasn't that exciting before he actually started playing. And with Jayden Daniels, it's the same thing. Let's see what happens. We don't know whether he's going to be great or not, but the fan base has been beaten down, and we're just going to wait and see. I'm a long-time Commanders/Redskins fan, and I've been beaten down, but I'm optimistic. So how are we supposed to show it? We're just going to be, going to see what happens through preseason and see how he does.
I hear you. Alan, thanks, buddy.
Here's the part I'll disagree with.
Yeah.
The idea that people weren't excited until the season and they saw Griffin in New Orleans.
That just ain't it.
Not correct. I was on the beat. I got sent everywhere Robert Griffin was. Now, forget that the world has changed. Maybe this is part of it, honestly. Like, since media has changed, we don't even have a beat reporter anymore, right? But I was at the draft for 3 nights in a row. If Robert Griffin was at an event, Grant, go there and try to get a minute with him because people are feeding out of your hand, the station's hand, just trying to get to know this guy.
When they traded up, when not even the trade was consummated, when it was announced it was going to happen, you and Pete Medhurst handed it off to the Junkies.
Right.
You did 14 straight hours, where the hell it was.
Yeah, overnight show, literally until 6 a.m. or whatever. Like EB walks in yawning at 5:49, and me and Pete are walking out of here, kind of deal. Yeah, overnight we got calls. I don't remember what it was, but like 40-some states or 30-some states called in, and people were listening on the stream all night long. It was crazy.
Yeah, I did a 4-minute hit with you guys. You listen, dude, we got full phones. I got to go at 2 a.m. Got to bump you.
But training camp, there 10 rows deep of people chanting R, G, and 3 over and over again every single practice, right? I mean, so that to me is a mischaracterization. Did the hype get bigger after he lit up the Saints and they went for 400 yards and 40 points and he threw for 3 bells? And on his first one of his first throws of the game, Pierre goes 88 to the crib. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the hype grew at that point, but people were all the way in right away, which again is just indicative of the difference in the fan base.
Yeah.
Even though it had been hard times for a long time, that was still the Redskins, and you still had the entire group kind of locked in arms, whereas we've lost, I don't know if it's 20% since then. It's a big number. Let's go to Matt in Bowie on Grant and Danny. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, bro.
I agree with you, but what you guys just said, firstly, about the fact that, Griffin was well liked before training camp. But one of the biggest differences, I think, between Jayden Daniels and Griffin is that when Griffin was drafted, you remember there was talk about like Andrew Luck being 1A and Griffin being 1B. Like he was the clear-cut number 2. But with Jayden Daniels, he wasn't the clear-cut number 2. I mean, I think a lot of people liked him and everything, but Drake May's hype and everything else, it's kind of like, and Caleb Williams was clearly the number 1 quarterback. So I think because of that is why it's not the same type of hype as it is with Griffin. When everybody was clear cut, he could have been the number 1 pick, theoretically speaking, if you talk to any Washington fans before the draft.
So you think because like this was the Caleb Williams quarterback class, not the Jayden Daniels class. But I mean, he kind of alluded to this, but that was the same thing with Griffin. Wasn't different.
Well, no, but here's the difference though. That it wasn't a de facto. This is obvious and simple. This is the number 2 pick. There was some debate.
I don't remember that. I mean,
I don't mean for Griffin. I mean here for this year. Griffin was 1A.
Sorry,
so
gotcha.
Luck's 1A. That's obvious.
He's saying
this is 1B
because everyone knew they were getting Griffin from the moment they traded with the Rams. It kind of builds the groundswell. Whereas this year it was like until the minute they said his name, maybe it's Drake May.
Yeah, there was no Drake May for Robert Griffin.
I apologize. Then I agree with that point. And I've actually
I think it's a factor.
I've said this. I was on a podcast with Ben Standing on The Athletic probably a month ago or so now, and we both agreed on this. I think the team actually could have done themselves a service by getting the word out that they were taking Jayden Daniels. This idea that they had to keep it a secret and that they had to pretend, let nobody know anything, right? I didn't really ever understand that because no one can jump in front of you and take your guy. If you're worried that Jayden Daniels is going to go 1-1, well, then you haven't done your homework or research. Like the Bears were always taking Caleb Williams. And if you love Daniels that much, which is what Peters and everybody said was the deal for weeks and weeks and weeks, then no one can take him from you. He's yours. But in the same way, remember that with the coaching search, it kind of felt like they settled on Dan Quinn because they operated in so much privacy and anonymity. They didn't really put a whole lot out there until the last few days when all of a sudden, Schefter and Keim and the people that are talking, they're telling them, hey, Dan Quinn's actually might get this thing, whatever. And then all of a sudden, that's how they prepare everyone for the inevitable, quote unquote, letdown at the time that it was going to be Quinn. I just think all along in the quarterback process, to allow it to be a big conversation and dispute didn't do them any good. Not saying it was bad, but if there was a month leading up to the draft where everyone got on board with Jayden's the guy, let's start pushing the t-shirts. Let's all, we can order our jerseys or we can, the fan and every other place can do their Jayden Daniels gear, whatever it is. And you're wearing that on draft night. I don't think that would have hurt them. I think it probably would have helped them.
No, it's interesting.
And they did the opposite. They wanted the mystery and they wanted the debate, Jaden versus Drake and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's
don't
a
know
trade.
that helped.
I'm with you. It's no matter what you do, it's a trade off. I mean, I think they're trying to set a precedent for this is how we're going to behave. You're not going to know what we're going to do. That's going to behoove them potentially long term, but there was a short term loss there. I think I'm with you.
But in that specific instance,
agreed.
How does it benefit you to play private?
I'm arguing that it doesn't. But
agree.
I think big picture, they're going. We're not going to be leaking anything out of
Agreed.
here, and that's going to be good for us long term. We want to get used to that behavior, but I think this time I don't think it benefited
case
them.
by case, you need to know like what's good for you.
Yeah.
And I think the coaching search probably would have been more beneficial for them to have been a little bit more transparent as well. Let's go to Chris in Rockville on the Fan. What's up, Chris?
Hey guys, how you doing? The last caller really made some good points about the 1A, 1B with Griffin and Luck, but there's a lot of reasons. One, though, that I think exists is that you just got to get rid of all the ick of Dan and rebrand the team. And if there was like, we've got a new quarterback, a new team, a new look, there might be more hype.
The ick of Dan, which is a funny phrase.
The ick of Dan.
And we should probably mention from time to time on this show that phrase because I like it. It's staying power. The ick of Dan. Hashtag ick of Dan. Sounds like a movie. Feel like a Broken Lizard movie or something
exactly
like that.
what it would be.
Favre stars in it for some reason.
He's Dan.
There is something to that. I would agree that we're not far enough removed yet for people to like any time you're excited that led to the letdown. It's almost like I was sitting there the other day. My kids were playing with a buddy's kids, and they were cracking up, running around, and they got up and went over and started to get ready to help essentially. And I'm like, what are you doing? They're fine. He's like, laughter leads to tears. Like we need to calm them down a little bit. And it's this, he's been there before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm too excited right now. This is obviously going to go terribly. That's the ick of Dan. And that's what people are feeling. Every time I've gotten this fired up for a player, it's all come crashing down.
Indeed. So, and that's kind of my point. That's why I think there's of who's left. Because again, it's never going to be the same. We know that now, or at least I feel that way now. But in order to get to whatever,
that in and of itself is a big deal.
It's a massive deal, and I'm not understanding that.
It's never going to be the same is a harsh, sobering, sad.
That's cold water on your head. Yeah, I think to get there, we need the wait and see people to have something to see about. Right? You need the production. You need a little bit of success.
More on this from you guys at 800-636-1067. Also, you heard what Louis Riddick said yesterday. Very, very positive on Jaden Daniels. One of his colleagues at ESPN thinks he's going to have pretty monster statistical season for a rookie as well. You'll hear that next on G&D. You heard last segment from ESPN analyst Louis Riddick, who's very, very high on Jayden Daniels. How about his colleague Field Yates, who's become their fantasy expert? So this is, fantasy doesn't really matter to what we're talking about a whole lot, but really he's talking about numbers, the ability to make big plays with his feet, to make some explosives in the passing game. Statistically speaking, how's he going to stack up with some of the other young quarterbacks?
Well, Caleb's an awesome athlete. Jayden Daniels is a rare athlete. And if you just go back and look at quarterbacks historically, and if you can take a much smaller snapshot of the last 4 or 5 seasons, there have been a ton of quarterbacks that have impacted the game with their legs. And there have been very, very few, like maybe Marcus Mariota a couple of years ago, that you would say that was clearly not a starting level fantasy football quarterback. If you can rush for 500 yards in a season as a quarterback, there's a pretty darn good chance that your floor is relatively high. But we're not chasing just the floor in fantasy football. We're, of course, chasing the ceiling as well. And while Caleb Williams might have the best wide receiver trio in the entire NFL, it's not like Jayden Daniels has a terrible situation around him with those wide receivers. Terry McLaurin, perpetually perhaps underrated, but maybe more importantly, just played with bad quarterbacks. He and Jahan Dotson, a very reasonable starting point for Jayden Daniels to be throwing the football to this year. I think Jayden Daniels is in a pretty good spot to be a top 12 quarterback right away.
Top 12 in fantasy.
Man.
Which doesn't mean he's the 12th best quarterback in the NFL, but means he puts up top 12 numbers from a rushing and a passing standpoint, which is telling. Again, nationally, what is being said about him just doesn't seem to equal the way everyone's acting in town right now. Why is that is the question. Joe's in Arlington. Joe, where's the juice for Jayden?
Yeah, hey, I've called up you guys before and spoken about this. I really think a lot of people checked out, and I'm speaking for myself among others, particularly with the name change. It's an intuitive feeling. You just can't transfer your emotions like that. I was this hardcore Redskins fan as existed, and I just don't care anymore. And I don't think I'll ever get it back. And, I know if they are real good, some people will come back, but I don't think I will.
Do you watch on every Sunday, like 1 to 4?
I have not watched the game since the name change. And let me make one other point. That Washington Post poll a few weeks ago about the name?
Yes.
That everybody hates the name. One of the other findings that's not getting as much attention is that the football team was the 3rd favorite team in town behind the Nats and the Caps. So, I really think they've fallen, and I don't think they're coming back. They're not coming back to me.
I actually think it's a great
Thank you, buddy.
It's something we'll be talking about in the days ahead and early next week is this idea that maybe they fell behind the Nationals and the Capitals. Now, I don't know how many people, I'll take his word for it. I don't think the guy's lying, right? This idea that he hasn't watched a game since the name change. Assuming that's true, I don't think there's many people like that. I think there are a lot of people who care way less. They're not buying gear. They're not as excited. They're not buying tickets. They're not going to be a season ticket holder. But my guess is they probably watch the team some. Maybe they don't even watch every week, which they once did. Maybe they're no longer a diehard where it's 1 to 4 and you got your chips and your dip and your soda and your buddy coming over, but you just kind of casually check out a drive here or there, which is a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think there's that many people that have kind of essentially sworn it off. Like he has an animus to this product now because the name has changed, but it almost doesn't matter. The fact that exists is part of the problem. If we're saying, where is this thing? We've seen it before. Yeah, we saw it at a different time when people liked this product more. Let's go to Steve and Tyson's. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. I think there's a 3-tier fan base. So I'm in my middle 50s. So I remember all the good times, and I was a psychopath in my 20s for this team. But now I'm in my 50s. I have other things going on. The name change had to go. I understand that. But, I've been burgundy and gold my entire life. And I think guys my age have other things going on. We're excited, but we have other things going on. We're always going to be here, always going to be fans. What happened is your fanatics, that psychopathic most energy you need from the teenagers and the 20-somethings doesn't exist because those aren't fans of the Commanders of the team because that's the generation that Snyder lost. And then you have the 3rd tier, which are kids like, yours, Grant, and Danny's, hopefully, that are going to be Redskins fans because their dads are raising them correctly, even though they don't know better. Hopefully they'll see success as they're able to make their own decisions about fandom. But there's a group that was able to make their decisions over the last, 30 years, and the product locally was horrible, so their decision was to go elsewhere. And that, I think, is where the fanatical outward energy comes from.
Well, and there's also this. Thanks for the call, Steve. I'm not telling you that I'm right and everyone's wrong, but I only know one way to do it. You are a fan of the team from where you're from. Like, that is what this is, okay? I grew up a diehard Baltimore Orioles fan, and Nats fans loved to bust my chops about it. Guess what? The Nats didn't exist. That was my team. Now I've got a DC team, and I've gravitated toward my home baseball team. I still happen to like the Orioles also. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to also root for the Orioles, but I love the Nationals. That is my team. That's the team I go to 30, 40 games a year to watch here in the Navy Yard. So that this idea of like, well, they're not that good, so kids might. No. You're going to like the Commanders, Truman. That's our team. You're going to like the Capitals and the Wizards. The Wizards, unfortunately. And the Nationals.
Sorry, Truman.
That's how this works, bro. And when you get older, just like anything else I've taught you, if you want to stop going, it's Sunday morning at 9 a.m., you want to make your own decision, eventually you're going to be old enough to do that. But until then, guess what? We're getting in the car and we're headed over to, St. wherever we go to that weekend.
Right.
Like, you are going to be a fan of these teams. This is the way it works. These are our local teams.
Yeah. And, if at the same time, if I'd like to reach my older son about a sporting event, we're watching Manchester City. I'm DVRing it on a Saturday morning and we'll watch it that night. He didn't care. I can't make him care. I tried.
That's amazing to me.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Grant and Danny here on the Fan. So if you sit there with him watching NFL, Commanders, whatever, just no interest?
Zero.
Do you think if you would have started younger, you could have kind of, for lack of a better word, brainwashed him?
Yeah, when he's second on his pacifier on my lap as a toddler watching games. It
just grew out of
never stuck because all they do is lose when he watches.
Maybe I'll be in the same boat.
All I do is get mad when I'm watching him play. And he's like, this isn't very much fun at all.
My nephew really doesn't care that much.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, I got to hit up my brother, try to get my nephew to a game and get him on the field for BP or something. He played a little baseball. But yeah, I don't get the sense that like any of the local teams, like when I was his age, I knew I could name every Nationals player, their number, their stats. Like, I just don't think that many kids are like that now. They're just watching like guys say weird things on YouTube, and like open boxes of
the opening of boxes of things.
And I sound like such an old man, but it is weird to me now.
It's totally weird.
It's a lot of just, and if you're a video gamer, that's fine. One of my two brothers was like a Star Wars nerd, so he wasn't really into sports. Like, everyone's got their own stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I'm generalizing, but I do think a lot fewer kids are super into sports.
Yeah, because there's too much to capture their attention. There's more now than there ever was, and parents are busier than they've ever been.
I didn't
more
have
screens.
the internet when I was his age.
It didn't exist for me.
I didn't have a phone when I was his age, and now kids are just they got whatever they want at their fingertips. There was something done out in Ashburn that I think is symbolic of the Harris ownership group putting in the work to make some major useful and needed changes. We'll get into that next. Plus, we got a preview of the Nats and the Braves as they play pregame at 6:15, first pitch at 6:45 tonight, right here on the Fan. Thank you, Byron. We just got a cricket update in our update. I just want everyone to know that.
That's where we're at.
That is a good indicator that it's June, number one. But number two, that's a big deal in the cricket world.
The people have been chirping us all day via Twitter, via the YouTube chat. Like, you got to talk about this. Now, I don't know how to talk about it.
I mean, here's what we'll do. Way to go, Team USA.
You put USA on the shirt. I care. So that's awesome.
This is actually a legitimately massive upset. Pakistan is unbelievable.
Filthy cricket.
When it comes to cricket. Pakistan losing to the United States of America.
Sorry about it.
And before everyone gets in the chat and yells at me how I say Pakistan, I say it right, okay?
Whoa.
That's how Barack Obama said it. That's supposedly the right way to say it. I'm just saying it the way that I've always been
I prefer to do it with a more Midwestern, like you're talking about Pakistan. Like,
Right.
I like it that way.
But the point of the dude's story is the United States scored a major upset at the T20 World Cup by beating heavyweights. Not the movie. Starring Gerald Gardner, age 11, 141 pounds.
Can't beat that.
Pakistan. How about it? Co-hosts of the event, second straight victory in Group A after it romped to a 7-wicket win over Canada.
By 7 wickets.
What's a wicket?
That's the home plate equivalent.
So 7-run?
Yes.
Is it like saying a 7-inning win or a 7-run win?
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I don't know the logistics of it.
You sleep on Aaron Jones.
The running back from Green Bay?
I don't think it's him.
Doesn't play there anymore?
Smashed a 40 ball.
He didn't hit a 40 ball.
He hit a 40 ball.
That sounds like a nuke. Is that a bolt?
I don't know.
Is that ball pieced? What's the exit velo?
Unbeaten 94. This is what it says. Aaron Jones, who smashed a 40 ball, unbeaten 94 in the opening game. What do you think that means?
Say it one more time.
Aaron Jones, who smashed a 40 ball, unbeaten 94.
Okay.
40 hyphenated ball.
That
It's
that
almost
means
like he threw 40 pitches.
no, he hit, but he smashed it though. He hit it.
Yeah.
So that ball bounced
40 times?
Nope. It bounced. The bowler comes running up. He's running at you. It's intimidating. He's sprinting towards you. He does that big wind up, that big unfurling of the arm, and he bounces it. It went 40 feet and bounced.
Okay.
And then he smashed it, and I don't know what the 94
I
is.
have more context clues.
All right, go
You
ahead.
want them?
Yeah.
Aaron Jones, not the Packers running
Yeah.
back now with the Vikings.
Great pass catching option.
Who smashed a 40 ball, unbeaten 94 in the opening game.
Mhm.
Once again, starred for the home team. That's the Americans.
Aaron Jones.
When he helped stretch the game into super over.
What?
This is like another language.
I know.
With another vital knock of 36, not out off 26. Guy, this is I didn't know where we were going here. I'm kind of glad we're doing
Dude,
this.
everything sounds like a British person saying it.
Two people reading a game story about cricket who don't know anything about
So
cricket.
it's a first class 4094, actually. So what he's done, that's what it always sounds like to me.
But listen to this.
Yeah.
Stretch the game into super over.
It's a super over, yeah.
I think that's like overtime or like double overtime.
I don't think it is.
I think it is. Super over. It's like super overtime.
No, I mean, this game is done. Super over.
No, it's not that. Because he stretched the game into super over. If it was done, it wouldn't be into that.
Oh, so it's more of a superfluous over. So in other words, regulation time is expired and it's afterwards. So yeah.
With another vital knock
Vital.
of 36,
Mhm.
not out off 26.
What? What?
I'm just going to say it quick. Aaron Jones, you know him.
Aaron Jones.
Stretch the game into super over with another vital knock of 36, not out off 26.
Okay. I mean, that sounds dope.
Here we go.
Like, that's awesome.
Jones hit a 6.
Yeah.
And then a single. I know what that is.
Single.
A single.
Single.
Let's
Show
go.
me single.
I know what a single is.
Yeah.
Jones hit a 6.
That's got to be, you could run back and forth 6 times.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Right?
And then he hit a single.
That's a 1.
Before Nitish Kumar's boundary off the final ball tied the score at 159.
159?
That seems aggressive.
That's a silly score.
Nats weren't playing in that game.
No, sir. And the Nationals do not score.
So Nitish Kumar's boundary off the final ball.
Hit out of bounds.
Okay. I like that.
So they lost because he hit out of bounds. The dude didn't come up. He choked.
No. They didn't lose. That out of bounds hit tied the score. Maybe the Americans got a point there.
Damn it. I got nothing.
Pakistan panicked in the super over.
Yeah.
I still think that's double overtime.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
I think you're sleeping on
Yeah,
me.
you might be right.
Because why else would you be panicking? They panicked in the super over. This is all via the New York Post.
Yeah, the Joe panicked.
When much experienced fast bowler, I think that's a pitcher.
That's the bowler.
Pitcher?
Yeah. That one I know.
Muhammad Amir gave away 18 runs.
He Corbined it?
That included 7 runs off wide balls. That's a wild pitch.
Yeah.
That's a little DJ Hurst situation there.
He Rick Ankiel.
So he got Patrick Corbin, I think.
Yeah, he got Corbin.
He got rocked.
The crooked.
Left arm fast bowler.
Yep.
That's a roll to Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
Saraba Netravalkar.
Yeah.
Who earlier bowled brilliantly and grabbed 218 off his 4 overs.
So his ERA was good, and then he had a meltdown.
Conceded only 13 runs in the
That's
super
all.
over.
Yeah, that's not terrible, I guess.
Patrick Corbin needs to be a cricket player. If you can give up 13 runs and they go, you only gave up 13 runs, it's a hell of a good.
He'd be silly.
He would be a stud. His ERA 6.
Dude, you could throw some of those, your new cutter. Guys would know what to do.
Last one here. 13 runs in the super over to earn the U.S. its most historic 2020 win against Pakistan, the 2022 runner-up, and the 2009 champion. I think champion means they won the thing.
Champion, I know. But these are strange numbers and terms that thrown at us.
I love that.
I mean, I get steamed.
Cricket guys. We're big cricket guys on this show.
Did Team USA play in the thing? I want them to win the thing.
I agree with that. I agree to your terms. My favorite thing is when really smart people on Jeopardy don't know very basic sports questions.
This pleases me so much.
You can watch Jeopardy for 30 minutes. They make you feel like an idiot for 29 of them. Question, one after another. You got no clue. You're too late to answer. Maybe you know it, but you couldn't get the words out, and then they got it right away. But then they ask a really easy sports question about Russell Westbrook, and they show a picture of Russell Westbrook on the screen, and none of these smartest people in America, Mensa residents, are able to answer the question.
Here's the last clue in 21st century sports. With Oklahoma City, this master of the triple-double became the first back-to-back MVP of the NBA All-Star Game since the 1950s. Adriana.
Who is Durant?
Sorry, no. Who is his teammate Russell Westbrook?
What's even better is they botched the whole category all the way down.
Oh, yeah.
So I've now seen the previous questions where it's like for 600, and these geniuses are befuddled. And here's me, just a little sweaty. You know what I mean? Like a pit-stained shirt.
If I was playing Jeopardy, I would have just cleaned house.
I would have rolled the whole category.
Right.
And I'd have been in the game because I could do that category. And I couldn't do the rocket science one.
No.
I couldn't do potpourri. I couldn't do romantic literature. But I'd crush you geniuses in that one.
They're also not big baseball fans, apparently.
21st century sports, 400.
In 2007, this National League squad became the first team with 10,000 losses. In 2008, they won the World Series behind Cole Hamels and Ryan Howard. Christina.
Who are the Chicago Cubs?
No, I'm sorry. It's a good guess, but it's the Phillies.
Ryan Howard, big Cub slugger. You know him.
Long-time Cubby.
Hey, the one thing I wanted to bring up before we get to the Nats preview really quickly that I think is good and an indicative sign that the Harris ownership group's getting work done. I do think that them removing that turf field is symbolic. It has been there for years and years and years. One of the things I always said about Dan Snyder was he is the guy who will have a really nice car and a beautiful looking house. And then you go in his house and everything's falling apart and in shambles. And it's a bunch of broken, furniture that he got from IKEA 23 years ago and is damaged. He only cared about the front facing things that people saw.
Yes.
He didn't care about everything else. And so if you're just a fan who doesn't really walk around the premises very often, you might not have even known that they had the last AstroTurf field at a team facility in Ashburn. And they couldn't use it. They're not allowed to use it, but it was also not in the shape to be used. But it has just been there for years and years and years. And they'd put big tents on it sometimes and, have VIPs do events. And, you could walk around on the carpet and underneath the tent or whatever, but it was super hot and gross. And it was just taking up a lot of space. So one of the things that a player said to Josh Harris in one of these sit-down meetings he's had with players is it would be nice if some of the stuff that is only still existing at our facility that doesn't help us at all because it costs money to get rid of and do correctly was just taken care of.
Yep.
And he has promised the players that if it's just about the money and doing the right thing in as many cases as we can, we're going to take care of you. And this is symbolic to that. That field's been ripped up. They're putting yet another practice field down they can actually use. And it's just going to improve the space a little bit. Dan never did that in 20 plus years. They haven't used that field as long as I've been out there, dating back to probably, the early 2000s.
Very correct thing. Because again, as you said, it's unsexy. It doesn't mean that someone's going to make a tackle or make a completion in November. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but you behave professionally. Everybody that came from a major Division I school came from a better facility than they're playing in the pros. Unacceptable. That's ridiculous. You get it up to stuff, get it up to code.
Let's get to your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchups. They play at 6:45. Pregame is just over a minute away. Lineups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mitchell Parker, leading off playing shortstop. Check. Abrams batting second in right field lane. Thomas batting third in left field. Jesse Winker. Cleanup spot at second base. Luis Garcia batting fifth, doing the catching. K-Bear Ruiz batting sixth, your designated hitter. Joey Meneses batting seventh at first base. Joey Gallo. Eighth at third, Nick Senzel. And in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
Mitchell Parker, impressive through 9 big league starts, a 3.60 ERA, 50 innings, a 4-3 record. Right about a strikeout per inning at this point for the lefty. Mitchell Parker taking on former National Reynaldo Lopez. They once traded to the White Sox in the Giolito Adam Eaton deal. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler have pregame coming up in just a bit. We are live again at 2 o'clock tomorrow for Darius, Ryan, and Chris. Grant and Danny saying so long.
Thank you for coming.